The Fox and the Hare by Grumpy Fanfiction on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1, Sludge Villain. Oi, Kiba! Pass it to me, a blonde-haired boy yelled. Listening to his call, Kiba kicked the ball at him. It looked like it was going to go out of bounds. It had been kicked way too high up in the air. However, the blonde-haired boy crouched and suddenly launched himself in the air. It was as if there was a jetpack attached to his back. He got 2 times more airtime than the world record of the best NBA player in the world from a few generations ago and, to top it all off, he also made an impressive flip in the air before axe-kicking the soccer ball with the heel of his foot, accurately blasting it towards the corner of the opposing team's goal post like a rocket. It was the exaggerated swagger of a mutant-type quirk user. The goalkeeper had not even seen the ball coming. Before he knew what happened, not only that the ball flew past his head like a bullet, it even made a hole in the net of the goal post and exploded with a loud boom when it smashed against the outer wall of the school in the back of the soccer field. The blonde boy landed on the ground gracefully and made a victory pose, quite proud of the awesome goal that he had just scored. But the other children on the pitch did not look surprised in the least. Instead, they were annoyed. "You bastard, always showing off and stealing my thunder." Kiba yelled, but in spite of his words, there was a toothy grin on his face as he came and high-fived him. Booing sounds came from the opposing team. "Sensei, it's not fair." Uzumaki used his quirk again, one of the boys in the opposing team complained. The PE teacher, a burly middle-aged man with a whistle hanging from his neck, frowned in thought as he looked at Naruto. He appeared like a rather normal middle school boy, if you ignored the fluffy golden fox ears on his head, the whisker-like birthmarks on his face, and the bushy but silky-looking golden-furred tail at his back. Uzumaki Naruto had a rather simple and seemingly banal quirk, a Fox Quirk. In the early days of the apparition of quirks, animal-type quirks were not seen as very formidable, looking rather tame compared to emitter-type quirks that could create explosions, release electricity, summon tornadoes, and so on so forth. However, as of late, with the emergence of amazing heroes with animal-type quirks, people gained a newfound respect for such simple mutant-type quirks. For example, among the top 10 strongest heroes in Japan, one had a rabbit quirk. While rabbits were harmless and skittish creatures normally, the rabbit hero, Mirko, could not be any more different than that. She was relentless and violent, a woman that never backed down from a fight. Her explosive power and speed were something to be feared. Nowadays, over 80% of Japan's population had a quirk. Quirkless people had become increasingly rare with the passing of years. To prevent potential accidents and tragedies, students in public schools were forbidden from using their quirks. However, the lines were rather blurred when it came to heteromorphic-type quirks. Generally, mutant types did not have to activate any sort of power to enhance themselves. They were physically superior by nature. Performing superhuman feats was the norm for them. The PE teacher was broken off from his musings when another blonde boy, why were all blondes problem children, kicked the ball and a mighty explosion propelled it forward not any slower than Uzumaki Naruto's previous shot. The goalkeeper of the opposite team had been too scared to even attempt defending and instead jumped away from the goal post, afraid for his life. A sharp whistle noise rang and both Naruto and Kiba suddenly crouched and covered their ears with their hands. "Sensei, stop, it hurts," they yelled at the same time, their sense of hearing being way more sensitive than that of regular humans. While Uzumaki Naruto had a fox quirk, Kiba, a brown-haired boy, had a mutant-type quirk as well, a dog quirk. Similar to Naruto, Kiba also had a pair of pointed dog ears on top of his head. In addition, his teeth and nails were sharper than average and a dog's scraggly tail wagged listlessly at his back. With such similar quirks and matching personalities too, both of them were hyperactive, boisterous, and loud. The two boys had clicked off from the very first moment they had met. Naruto and Kiba were best friends. "Bakugo, red card. You're out. Team Blue gets a free kick," the PE teacher shouted, but all the members of the red team started complaining out loud. "Not fair. Why can Uzumaki use his quirk and Katsuki not? You're biased, it's not fair, sensei." The PE teacher felt like wanting to pull out his hair due to frustration. How could he explain to the students that mutant-type quirks were different from emitter-type quirks? It was, indeed, unfair, but such was life too. The only way to stop people with mutant-type quirks from using their strength and natural advantages, imagine a four-armed man for a goalkeeper, was to ban them from playing completely, but that would lead to the opening of another can of worms, discrimination, which was even worse. Allowing everyone to use their quirks was not an option either because it would completely sideline quirkless people too. No matter how one went about it, a particular group would be disadvantaged. Banning emitter-type quirk users from using their powers was the most fair option there was. In the end, the match did not get a proper finish as it devolved into a huge argument between students and the teacher, with the principal being forced to intervene in order to put a stop to it. TCH. The soccer championship was cancelled this year too. To heck with that. They should just let everyone use their quirks. We'd still kick everyone's butts, the fox-like boy said as he walked on the sidewalk while juggling skillfully with a soccer ball. But of course. We're the strongest in the whole school. Why is the school catering to all these losers with useless quirks? Kiba said in annoyance. Oi, that was mean. Isuku here doesn't have a quirk at all, Naruto said. The boy in question stammered and waved his hands as if to say he doesn't mind it, but Naruto put his hands on his waist and said, Listen, man, you gotta have more confidence. You can't let people walk over you like that. Stand up for yourself. If you don't punt dog breath when he goes out of line, he'll never learn his lesson. What was that, cunt? I'll kick your ass. Kiba yelled and a growl-like sound came from him. Easy for you to say that when you have such an amazing quirk, Isuku murmured. He was a short and rather scrawny boy with wavy green hair and a timid-looking freckled face. Isuku had spoken quietly enough that regular people would not be able to hear his words, but the two boys next to him just happened to have an extremely sharp sense of hearing among other things. Even if you can't do something by yourself, you should rely on your friends a bit, Naruto said with a grin and threw his arm around Izuku's shoulder. That's what friends are for. We help each other. I still haven't forgotten how you helped me pass my maths term exam. If it weren't for you, I would be stuck in cram school now. The green-haired boy smiled shyly at Naruto's encouragement. That's right. You might be quirkless but you're our friend, Kiba said in agreement and punched him lightly in the shoulder. And if that exploding blonde bastard tries to find trouble with you again, just tell me. I will beat the crap out of him every time he tries to bully you. There's no need for that. Katsuki is leaving me alone these days, Izuku said and showed a big smile. While the three boys were in the same year, Naruto and Kiba were not in the same class as Izuku. Izuku and his bully, Bakugo, were in a different class. After Kiba and Naruto took Izuku under their wings, Bakugo had tried to find trouble with Izuku. For betraying their class and siding with the enemy, Bakugo had an intense rivalry with the amazing duo of fox and dog quirk users from the other class. In truth, Bakugo could not care less about his class, it was just a pretext he found to mess with Izuku. All that repressed anger and annoyance at not being able to defeat Inuzuka Kiba had to be vented somewhere, and what better choice of a target than a quirkless boy that could not defend himself. However, things did not end well for the bully. Once Kiba found out about it, in a fit of anger, he jumped on Bakugo the next time he saw him and proceeded to beat him so badly that even his mother had trouble recognizing his face. That day, Inuzuka Kiba had claimed the position as the top dog in Aldera Junior High. Kiba got suspended for 2 weeks for that stunt. Bakugo's mother had even tried to press charges, but she dropped the matter soon after because altercations between teenagers with quirks were far too common these days. Seeing as her son had not suffered any lasting trauma from the incident, it would be difficult for her case to find any success in court. Regular teens had always been a volatile mass of emotions, pride, and more energy than they knew what to do with it. Adding superpowers into the mix was a recipe for disaster. For example, only a few days ago, a teen boy had stolen someone's bag, and when he was found out and cornered, he went out of control. Transforming into a giant humanoid monster, he started to wreak havoc. The incident made it to the local newspapers. As the three boys walked home together, they kept talking and joking around happily. Eventually, they had to disband their merry little group, seeing as they lived in different areas of the district. As Naruto walked home, he continued to play with his soccer ball. Sometimes, he would run at the passers-by coming from the opposite direction, startling them, only to do a rainbow soccer trick, kicking the ball with his heel, from the back, over his and his opponents' heads before rushing past them. Sometimes, people would get annoyed with him, but most of them would usually just smile helplessly at him. After years of witnessing his shenanigans, most of the people on that street had become familiar with the energetic fox-like boy. Right as he passed by a playground, the younger kids that saw him with the ball quickly rushed out and crowded around him. Naruto and Ai-san. Show us some cool tricks, they all yelled enthused. As per usual, Naruto did not ignore their pleas. He loved showing off his soccer skills. Alright, just gimme some space, yo, he said and entered the playground with his ball. With the kids moving a bit back and making a circle around him, Naruto grinned at them and put his foot on top of the ball. Suddenly, he rolled the ball towards him and lifted it in the air with the tip of his foot, right above his head. Before the ball could fall to the ground, he stepped in and bent down a bit, the ball landing right on the back of his neck. So far, so good. It was nothing amazing, just a neck stall, any other soccer enthusiast could probably do that. It was what followed that made the kids all break into loud cheers. In an impressive display of dexterity and body-eye coordination, Naruto used his knees, feet, and even his fluffy tail to juggle the ball spectacularly. All good things come to an end, however, and accompanied by a chorus of disappointed whines from the kids, Naruto left the playground and started heading home once again. Suddenly, an obnoxious baby laughter ringtone rang and Naruto groaned. It was his cell phone. Flipping it open and answering the call, he was forced to distance the phone from his sensitive hearing as a woman's loud voice blasted into his eardrums. "Naruto! What are you doing, you delinquent? School finished 40 minutes ago, get home already." All right, sheesh, I'm on my way, why are you yelling?" he yelled back. "Don't you raise your voice at me, young man. Just wait till you get home dash." Naruto snorted and shut the flip of his phone closed, effectively ending the call. He did not really care about his mother's retaliation and threats in the least. All she or his father could do was yell at him. And that was a common issue for many parents nowadays. When children had quirks so powerful that they would not look out of place in a superhero comic book, their parents were often at a loss in how to deal with them when they acted rebelliously. "What's her problem anyway? Not like I'm doing any illegal shit. I'm not even smoking like the cool kids, and I'm not doing drugs either like punks who skip classes. All she does is bitch about my grades and for coming home late every day." Picking up his ball in his hands, he started walking home, not even in the mood to play around anymore. "What do I even need good grades for anyway?" he grumbled and kicked a piece of rock on the sidewalk in frustration. He was not oblivious in regards to how amazing his quirk was. While a Fox Quirk seemed nothing special compared to some emitter quirks out there, Naruto had yet to meet anyone who could beat him in a one-on-one fight. Even someone with an overpowered quirk like Bakugo Katsuki from his school couldn't beat him. After all, Naruto was a tiny bit stronger than Kiba, and the dog quirk user had mopped the floor with Bakugo. Furthermore, besides his enhanced dexterity and physical capabilities, Naruto's Fox Quirk granted him a powerful sense of smell, very sensitive hearing, and excellent eyesight and night vision too. His career paths were promising. Even if he didn't become a hero, which was doubtful, he could easily join the police special forces. The anti-drug department would do anything short of killing to get someone like him in their ranks. It was while he was having these thoughts that something had all of a sudden slammed into the crown of his head and he toppled over, the sight in front of his eyes darkening. So disoriented and shocked he was that he didn't even register the pain for a moment. He didn't understand what was happening. But 2 seconds later, pain exploded from his head. It was as if someone had cracked his skull open with an axe, as a mind-splitting headache made him break out in cries of pain as he held his head. The wet and sticky feeling on his hands let him know that he was bleeding, and bleeding profusely at that. Even as his eyes were tightly shut as he tried to cope with the insane amount of pain, his sensitive fox ears picked up the sound of liquid flowing close by. His eyes opened in shock when he felt his body getting engulfed by a wet and disgusting feeling. What the dash, he cried out, but the green mass of mud and goo that had suddenly entrapped him took that chance to cover his mouth and nose, muffling his yells of fear. Instincts took over and the boy started fighting desperately for his life. His nails lengthened into claws and his body began spasming and squirming as he kicked and scratched at the mass of goo with everything he had. However, his struggle accomplished nothing except making him burn oxygen faster. With the green sludge covering his mouth and nose, he could not breathe. His movement slowed down to a stop and his arms fell down lifelessly. He was moments away from dying from asphyxiation. "Help! Somebody! Help me!" Naruto cried out in his mind. But there was nobody around. He was attacked in a less frequented alley where people did not pass by too often. To top it off, his attacker had muffled his cries and subdued him too quickly for anyone to hear his struggle. His sight went pitch dark as his eyes rolled in the back of his head. He lost consciousness. In a minute or two, he would die. It is said that moments before dying, people see their lives flash before their eyes. But what played at the front of Naruto's mind were not memories of his life. They were the memories of a different person. An orphan and a lonely boy who pulled all kinds of pranks and annoyed the hell out of everyone just for them to notice his existence. A boy who could make clones of himself. Someone whose creed was to never give up and never go back on his word. Someone who fought against a godlike man who had annihilated an entire military city by himself. Someone who had even become strong to fight on equal grounds against a goddess. That someone looked eerily similar to him. He had no fox ears and no tails either, but everything else was too similar for it to be a coincidence. The same blonde hair, the same baby blue eyes, the same 3 pairs of whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks, they even had the same name. It was him. An incredibly powerful version of Naruto Uzumaki from another life, from another world. The sludge villain chortled to himself. Lucky, lucky. So lucky. He had never expected to escape after All Might had defeated him and sealed him in a plastic bottle. And, not only that he had escaped, but the bottle he had been sealed into also happened to crash into the head of a passing-by boy with a Fox Quirk. Disoriented and wobbly from the powerful hit, the boy had been knocked down, unaware of his surroundings for a moment. The fact that he had not been knocked out cold was a testament to his toughness. But with him momentarily out of it, the Sludge Villain had to spend next to no effort in capturing the boy. A Fox Quirk. Not the best, but not bad either, the villain hummed in glee as the mud his body consisted of started to flow through the boy's mouth. He was going to take over him, to possess him. Suddenly, a shrill scream of agony erupted from the Sludge Villain as a glowing chain of light burst from the boy's spine and impaled the green goo around him. "What's happening?" the villain screamed in incomprehension. His mud-like body offered him a degree of resistance against physical attacks that almost bordered immunity. He could not be harmed even by bullets, much less by some pointed chain. However, his train of thought ceased when another golden chain burst from the boy's back and stabbed into the mud, making the villain scream himself hoarse from the pain once more. Terror engulfed the Sludge Villain's mind and the shadow of death crept into his heart. He had to get away. He didn't understand how could he be wounded so severely by some chains, but he had a feeling that if another one or two of those chains impaled him, he would perish. But right as the mass of green goo crawled out of the boy's body and tried to scurry away, two more golden chains burst out of the still unconscious boy's back and rose high up in the air. A dome of golden light had suddenly come into existence, and when the Sludge Villain tried to pass through it, much to his shock, the mud making up his body dried up and solidified on contact. He lost control over his body and that portion of solidified mud broke away from him. Further thought regarding that anomaly ended, however, as the sharp and pointed ends of the four golden chains that created the chain dome had suddenly stabbed into his body. The Sludge Villain could not even find the strength to voice out his frustration and unwillingness to die. Even as the last portion of his body dried up and broke into pieces, his last thought was one of disbelief, unable to accept or understand how after escaping from the hands of the #1 strongest hero, he would die at the hands of some nameless 14-year-old boy. Chapter 2, Illusion or Reality? "Ah, how could I make such a mistake?" a very tall and thin young man yelled at himself. As he climbed down the stairs from the rooftop of the building where he landed together with the fanboy who had clung to him, All Might was stupefied to discover that the plastic bottle in which he had sealed the Sludge Villain was no longer in the pocket of his cargo pants. That rush of frustration and exasperation was so intense that it made him slightly dizzy and he had to stop momentarily to not puke blood again. "I can't even go searching for him anymore, I've reached my limit for today." As he passed by a window, a sharp glint shone in the corner of his eyes and the blond man turned his head to see a golden dome of light rising from between two buildings. But it only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. However, the aftermath deeply startled him as he saw the two buildings that the dome of light had touched started tilting towards each other. It looked like that golden dome of light had damaged the outer walls of the buildings. Color drained from his face and, in spite of the great harm he was doing to his body by forcing himself to go back into his muscular form after having already reached his limit, All Might smashed his way through the window and launched himself towards the scene. He arrived there just in time to see a boy in his mid-teens lying unconscious on the ground and pieces of dried-up green mud and sludge scattered all over the place. He recognized those remains as the Sludge Villain that he had encountered only a few minutes ago. But All Might did not waste his already limited time thinking too much about the situation. Saving the lives of other people came first. Scooping the unconscious boy in his arms, he quickly jumped into the collapsing buildings to save the rest of the people trapped within. Fortunately, All Might was not the only hero that had arrived at the scene speedily. Other prominent heroes such as Kamui, Death Arms, and Backdraft had also come to help the people trapped in the half-collapsed buildings. Fortunately, nobody had died, but there were dozens of injured people and the property damage was significant as well. But where did that golden light come from? What kind of quirk is that? It was the question that everyone was asking on the internet, seeing as the incident had gone viral. Unfortunately for the curious people, nobody had managed to capture the actual moment in a photo or in a video, so they were not clear on what had caused the buildings to collapse. What was clear, however, was that a villain with a powerful quirk had tried to attack a young boy who was on his way home from school. What made the situation go viral is that not only that two buildings had been destroyed and dozens of people had been injured, but that the villain in question was found dead at the scene as well. And that had led to all sorts of speculations. Did that boy kill the villain? But how? According to the authorities, he only has a Fox Quirk. It was a bad matchup against the Sludge Villain. Maybe he has two quirks? Is that even possible? I mean, there's Endeavor's son. He has both a fire and an ice quirk. Yo, hear me out, what if there is a third person? What if someone else was at the scene and killed the villain before running away? A vigilante? While the media outlets and the people on the internet were fussing greatly over this matter, the boy in question was still unconscious, in the hospital. 2 days passed since the Sludge Villain's attack and subsequent death, but the victim had to regain his consciousness. My son, is he going to be okay? Please tell me he's fine, a blonde-haired man said, his voice cracking towards the end. His eyes were filled with unshed tears. Next to him, a red-haired woman was crying in silence, her face buried in her palms. Naruto's parents were greatly distraught over the news. Fatal accidents in today's society were much more common than several decades ago. Cases of young children dying due to their own quirks or cases of villains killing people were not rare, to say the least. When such a high percentage of people possessed superpowers, it stood to reason that the mortality rate among average people would increase as well. Regardless of all that, it had never gotten any easier for doctors to tell the truth to the parents of a dying child. Currently, I can't promise you anything. There are signs that he had almost died of asphyxiation. If his brain was left without oxygen for too long, I fear. The doctor let out a sigh and trailed off when his words made the child's mother break. Her husband could do nothing except for hugging her to his chest, even as tears were rolling down his cheeks too. Do not despair. There is still hope, the doctor said, trying to alleviate their suffering. Your boy is a warrior. He might fight through this. There is still hope, he said, repeating himself. Just as he finished his words, a nurse arrived in a rush and said, Dr. Tachikawa. He's awakened. The boy is awake and he asked for water. Without waiting for the medical staff's permission, the two parents rushed towards their son's room at the same time. A white ceiling, an oddly familiar and unpleasant smell of antibiotics, and the sound of medical machines beeping in the background. Naruto did not take long to realize that he was in a hospital. But before he could make sense of it, a burning sensation in his throat made him unconsciously ask for water. A few moments later, two people burst through the door of his hospital room at the same time, rushing to his bed. Blonde spiky hair, fair complexion, blue eyes, a thin build and a kind smile on his face. A face that looked so similar to his, it was none other than Minato Namikaze. Father, he croaked. Suddenly, a curtain of red hair obstructed his view as a woman threw her arms around him, hugging him for all he was worth and soaking the crook of his neck with her tears. Mother. Outside of his will, his eyes teared up and he started to cry as well. He had never thought he would one day see his parents alive. He had seen their chakra remnants and the reanimated corpse of his father during the war. But they had not been alive. Not like now. Naruto. My son. My dear Naruto. Kushina could not stop crying. Minato too sat on the edge of the bed and patted his head, while trying to stop his own tears from flowing. The nurses and the doctor on the side found their own eyes getting wet too at the emotional sight of the reunited family. However, at that moment, a sudden thought cut through Naruto's heart like a searing hot blade. This is a lie. Only an illusion. He could still remember it as if it had happened yesterday. He could still vividly recall the rabbit goddess, Kaguya, killing Sasuke and then pulling out the bijou from his body. He could still vividly remember the god tree's branches wrapping around him and the blood-red moon shining ominously in the sky. He started to cry even harder as his arms wrapped around his mother's back, embracing her as if it was the last time. But after a few moments, his hands came together and his fingers formed a ram seal. Kai, he whispered. However, nothing happened. Kai, he said, this time speaking out loud. Kushina lifted her head and looked at him in worry. What's wrong, honey? Naruto closed his eyes and sobbed in silence. This isn't real. None of this is real. Only an illusion to trick me. An illusion of the life I've never had, he said. Admitting those words out loud caused him untold amounts of pain. What are you saying, dear? I'm real. I'm here. Kushina said, starting to get scared of what her son was saying. Even if it was only an imaginary world, an illusion, Naruto could not help his tears. I love you, Mom. Looking up at his father he told him too. I love you, Dad. I wish I could stay here forever. I wish I could be with you forever. He could not continue as he choked on a sob. But I can't. This isn't real. He put his hands again in a ram seal and shouted. Release. Kai. Alerted by the boy's shouts, the doctor and the nurses pulled away Minato and Kushina from his bed. Even as Naruto started to shout in desperation as if he was trying to break a spell, one of the nurses came with a syringe and injected a serum into his neck. In but a few seconds, the boy's agitation disappeared and he closed his eyes. A few moments later, he fell asleep. 2 weeks later. Come on, man, even Bakugo doesn't want to miss out on this. We gotta show that bastard who the best class is. Kiba said, his voice half annoyed, half pleading. Since the soccer championship had been cancelled without the two rival teams finding out who exactly was the best, the students decided to have an unofficial match, after classes, outside of school, and decide it once and for all. Sorry, man, I can't. Dad needs my help with the car. 2 weeks passed since the Sludge Villain incident happened and Naruto had become the most famous kid in his school. However, it only took a few days for everyone to realize that he was a changed person since that day. Gone was the boisterous boy who would play with a soccer ball even in the classroom during breaks. Gone was the full of life and energetic child that always showed a toothy grin to everyone. While most people chalked it up to him almost dying and dealt with it accordingly, Inuzuka Kiba could not readily understand why Naruto never wanted to hang out after school with him and the gang anymore or why he had become so quiet and introverted. "You were a great help, Naruto, thank you," Minato said while wiping his hands of engine oil with a piece of rag. "I didn't do much, only gave you some wrenches and screws," Naruto said with a bright smile, visibly happy at his father's compliments. "It may not be much for you but it meant a lot for me. Lots of time and effort saved by not getting up from beneath the car every time just for a wrench," Minato said and mirrored his son's bright smile. He threw his arm around Naruto's shoulder and said, "Tell you what, how about we take your mother and we all go out today for a pizza tonight instead of having dinner at home?" "For real?" the boy said in excitement. "When did I ever lie to you?" If possible, Naruto's smile became even wider. "Awesome. I'll go tell Mom." Helping his father around the garage, mowing the lawn, washing the dishes, taking out the trash, and even helping out his mother with cooking, Kushina had not even known her son could cook. Ever since almost dying at the hands of the Sludge Villain, it was as if Naruto had become a completely different person. While beforehand he was bratty and had a tense relationship with his parents, nowadays it looked like he was attached to their hip. He was doing everything in his power to be together with them for as long as possible every day. It had to be said that both Minato and Kushina were deeply moved by the changes in their son. Not a day passed without Kushina giving him at least a half-a-minute-long hug. If it was Naruto from before, he would try to get away from her arms as fast as possible while saying in annoyance that he wasn't a little kid anymore. But nowadays, whenever his mom hugged him, Naruto melted in her arms and hugged her back just as tight. Whenever his father called him for a game of chess, Naruto would even put down his homework and come play with him. It was to the point where his parents were starting to worry about him and were thinking about going with him to a psychologist for therapy. It was only Naruto's insistence that he was perfectly fine that stopped them from going through with it. I just never appreciated how lucky I am to be alive," Naruto said when they had tried to talk to him about their worries regarding the drastic changes in his behavior. "How lucky I am to have parents. Good parents like you. I almost died. You saw me when I woke up at first. I thought I was dreaming. I thought it was an illusion, but I survived. I want to make the most of my life. And I want to show you every day how much I appreciate and respect you." Those heartfelt words completely disarmed Minato and Kushina of all the arguments that they had prepared beforehand to convince him of going to therapy. In the first place, it was impossible for them to be mad about the fact that their teenage son stopped being a brat and showed his affection for them so openly now. Even as almost 1 month passed since he had regained the memories of his past life, Naruto still felt like he was dreaming. For a long time, he had thought that his current life was nothing but an illusion. He had thought that the infinite Tsukuyomi that Madara had cast on the moon had entrapped him too after he lost the fight against Kagaya. However, as days passed one by one, he was beginning to accept that his current life was not an illusion. In the first place, he could not feel the existence of chakra. He had tried countless times to access it, but to no avail. Furthermore, Japan and the society he lived in currently could not be any more different from the elemental nations and Konohagakure no Sato. They were so different and there were so many new things that his mind alone could have not imagined such stuff. It was impossible for Genjutsu to show him something that he had never heard of before. Even if I'm wrong and everything I've felt for the past 14 years was fake, even if all of it was just an illusion or just a dream, I don't want to wake up. Chapter 3 Recommendation. Listen to me, Naruto. Never reveal that quirk of yours to anyone. No matter what. Even if your best friend, no, even if your father and I were to die in front of your eyes, as long as there are other people around, never use your chains. Never. Before leaving the hospital his mother had insisted he did now answer any of the curious questions of the nurses or the reporters. She had also chased away any of the journalists that tried to interview him in regards to the incident after he was discharged from the hospital. He let out a sigh and he caressed his fluffy fox tail with his hands, making sure it was entire wet before grabbing a bottle from the edge of the shower cab that showed an image of a furry tail and a pair of animal ears. Turning off the water, he started to scrub his fur with the special shampoo, making a great deal of bubbles. To think that I'd one day become just like the characters from that pervert's books. Naruto thought in amusement at the memory of his mentor from his previous life and his Ika Kemonomami book. His amusement did not last for long because his mind soon went back to his second quirk, the adamantine sealing chains, and the serious discussion that he had had with his mother. The only time I allow you to use this quirk is if your life is in peril and you have absolutely no other way of escaping without it. Please, Naruto. You have to promise me that you'll never use it? Kushina said pleadingly and, much to Naruto's surprise, for golden chains started growing from her back. You have that quirk too? I thought you were quirkless, he said in disbelief. How could she have kept such an important secret from her family for such a long time? Kushina nodded her head and said in a heavy voice, just like I asked you to never reveal your quirk to anyone, my grandmother had asked the same of me too. If you had not awakened this quirk, I would have never told you this secret either. I would have taken it to the grave with me. Judging by the expression on his face, Kushina knew that her son understood the severity of the situation. Our quirk is special. It doesn't manifest like other quirks in early childhood. It takes a moment of great stress or desperation to awaken it. It could happen when you are very young, but it could also happen when you are in your 20s or older. Or, it might not awaken at all. For example, my grandmother awakened these chains when she was in her late 30s, but my mother never awakened this quirk at all. As for me, I was 8 years old when it happened, during the car crash in which my parents died. What I'm telling you now is 100% serious, Naruto, this is not a joke. A very powerful man has had his eyes on this quirk for decades. It's only thanks to my grandmother's efforts, Mito, that he had lost all traces of our family. But the moment that you reveal your quirk to the public, he will find out. He will find you, and he will kill you. But why would someone be so obsessed with this quirk? Naruto asked a bit freaked out. Think about the villain that attacked you. He had a powerful mutant-type quirk but your chains nullified it. These chains, they do have their downsides, they are rather slow, so heroes and villains specializing in speed can avoid them without much problem, and their limited range makes those capable of flight difficult to catch. But if someone does get caught by the chains, it is all over. There is no escaping from it. Our quirk is the bane of all quirks. And that's why my grandmother had been hunted down, why I had kept my quirk a secret even from my family, and why you also need to keep it secret too, no matter the cost. The one who is after us will stop at nothing to get his hands on this quirk. Not a day passed without Naruto thinking back to his mom's words. Ever since that day, Kushina never brought up the topic again, nor had she ever used her quirk in front of him. It was a secret that only the two of them knew. I don't blame her for keeping it a secret from Dad, he thought while using the shower head to rinse his fox tail. Unlike the yellow flash fourth Hokage from his previous life, Minato Namikaze of this world was just a regular man. He was a brilliant accountant and a devoted family man, but he was no fighter. As for Minato's special ability, his quirk was a perfect recall memory. That was one of the reasons why he was so successful in his professional life. That said, finding out that his wife and his son could one day end up in mortal peril would not do Minato any good. As intelligent as he was, Minato was still just an ordinary human. Mom doesn't trust me enough yet to tell me who's the one that wants our quirk. She doesn't know who I used to be in my previous life. Turning off the water, he stepped out of the shower and grabbed a large towel before taking a seat on a stool and starting to dry his hair, his fox ears, and his fox tail. I didn't even know it was possible to steal someone's quirk, he continued his train of thought. But I'll be damned if I let anyone touch even a single hair of Mom and Dad. They'd have to get over my dead body to do so. He had not appreciated his parents before. However, after regaining the memories of his previous life, his family had become the most important thing in the world. I may not have chakra in this world, but I'm not a regular human this time around either. This fox quirk, I will make the most of it. I will become powerful enough to protect the ones I love. Naruto had wanted to become a pro hero even before he recovered his memories, but his motivation was completely different now. Becoming a pro hero was no longer the end goal. Now, his end goal was to keep his family safe. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but you're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? At the homeroom teacher's words, the class erupted into cheers and everyone started to show off their quirks. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But using your quirks at school is against the rules. A disdainful voice rang over all the other noises in the classroom. It was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Sensei, don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Yeah, nobody asked for your opinion, shut up. But the blonde boy laughed in ridicule. You should shut you up like the extras that you are. Haha. While the kids were yelling at each other, the teacher looked through some of his files. "Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo?" As everyone in the class was voicing out their surprise, UA High was a national school renowned for its extremely low acceptance rate, barely 0.2% of the test participants managing to get in every year. Bakugo made sure to rub it in their faces. "That's exactly why you guys are just extras. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one in this school who could possibly get into UA. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. My name will be inscribed on the list of top earners." But the teacher saw it as the perfect moment to pour a bucket of ice-cold water on his arrogance. "I do not doubt you'll get famous one day with your quirk, but you're not the only one who is going to UA this year. Uzumaki Naruto from Class D is coming along with you as well." Katsuki Bakugo's face became an interesting shade of red, almost purple. It was as if he was going to explode. "How is that possible? I never heard anything about that." "Oh, Uzumaki Naruto had been recommended to the school by All Might himself. He doesn't need to take the exam, he has already been accepted in." Bakugo looked like he had just seen a ghost. He sat down in his seat and remained completely silent for the rest of the class, a dark aura lingering around him. So affected he had been by the news that someone had gotten a recommendation from the No One Hero that he did not even hear the teacher talk about how Isuku Midoriya also wanted to go UA too. It was lunch break and Naruto was sitting at his desk, eating the food that his mother had cooked and packed for him that morning. Putting his palms together in a small prayer, he bowed his head and said, "Itadikamasu." But right as he was about to dig in, the door of the classroom was blown off its hinges with a loud bang, making other students cry out in panic. A blonde-haired boy stomped his way into the classroom with the sleeves of his shirt rolled up and tiny explosions cracking in his palms. "Uzumaki! Fight me!" he screamed in rage and, without even waiting for an answer, he jumped in the air and launched himself at the still seated at his desk Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto stood up and jumped back over 2 rows of desks, accurately landing with the tip of his toes on the windowsill. Looking at his ruined and burning desk, he glared at the culprit. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he asked angrily. However, in Bakugo's eyes, it sounded way different. The fact that the fox boy had apparently had the leisure to not only dodge his charge but also grab his lunchbox and chopsticks from the table was like pouring gasoline on a fire. "You dare to mock me? D." Bakugo screamed enraged and lunged at Naruto full of bad intentions. But Naruto let himself fall on his back, easily slipping through the open window and falling to the ground from the 2nd floor. His classmates cried out in shock at what he did and even Bakugo stopped in his tracks in disbelief. But when he looked through the window and saw Naruto standing on the ground completely unharmed and even grabbing a meatball from his lunchbox with his chopsticks, Bakugo saw white in front of his eyes. He was so angry that he couldn't even form coherent sentences. "Why, you bastard? I'll dash." In the end, he just gave up on speaking and jumped off through the window as well, his hands extended in front of him and booming with explosions. "All right, that's quite enough," Naruto said in annoyance. Right as Bakugo's palm was 30 centimeters away from his face, Naruto stepped to the side, grabbed one of the boy's forearms with his free hand, the other one was still holding his lunchbox, and tripped him with his left foot. The boy had too much momentum to stop himself in time and he crashed face-first into the asphalt. A scream of rage came from Bakugo as he pushed with his hands against the ground to lift himself up, but Naruto suddenly appeared on top of him and pressed a knee on his back, flattening him against the ground. Naruto did not press hard enough to cause him pain, but his weight made the boy struggle like a madman, unable to breathe. "Let go of me, furry shithead. I'll smash your face when I get up, you hear me? I'll kill you. I don't know what's your problem, but you should calm the fuck down," Naruto said in annoyance and lightly slammed himself with his butt on Bakugo's back, knocking the wind out of him. Then, still using Bakugo's body as if it was a chair, he started eating from his lunchbox amidst the boy's howls and threats of bodily harm. "My mom put in her effort and love to make me this lunchbox. What if you spoiled it?" Naruto scolded him as he munched on some rice. "You should never waste food. Other people dash. I've had enough of you." Bakugo suddenly screamed, and it was only thanks to his sharp, animalistic instincts that Naruto jumped away in time, evading the explosion by the skin of his teeth. Looking at the boy's twisted from rage face and the explosions cracking around him, Naruto could not help thinking, this guy wants to become a hero? At that moment, Bakugo looked no different than a villain. Crouching down and grabbing a small pebble from the ground, Naruto said, "That explosion could have seriously injured me." His voice was no longer as easygoing as before. "That was the point, you smug bastard," Bakugo hollered, explosions blowing even louder from his palms. "When I'm done with you, you'll be dash." The sound of an extremely fast object tearing through the air was heard and Bakugo's words died in his throat as he unexpectedly collapsed, his eyes rolled into the back of his head. He was unconscious. On his forehead, a glaring red bruise the size of a 500 yen coin appeared. Naruto had thrown the pebble that he had picked up from the ground with such speed, strength, and accuracy that Bakugo had been effectively sniped before he even had the time to react. Still got it, Naruto said, rather pleased with himself. Throwing projectiles, be they kunai or senbons, had been the bread and butter of any shinobi in his past life. I can't throw it as fast as in my past life, he thought a bit disappointed. Some shinobi could throw projectiles with such speed that they were not too different from the speed of bullets of a handgun in this world. But it's still good enough to deal with this idiot. As annoyed as he was with Bakugo for attacking him out of nowhere, Naruto did not want to seriously injure him. Knocking him out was the fastest and least painful method to deal with him. He'll probably have a concussion from that. But he'll recover in no time. Oh my god, you were so freaking awesome, so freaking cool. Midoriya Izuku had stars in his eyes. He had entered into a trance, he was in full fanboy mode. Naruto's victory over Katsuki Bakugo was like out of a movie. The green-haired boy was not the only one. Most of the boys and the girls that had witnessed the scene were losing their minds at that moment. Holy shit, did you see that? My god, I got it on camera. I got it on camera. With so many witnesses vouching for him that Bakugo had attacked him unprovoked, Naruto himself still had no idea why the boy had suddenly picked a fight with him. He had not gotten into trouble with the principal. In the first place, Bakugo was infamous in the school, this not being the first time he had blown up school furniture with his quirk, nor was it the first time he picked up a fight with someone, not by far. Dude, I wish I was there to see it. Ah. I wish I was there to beat the crap out of that dumbass myself. Kiba yelled in annoyance the next day. Seriously, what the hell? I miss one day in 3 months of school and that's exactly when all the interesting shit happens. Naruto chuckled at Kiba's exuberance. Although he had regained the memories of his past life, he was still Naruto of this current life as well. He still got along well with the dog boy. Why did he try to jump you anyway? Beats me. I was just about to eat my lunch when he suddenly blew up the door of the classroom and lunged at me. I think I know why, Isuku said from the side and explained to them what he thought was the case. So he was jealous I can get into UA thanks to All Might's recommendation? He attacked me just because of that, Naruto said with a deadpan. It's just my take on it, I am not sure what exactly was the case. I think Kaken can't accept that someone else might be better than him, the green-haired boy said and rubbed the back of his head. Did he forget I beat the crap out of him only a few months ago? Kiba said and snorted. Well, you kinda jumped on him when he didn't expect it. It wasn't a fair fight Naruto began to say but Kiba cut him off. So? He did the same to you and still lost. And we both know I could kick your ass too. So that makes me 2 levels above him. Sure you can, Naruto said with a laugh, not taking him seriously. In the first place, he did not care about fighting Kiba. They were friends. By the way, Kiba, Izuku said, my homeroom teacher didn't say anything about you going to UA together with Kaken and Naruto. Are you really not going to the best hero school in the country? Kiba shrugged his shoulders uncaringly. I don't give a damn about all that hero crap. Once I'm done with school, I'll join the family business. At that, Izuku stopped asking questions altogether. The Inuzuka family was rather feared in their city, and for a good reason. Many unsavory rumors were circulating about them. Izuku preferred not to delve too deep into those waters. Eventually, it was time for them to part and go their separate ways. However, after Kiba left, Izuku continued to walk with Naruto despite that it would lead to a rather large detour on his way home. After a few minutes of making idle talk, Izuku said, You know, I've always wanted to become a hero. It's been my dream since forever. I have applied to go to UA too. But I wanted to ask you, do you think I can become a pro hero too despite not having a quirk? Naruto stopped walking and looked at Izuku who was similarly looking at him intently. The answer was clear in his mind, it wasn't possible. However, how to break it to his friend was another matter altogether. Imagine I'm a villain, Naruto suddenly said. What? Not giving him an answer, Naruto suddenly grabbed Izuku by his shirt and lifted him in the air as if he was weightless before pushing him rather roughly against the wall of a nearby building. Give me your money. Give me everything you have on you. Izuku was confused. Confused and scared, what had suddenly gotten into Naruto? Come on, fight back. Show me what you can do in this situation. Show me what a quirkless person is capable of. When he heard those words, Izuku finally understood what he meant. Taking the widening of the green-haired boy's eyes as a sign that he got his message across, Naruto let Izuku down and smoothened his stretched-out shirt. My quirk isn't even that strong, but you'd still be helpless to deal with me. If you can't deal with someone like me, how would you deal with someone like Bakugo that could probably get strong enough to blow up an entire neighborhood in a few years? What about someone that can move faster than a race car? Or someone like the No 3 hero who can fly? Isuku said, his voice trembling. But you beat Kaken. You beat him with just martial arts and by throwing a piece of rock at him. It was amazing. Could I not do the same too? Could you? Naruto asked back. Isuku became silent at that. He was a scrawny, skinny, and unathletic boy. He had never done any sports, nor had he ever gotten into a fight with someone. My mom used to be a judo instructor. She's a black belt. Because of her, I've trained since little in not only judo but in karate too, and I have recently even started learning mixed martial arts, Naruto said. It was not a lie and Isuku knew that. Before getting pregnant with Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina used to be a judo instructor at a dojo. She retired afterwards and, due to her husband's job being very lucrative, she and Minato decided that it was better for her to stay at home and take care of their baby instead of going back to work and hiring a nanny. That said, it was due to Kushina's martial arts pedigree and Naruto having too much energy for his own good that his parents introduced him to the world of martial arts at a young age. While Naruto had never cared about his studies, when it came to his training, he had always put in the required effort, and more. From the beginning, his goal had been to become a pro hero, as it was the dream of 99% of the children his age. Now that he had regained the memories of his previous life, it only further cemented that hard-working aspect of his personality. My quirk isn't all that amazing, but it's not bad either. Still, I've trained my ass off for years and I still continue to do so because becoming a pro hero is not an easy thing. So when I put in so much effort despite already having a quirk, what can you do to keep up with me? And not just me. Think about Bakugo, what can you do to keep up with him? Do you think you can beat him in a fight? Imagine you've become a pro hero and someone as strong as him, a villain, wants to kill people. What can you do to stop him? Isuku looked at the ground stubbornly even as tears started pooling in his eyes. All Might told me the same when I met him a few weeks ago. Even so Izuku stopped to wipe his tears with the sleeve of his shirt. I don't need to be the strongest. I just want to help people. I want people to feel safe when I'm around. I want to be like All Might. To say I am here, and immediately make everyone believe that everything is going to be alright. Naruto blew out a long sigh. It pained him to see Izuku cry like that, and it pained him even more when he thought about how impossible his dreams seemed to be. He did not know what to say for a while and nearly a minute of uncomfortable silence followed, the only sounds heard being Izuku's sobs and the car's engines passing by in the background. Reminds me of how I used to be in my previous life, Naruto thought. Nobody believed me when I said I would become greater than any of the Hokage and make everyone acknowledge me. But then, he shook his head. Still, in some regards, we couldn't be more different. I had the tools to become great. I was from the Uzumaki clan and I had Kurama too. Izuku has nothing. Thinking about his former lifelong companion, Naruto's tail sagged. He missed the grumpy old fox. They may have not been friends for a long time before they were both killed by Kaguya, but Naruto would never forget just how many times the bijou had saved his life. Naruto shook his head to clear up the depressing thoughts and turned his attention back to his friend. Yue's entrance exam is in 9 months. Have you prepared for it? He asked. His crying having ceased for the moment, Izuku answered while avoiding eye contact due to being ashamed at how he had cried in front of him. I think I'm almost ready for the written exams. What about the practical exams? There's going to be some fighting for sure. Izuku fiddled with his thumbs as he looked down again. Don't tell me you're relying on getting in through a fluke? The green-haired boy's silence was all the answer he needed. Naruto did not even try to hold back a loud groan. Not only that Izuku did not have a quirk, but he was weak even for a quirkless boy of his age. Yet he hadn't done anything to at least try to bridge the gap between him and the others. Man, you are hopeless, Naruto said and let out another sigh. But I'll help you. I won't let you struggle alone. Izuku looked up at him startled. You want to help me? We're friends, aren't we? Friends help each other in times of need, Naruto said. I'll take you with me when I train from now on. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we'll go to the gym. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, we'll go to the dojo and you'll learn from one of our sensei there. I will spar with you too after you learn the basics. Training every day? Naruto frowned a little at his reaction. Listen, Izuku. Becoming a hero without a quirk is unheard of. But I'll support you since you're my friend. But if you're not ready to put in 10 times more effort than everyone else, you might as well give up now. You're wasting your time and maybe even ruining your future career options. If want to become a hero, that wishy-washy attitude won't work. You're either all in or you're out. Izuku showed a pondering look for a while, but then his eyes became resolute and his face brimmed with determination when he said, "I'll do it. I'll do everything you tell me. You won't hear even one word of complaint from me." Naruto patted his shoulder and smiled in encouragement. "I'll ask Mom to make a workout plan for you and a diet plan too. She knows about this stuff much more than I do. I'll give them to you on Monday, okay? So we start on Monday?" Izuku asked. "Yep. Enjoy your last 2 days of comfortable life to their fullest," Naruto said with a chuckle and waved his hand in goodbye. "Alright, see you, man, have a nice weekend." Chapter 4, UA Entrance Exam. Four kunai split the air at a speed that made them barely visible to the naked eye before hitting 4 different targets that had been placed randomly in the backyard of his house. Then again. And again. Eventually, Naruto ran out of kunai and went to collect them before starting to practice his aim again. But this time, he threw them while he was running and jumping. Miraculously, every single one of those kunai hit its target perfectly. Several months passed since Naruto had regained the memory of his past life, and ever since that day, he had been doing nothing but going to school, spending time with his parents, and training. He was training to the point of exhaustion every day except for Sundays that were dedicated to resting and recovering. "My quirk is not bad, but it has its limitations. I have to maximize what I can do with it." While he had a wealth of experience with fighting, throwing weapons, and even with a bow staff due to his memories, they were mostly theoretical. That's why, nowadays he was training his body until wielding those weapons became second nature to him, to ingrain it in his muscle memory. Training at the dojo is kinda useless these days. I can't wait until I go to UA. His expertise in taijutsu and the superhuman physical capabilities granted to him by his quirk made sparring with other people unsatisfactory. He was too good and too powerful. He did not gain anything from sparring with average people. He needed to fight against similarly skilled and physically strong people. That's why he was super hyped about UA High. The idea of an institution that would focus on developing his quirk and offering him worthy opponents to train with was very appealing. After placing 2 extra targets in the courtyard, he grabbed 3 kunai with each hand, a total of 6, and threw them. Damn. I missed one. Despite the incredible feat of hitting 5 out of the 6 targets located in different locations by throwing 6 kunai at the same time, he was still dissatisfied with himself. But he did not dwell on it. Picking up another 6 kunai, he threw them once more. Hard work had never betrayed him. Immersed in his training, time flew by without his notice. He was shaken awake from his single-minded training by the voice of his mother. "Naruto-chan, dinner is ready. Your father has arrived from work too. Let's eat together." If it had been him from before regaining his memories, he would have gotten annoyed at his mom addressing him that way. But now, he showed a large smile as he said, "Sure, just let me pick up my kunai. Give me 2 minutes." "Be careful with those knives, Naruto, you could get seriously hurt," Kushina said, frowning her brows in worry when he saw the band-aids wrapped around his fingers. "Yes, I will be careful. Don't worry, I won't hurt myself," Naruto said. "Your words would be a lot more convincing if your hands weren't full of bandages." Despite that his mother was in the midst of scolding him, his heart was full of warmth. Naruto had never had someone worry about his well-being in his past life. Not for small stuff like that. "I didn't cut myself. Look," he said, and put down his knife and his fork and peeled off one of the band-aids wrapped around his index finger, revealing an angry red, almost raw-looking line. It looked as if it was caused by something very thin and sharp, something that had dug into the skin of his fingers. "It's from a wire," Naruto explained. "I've been thinking about ways to trap someone using my knives and wire. But my hands are too soft. I need some time before my skin thickens and I get calluses. I also need to find some wire that's more durable than fishing lines," he said, muttering the last sentence more for himself rather than for them. His father listened to their talk very interested. "Where did you get those knives, by the way?" Minato asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he replied, "I used my allowance. I asked Mom to give me all the money you would normally give me in a month at once." His father put his knife and fork down and looked at Naruto seriously as he said, "That money was for you to have fun. If you need things for training, just talk to us. We'll support you as much as we can, Naruto." Before regaining his memories, Naruto used to spend his allowance by going to arcade games together with Inuzuka Kiba and, sometimes, with Izuku Midoriya too. But he had stopped doing that altogether after the Sludge Villain's attack. Nowadays, he used all that money his parents gave him on buying kunai, strong fishing lines and, as of late, he had started saving up money to buy smoke bombs. "Where did you get all these ideas about using weapons, anyway?" Minato asked curiously. "I've been thinking about it for some time, especially after that guy, Bakugo, attacked me at school," Naruto said. "Oh, the kid with the exploding quirk?" Minato said in recognition. Aside from the memories of his past life, Naruto shared everything with his parents. He held no secrets, especially not from his mom. Yep, that one. His quirk is honestly amazing. If he gets into UA and stops being a jerk language, Naruto. Kushina chided him lightly. I could totally see him becoming one of the top heroes in the future. Anyway, I beat him easily because I know how to fight. But if I don't keep on improving, in a few years, I won't be his match. I have to work hard to stay one step ahead of everyone. Although months had passed since his parents noticed for the first time the drastic changes in their son, there were still moments when Naruto surprised them with his maturity. So I've been thinking of ways to close the gap between me and other people that have stronger quirks, ways to take full advantage of my quirk's superhuman strength, agility, and dexterity. I got this idea from the stories about ninjas from the Middle Ages. Minato, you should see how good he is with his throwing knives. Kushina gushed, suddenly going from being worried about Naruto getting hurt in training to speaking in excitement about his skill with the knives. As a martial arts practitioner herself, she could appreciate the amount of effort and dedication Naruto was putting into his training. I'm serious. He can throw 6 knives at once and hit 6 different targets every time. It's incredible. She's exaggerating, I'm not hitting all of them every time. Naruto mumbled, slightly embarrassed at her praise. Finishing eating, Minato grabbed his plates and stood up. After putting them into the sink, he came back to the table and said, I'm proud of how hardworking you are even after knowing that you've already been accepted into UA High. Keep at it, Naruto. Your mom and I will support you to the best of our ability. Make a list with the tools and the equipment you need and give it to me tomorrow, okay? Your dad has quite a good job so you don't have to worry about the expenses as long as you don't want some crazy stuff, the blond man said and put a hand on his son's head, rubbing it softly. Maybe it was a side effect of having a Fox Quirk, or maybe it was simply because he was starved for his parents' affection, or maybe because of both. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned into the head pat, a quiet purring sound coming from his throat as his father gently scratched the top of his head, between his fluffy fox ears. Kushina giggled at the scene and grinned widely. Although she wanted Naruto to never go through a similar incident again, she could not help thinking deep within her heart that maybe the Sludge Villain's attack had been a blessing in disguise for their family. Before that, Naruto had been a rebellious teenager, disrespectful towards both her and his father, and he was rarely at home at all during the day, spending his time either at the dojo on the days when he trained or haunting the neighborhood with his friends in the days when he did not get to the dojo. Naruto showing his affection towards them so openly had not happened in years. Unknowingly, Kushina's eyes watered and Naruto just happened to look at her at that moment. Are you okay, Mom? He asked in worry when he saw her on the verge of crying. She stood up from her chair, came behind him and wrapped her arms around him. I'm more than okay. I'm just so happy. Not one to be left out, Minato also joined his wife and son in a family hug. The sweeter his time with his parents was, the more restless he was becoming. The happier he was, the more worried he became, and, the more his love for his parents grew, the more his urgency to become stronger was growing as well. Those contrasting feelings made him roll in his bed listlessly for hours that night. One moment his heart was flooded with happiness at the thought of how much his parents cared for him and loved him, and, in the next moment, he would curl into a ball and clench his fists in worry due to knowing that he was not strong enough yet to protect them should a powerful villain attack them. Eventually, he stood up from his bed and, putting on a pair of sneakers, Naruto opened the window of his bedroom before jumping out. Despite falling from a height of over 5 meters, he did not make even the slightest sound when he landed on the ground. Next, he broke into a mad dash, his body appearing as little more than a phantom in the darkness of the night. He jumped on top of the 2 meters tall concrete fence of his courtyard effortlessly, and from there, he launched himself on the rooftop of one of the neighboring houses, once again not causing even the slightest tremor or noise when he landed. He started shinobi jumping from one rooftop to another with such grace and confidence that it would leave parkour enthusiasts breathless from awe. The closer he got to the center of the city, the higher the buildings were becoming, and Naruto was forced to start climbing up the walls. However, while he did not have chakra and he could not use the tree-walking technique of his past life, the superhuman agility and dexterity he possessed thanks to his Fox Quirk made him look as if he was defying gravity while he was running straight up the wall and jumping up using the tiniest footholds he could find. Furthermore, that big and fluffy fox tail at his back that he was usually annoyed with due to how much time it took him to wash it when he took baths was actually proving its use at this moment, giving him an increased degree of control of his body while he was in the air, allowing him to even change the direction of his jump or the speed of his landing. Several months later, a wide and tall amphitheater-style room was filled to the brim with children in their mid-teens. At the front of the room, a screen as wide and tall as the room was playing various images, assisting the man standing on the stage in explaining to everyone the contents of the exam ahead. That's right, it was the Hero Course Orientation exam. As it says in the application requirements, you will be conducting mock urban battles after this. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay? Standing in front of the enormous gates of the city-like battle center, Isuku Midoriya gripped tightly a 2 meters long metal staff in his hands. It's time. I will show everyone that even a quirkless person like me can do it. I'll give everything I got from my training at the dojo over the past 9 months. I won't disappoint Naruto, I will show him that he didn't waste his time and effort helping me train. I won't disappoint the expectations of my sensei either. I will become the hero I've always dreamt of being. While Naruto did not personally train Isuku on a daily basis, they did spar at least once a week, especially after 3 months into Izuku's training, when the green-haired boy had gotten the basic movements and training mentality down. He still remembered vividly Naruto's advice. You're short and you're physically weak. Even if you went to the gym for years, it would still not be enough to keep up with those people that have quirks that give them superhuman strength. So you have to keep that in mind, man. You need to know your limits and where you stand. That's why I think it would be great for you to learn how to use a weapon first instead of hand-to-hand fighting. I recommend you use a bow staff. I'm using one myself too. As a typical nerdy boy, his first thought was katana. But once he got home and started thinking in more depth about his choice of weapon, after weighing in the pros and cons of several different weapons, the Izuku decided on learning how to use a bow staff too. For a complete noob like him, swords were actually not that great, especially not katanas. In contrast, using a staff made up for what he was missing, a staff would grant him a reach advantage over his opponents and it would let him generate significant power with his strikes. After 9 months of arduous training, Isuku had grown a few inches taller, his body had gained quite a bit of muscle and, most importantly, he had way much more self-confidence than before. A sudden yell startled all the boys and the girls who had been staring open-mouthed at the city-like battle center through its wide-open gates. What's wrong? There are no real countdowns in real fights. Run. Run. The die had been cast, you know. As one, the group of children broke into a mad dash and spread through the city. Izuku was among them too. Only a few moments later, a 2 or 3 meters tall robot standing on a one-wheel foot made a turn and lunged at him. It was the type that was worth 1 point. I'll kill you, came the robotic voice, but Isuku did not even flinch. Thanks to the hundreds of hours spent training with his bow staff and sparring against Naruto and his sensei at the dojo, Izuku had gotten used to being in a fight. Just as the robot swung its right arm at him in a wild cross, Isuku ducked under the swing and clenching his hands on the end of his bow staff with as much strength as he could, he swung at the robot himself too. The other end of the staff smashed into the shoulder of the robot with a loud sound of metal colliding, making its body shake and momentarily disturbing its balance. The robot only had 1 foot. But the result was far from what Isuku had expected. Against a regular human, that staff strike would have smashed their shoulder to bits or, at the very least, dislocated it. Against this robot, however, it proved to be useless. Not only that the robot had not been harmed in the least, but the rebound force also traveled back through the staff and Izuku's hands became numb from pain, almost losing their grip on his weapon. It was then that the reality of the situation finally dawned on Isuku for the first time, just how big was his disadvantage due to being quirkless. He finally understood that All Might did not just bash his dream of becoming a hero for no reason. The gap in power between quirkless people and those with strong quirks was as large as the distance between heaven and earth. Despite that his eyes started swimming with tears of frustration, Isuku gritted his teeth stubbornly. Even so, I won't give up. I just have to work harder. I will train harder. 1 step at a time. And the first step now is beating this robot in front of me. His mind regained its calm and he jumped back a few steps, putting some distance between him and the robot. But the robot's AI did not seem to be very high as it just charged back at the boy in front of him like a bulldozer, doing the same type of attack, swinging its punch again, only that it was the other arm this time. Your body may be too sturdy and strong for me to damage it. But what about that camera on your head? Izuku thought, and, once he evaded the robot's wild punch again, he swung his staff from his back, overhead, and let out a cry as he smashed it against the robot's head with all of his strength. The end of the metallic staff just happened to hit the red lens on the robot's face that served as its eye, breaking it into smithereens. Unable to see anything anymore, the robot started flailing its arms aimlessly before eventually losing its equilibrium when it bumped into a light pole and fell down. 1 point. Isuku said and let out a scream of triumph. I can do it. Even without a quirk, I can do it. That small victory lit a flame in his heart and his confidence soared. Nevertheless, the mock battle exam lasted only 10 minutes. By the time the exam ended, reality hit Isuku like a train. Only 3 points. He had only managed to defeat 3 robots that were worth 1 point each. Try as he might, he could not stop the tears that suddenly flooded his eyes. He was not dumb, he did not need to wait for a week or two until he received the official results to know that he did not make it. He had heard other students talk about getting at least 10 points while there were some with particularly strong quirks that had gotten even over 50 points. Izuku's prediction turned out to be true several days later when a letter arrived at his residence. He had failed. Attached to the letter was also a file that showed the rankings of the entrance exam participants. While he had done well in the written exam, his practical exam had one of the lowest scores among all. He had failed to join the hero course of the UA High. In spite of his feelings of despair and depression, Isuku grabbed his phone and, upon scrolling through his contacts list, he tapped on Naruto's name, initiating a voice call. Even if he had not passed the exam, Naruto had devoted so much of his time and effort to training him. He had to at least tell him the results of his exam. He owed Naruto that much. "Hey, Isuku. What's up?" The moment he heard Naruto's cheerful voice, the tears and the sadness that he had been holding in burst out all at once. Breaking into loud sobs, Isuku cried out. "I failed. I'm sorry, Naruto, you spent so much time and effort to help me but I still failed. I'm so sorry." Outside of his door, Izuku's mother was crying her eyes out too, her heart breaking at the pain she heard in her son's voice. Chapter 5, Combat Training. Due to his mother fussing around him that morning, Naruto was running late on his first day at UA High. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to feel annoyed. In spite of being in a rush, he still gave his mom a hug and bumped fists with his father before finally leaving. Seeing as it was daytime, he could not just willy-nilly start shinobi jumping on the rooftops. It was against the law for people to use their quirks in public. Even if his quirk was mutant type, if the patrolling heroes or police officers saw him doing something as crazy and dangerous as that, he would undoubtedly be stopped, which in turn would make him get to school even later. Luckily, he managed to arrive before the bell rang for the start of the first period. What a big-ass door, he thought when he saw the door of his classroom. With a height of over 3 meters and a width of over 2 meters, the classroom's door looked as if it had been designed with the purpose of allowing people of all sizes to enter it unhindered, being considerate of those who had gigantic physiques due to their quirks. "Don't put your feet on the desk," he heard a voice coming from beyond the door, covering all the other noises in the classroom. "Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk?" "Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character?" Another voice replied rudely, one that was unmistakably familiar in his ears. It was Bakugo Katsuki's voice. With a sigh of annoyance at the thought of having ended up in the same classroom as that guy, Naruto no longer waited outside, his curiosity to see how their conversation would develop having died down. In his eyes, Bakugo was like an evil mixture between Kiba and Sasuke Uchiha of his previous life, taking on the worst character traits of those two. Kiba's aggressiveness and bullying habits together with Sasuke's arrogance and pride. It's like a salad of cancer and AIDS. How is this guy in a hero school again? Deciding to stop thinking about him, he pushed open the door of the classroom. At that moment, all the chatter and even the verbal spat between Bakugo and the other guy instantly died down and 17 heads turned to look at him at the same time. "Yo!" Naruto said and raised a hand in greeting. 3 seconds of uncomfortable silence followed. But then, the class erupted into loud chatter and exclamations. A well-built and fit body, average height, sun-kissed blonde hair, a rather cute face with 3 pairs of whisker marks on his cheeks, adorable fluffy fox ears on his head and a bushy golden fox tail swaying slowly at his back. From the first moment he stepped in, Naruto became the focus of their attention. Seconds later, he found himself surrounded from all sides by nearly 10 teens, all of them talking to him excitedly at once. I can understand the girls' reaction, but what the heck is with the guys? Thanks to his current life, Naruto was not oblivious to how cute his Fox Quirk made him appear in the eyes of most girls, so he understood why the 3 girls, one with shoulder-length brown hair, one with pink hair and pink skin, and one with strange-looking ears, would be clamoring around him. But he could not understand why the boys were so hyped about talking to him. There were no less than 6 guys vying for his attention at that moment. "Hey, I'm Ijiro Kirishima. Nice to meet you, man," a red-haired boy said with a grin and raised his hand for a handshake. It was when the second boy introduced himself that Naruto finally understood the reason for his passionate reception. "I'm Kaminari." "Hey, is it true that All Might recommended you to UA?" Once the boy who introduced himself as Kaminari asked that question, chaos ensued. It was only the arrival of their homeroom teacher that put a stop to it. In spite of how gloomy and no-nonsense their homeroom teacher appeared to be, Naruto decided that he liked him the moment that he saw that he took the class outside, on the field, to do a quirk assessment test. This is perfect. That's what I'm here for, to learn more about my quirk, to train, to become stronger. Once he explained what the test was all about, the teacher called out Bakugo. Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? Yes. In junior high, what was your best result for softball throw? 67 meters, the boy replied. Then, try doing it with your quirk, the teacher said. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Give it all you got. The blonde took the ball from the teacher's hand and then went into the indicated circle. Letting out a scream, he threw it with everything he had. The ball shot in the air with an explosion as if it had been launched from the barrel of a cannon. When the results of Bakugo's throw came out, the class excitement grew. It was then that it finally sank in for them that, at this school, they were allowed to use their quirks all they wanted. But their homeroom teacher was just as quick to put a damper on their mood. It looks fun, huh? You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. This isn't a child's play. Find the upper limit of your quirks and then, overcome them. Go beyond. Plus Ultra? 1. Uzumaki Naruto. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Tenya Ida. Seeing Naruto ranking first on their teacher's hologram ranking list, his classmates involuntarily took a second look at him. As expected from someone recommended by All Might, was what most of them were thinking. He had taken the first or second place in most of the tests where someone's quirk did not offer them a landslide victory, for example, Ochiko Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk throwing the ball to infinity. Nevertheless, while the students were all thinking about their scores and what their ranking meant, the teacher's eyes were narrowed in thought. While everyone else believed that All Might recommended Naruto to UA due to his capabilities, the reality was a bit different. His control over his Fox Quirk is rather impressive for a novice. He moves like someone who has trained in martial arts as well, I can see that. However, I still don't see it. I can't imagine how someone with a Fox Quirk could have killed that Sludge Villain. That villain's sludge was almost like a counter to most of the quirks relying on dealing physical damage. All Might had not hidden his intentions from the principal of UA, and he had even brought Shota Aizawa into the secret too once he found out that he was going to be Naruto's homeroom teacher. It was so they could better keep an eye on the boy and study his character in detail. In spite of the boring English class at the beginning of the second day, the students regained their vitality and hype once the bell rang. The reason for that was simple: the number one hero, the strongest and most popular hero in the country, All Might himself was going to teach the next class. If hearing what was the focus of the class, combat training, was not enough to make them burst with excitement, All Might telling them that their hero costumes were ready had set everyone on fire. It was pandemonium. Naruto was swept off by everyone's enthusiasm too as he took a look at his hero costume. It was rather simple and it looked quite similar to what he used to wear in his previous life, a pair of black and orange pants and a jacket of similar colors that had a fierce nine-tailed fox painted on its back. 2 pouches filled with kunai were strapped at his thighs and a utility belt was wrapped around his waist, its numerous pockets carrying several smoke grenades, wire, and other miscellaneous ninja tools. Lastly, a white and orange ANBU-style fox mask was covering his face, a mask that had a respiratory system built in to protect him from harmful gases. The jacket with the nine-tailed fox painted on its back and the ANBU-style fox mask were a tribute to his former friend and lifelong companion, the nine-tailed demon fox. To show his respect for him, Naruto had even chosen his hero alias after Kyuubi's name, Kurama. Naruto's hero name was Kurama. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals, in this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. All Might began to say once everyone had put on their hero costumes. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. At his words, the class started throwing one question after another. In spite of his inexperience as a teacher, All Might patiently explained to them everything they needed to know and then made them draw lots to separate them into teams. Once the teams were made and lots were drawn, Naruto let out a groan. Oi, oi, is this for real? It was as if universe was conspiring against him by pitting him and Bakugo against each other. For their first class of combat training, their teacher, All Might, had come up with a simple scenario. One team would take on the role of villains while the other team would take on the role of heroes. The villains had to protect a dummy nuke and prevent the heroes from capturing it. As for the heroes, their purpose was to either defeat the villains or capture the nuke. In contrast to Naruto's annoyance, his opponent was literally exploding with anticipation. Finally, Bakugo screamed, flames and smoke coming out of his palms from excitement. "You won't be able to run this time, Uzumaki. I will pay you back tenfold for that humiliation half a year ago. I'll crush you, I'll break you, I'll blow you up to pieces, you damned bastard." According to the drawn lots, Uzumaki Naruto and Kyokujiro were going to be the villain team while Bakugo Katsuki and Mineta Minoru were going to act as the hero team. All Might declared the start of the battle exercise. "Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start." "This is gonna be so good," a blonde boy said in excitement, electricity sparking in his hands. "The number one in the practical exam versus the one who was recommended by All Might. This is bad, I'm shivering." Kaminari was not the only one super hyped about the fight. The rest of the boys and the girls were just as enthused. It gets even better when you know what happened a few months ago. It was all over social media. Uzumaki beat up Bakugo so one-sidedly without using his quirk. "I even downloaded that video on my phone, it was that crazy." Kaminari further hyped everyone up. As for All Might, he was just as interested in the matchup as everyone else there. Most people showed their true colors when they were in a tough battle. All Might wanted to see exactly just who was Uzumaki Naruto. Even after all this time, he had not forgotten his mistake, letting a criminal as powerful as the Sludge Villain escape and nearly kill a kid. But just like he had not forgotten his mistake, All Might could also not forget about the golden dome of light that had killed the Sludge Villain and destroyed 2 tall apartment buildings too. Was it another person back then? "I arrived there only a few seconds after the light faded away. I would have seen if there was another person. But if there was nobody else, that means that young Naruto had killed the villain. However, everyone has only quirk. Unless All for One was somehow involved with him." It was a bit of a stretch even in his mind, but All Might could not easily ignore the matter. All for One had been like a shadow over his life for decades. He had killed his master, and countless other innocent people, and he had destroyed his career as a hero too. I hope young Uzumaki has nothing to do with All for One. But even if he is somehow involved, I hope it is not too late. He is just a young boy. There is still time for him to change and turn his life around for the best. Bringing Naruto into UA High was a way for All Might to hit multiple birds with one stone. In a way, he was reimbursing Naruto for his mistake. He was keeping an eye on a potential asset of his archenemy, AFO, while also having the chance to properly teach and guide the young boy to become a hero, eliminating a potential hazard. He hoped that he would gain some insight into Naruto's true character after this battle. "Hey, I'm Naruto," he said, introducing himself to his teammate for the first time. Kyokujiro had been among the 3 girls and 6 boys that had crowded around him the day before when he had entered the classroom for the first time. Seeing Naruto's earnest smile and his outstretched hand, the girl smiled shyly, the earphone jacks of her ears curling up. Seemingly not noticing the girl's embarrassment, Naruto continued. 5 minutes isn't a long time, so we have to introduce ourselves fast. I have a Fox Quirk. I can do pretty much everything a fox can. I'm very good at close combat. My eyesight, sense of smell and hearing are great as well." Quickly getting over her shyness, Kyoka said. "My quirk is earphone jack, and the jack-like lobes of her ears raised in front of his face. If I plug these into the wall or into the ground, I can hear sounds from very far away distances. I can do something similar to echolocation dash." "Echo what?" Naruto asked in confusion. The girl touched the lobes of her ears as she explained to him. "I can amplify and release the sound of my heartbeats to detect people and things based on the vibration they will make at the contact with the sound waves." Naruto thought for a few seconds before saying, "That looks like a very useful quirk for spying and scouting. I can also amplify the sound of my heartbeats so loud that I can destroy even walls with the sound intensity. So I can attack too if it comes down to it," Kyoka continued, secretly pleased that Naruto was not underestimating her quirk. I see, Naruto nodded sagely. Then, he changed the subject abruptly. "Bakugo and I went to the same junior high. And he's bearing a grudge against me. Even if the bomb is in front of his eyes, he'll probably still go after me to prove he's stronger." "Yikes, why?" she asked. "I might or might have not kicked his butt badly a few months ago." The two of them started snickering together. "I say we take advantage of Bakugo's grudge on me and lead him away from the bomb. What do you think? Can deal with the other guy?" Sounds good to me. As for Mineta, his quirk isn't that strong in a fight. He can throw sticky balls from his hair. He shouldn't be a problem," the girl said. "All right then, let's do this," Naruto said with a grin and raised his fist in front of her. Understanding the gesture, Kyoga returned his grin as they bumped their fists together. According to the plan, Naruto quickly left the room and jumped down the stairs, completely skipping all the steps, straight to the ground floor. "I can hear them, they've entered through the door already," came Kyoka's voice from the communication device installed close to Naruto's ears. One of them, the shorter one, Mineta, went to the right corridor. Bakugo is walking straight ahead. Naruto's sensitive hearing had picked up the sounds of their footsteps too, but that was all. Kyoka's quirk was better in this regard as she was able to even detect their exact location just by sound. "Thank you, I'll get Bakugo. Contact me right away if you have troubles with the other guy." "Roger." Saying that, Naruto grabbed a kunai from one of the pouches strapped at his right thigh and, using his superhuman strength, he stabbed it into the wall around 30 centimeters above the floor. After that, it took less than 3 seconds for him to tie a very thin thread from the loop at the end of the weapon's handle. He repeated the same action on the other wall of the corridor he was in and slipped the wire through the loop of the second kunai's handle as well. His preparations done, he ran to meet Bakugo straight on, following Kyoka's instructions through their communication device. The very instant that Naruto entered his line of sight, it was as if someone pulled out the pin of a grenade. Hands raised in front of him, Bakugo screamed at the top of his lungs. "D!" A violent vortex of fire exploded forth, scorching the walls of the corridor black and incinerating everything in its path. The power of Bakugo's explosion quirk was a sight to behold. However, the target of his rage was nowhere to be found. It had escaped unscathed. "Uzumaki!" Bakugo roared, spittle flying out of his mouth. "Face me! Fight me! Don't run away, you cowardly bastard! Cry me a river!" Naruto singsang mockingly and laughed as he sprinted away, making sure to be one section of the maze-like corridor ahead of Bakugo at all times, not letting him take aim at him with his explosion quirk. The range of Bakugo's quirk granted him an overwhelming advantage in such a closed-off space. Naruto would have no space to dodge the explosions whatsoever if his explosion filled up the entire corridor. For now, his only choice was to avoid a frontal confrontation. Bakugo's quirk is so powerful, many of the students said in awe as they watched the scene of the explosion engulfing the entire corridor and destroying the video camera in the process as well. It was only when Fox Boy appeared on the recording of another camera that they breathed out a sigh of relief that he hadn't been grievously injured, or worse. It also made them realize the severity of the situation and how heavy was the responsibility on their shoulder whenever they used their powers. One wrong move or a bit of bad luck and they could kill someone by mistake if they did not hold back. "This is insane. Sensei, is Bakugo trying to kill him?" Kaminari complained. However, All Might did not reprimand him. "Here I am, worrying over young Uzumaki being a villain in the making, yet young Bakugo seems even more problematic than him." The number one hero zoned out as he started debating in his mind if he should temporarily stop the exercise and reinforce for everyone that they are not allowed to seriously harm their fellow classmates or if she should wait until the end of this current battle. He had thought that that was common sense for them to hold back against their fellow classmates. He had not expected Bakugo to unleash his quirk like that, with no regard for his opponent's safety or life. However, before he could come to a decision, he heard the rest of the class cry out in surprise and he returned his attention to the screen. Having completely lost all sense of control, Bakugo pointed his arms behind him and the explosion from his palms propelled him forward like a rocket. "I'll catch you, Uzumaki," he screamed in glee, greatly invigorated at the fact that he had almost caught up to Naruto, having managed to catch a glimpse of Naruto's fox tail just as he turned to the right, towards another corridor. "You're done for when I get my hands on you. Ha ha ha, wah." His laughter transformed into a cry of surprise after an almost invisible white thread had suddenly risen up from the floor and caught his feet. Unable to stop the momentum of his flight, the thread made him stumble and fall on his face. It was a testament to his incredible reflexes and quick reaction that Bakugo managed to bring a hand in front of him just in time to create an explosion. That explosion made his body flip in the air and he somehow regained his balance, eventually landing on the floor, on his feet. But just as he was celebrating his momentary success, a sudden shout reached his ears. "Lariat!" Naruto screamed and, having only just barely landed on the floor after his flip in midair, Bakugo was unable to react. The fox boy's arm slammed into Bakugo's throat and blasted him back as if he had been hit by a truck. It was the favorite taijutsu move of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee from Naruto's past life. Naruto's bursts of speed for short distances were so great due to his Fox Quirk superhuman agility that even Tenya Ida had not been able to beat him in the 50 meters dash test from the day before. Bakugo had never stood a chance the moment that he had been destabilized by the kunai thread simple trap. The force of the hit not only that it hurled Bakugo all the way to the back of the corridor, but it had also knocked him out cold too. Nevertheless, Naruto was not done with him. Grabbing 6 kunai from the 2 pouches strapped at his thighs, 3 in each one of his hands. He threw them with as much strength as he could. Outside the building, the rest of the class and even All Might cried out in shock at Naruto's actions. Had he gone mad? Was he actually trying to kill Bakugo? Only for them to be shocked one more when they saw the result of his actions. The 6 kunai blades accurately pinned Bakugo's body to the wall, stabbing through his clothes and into the concrete, but not harming him in the least. Holy shit! Did you see that? The boys and the girls were losing their minds at the godlike display of knife-throwing skills. All Might himself was gaping at the scene in disbelief too. What was that? For real, what was that? It's like out of a movie. Just how many years did he practice with throwing knives to get that insanely skilled with them? He had spent decades fighting crime and facing all kinds of superpowered individuals, yet it was the first time he had seen this kind of martial skill at someone, and it was a 15-year-old kid no less. Having finished off Bakugo, Naruto broke into a run back to the top floor where the dummy nuke that they were supposed to protect was located. Kyoka, I defeated Bakugo. What's the situation at you? Already? That was fast. Due to the deafening sounds made by Bakugo's explosions, Kyoka had stopped using her earphone jack quirk lest her ears started bleeding. Having gotten the figurative green light to use her quirk again, she inserted her ear jack back into the wall. Mineta is only 1 floor away. He should get here in less than a minute. Hold on, I'm on my way. Don't try to defeat him, we can't afford to make mistakes right now. Just keep him busy and don't let him touch the bomb, no matter what. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ending the conversation, Naruto started jumping entire flights of stairs at a time, resembling a rabbit much more than a fox at that moment. His efforts did not go to waste seeing as he arrived just in time to see the tiny boy open the door of the villain's room. But just as Mineta opened the door, an absurdly loud soundwave caught him fully and blasted him all across the corridor. However, Naruto did not get a chance to see the final outcome of that attack. Bright red blood burst from his fluffy fox ears as his eardrums were ruptured and he collapsed on the floor unconscious, his eyes rolled into the back of his head. To someone with a sense of hearing as sensitive as his, Kyoka's powerful sound attack had been deadly. Chapter 6, Beyond the Limits. By the time Naruto woke up, the sun was about to disappear beyond the horizon. It was evening. Letting out a yawn, he closed back his eyes and attempted to turn on the other side when a sharp voice of an old woman slammed into his eardrums. You've slept enough already. Get up, classes are over. It's time for you to go home. No, he moaned and covered his head with the pillow. Don't act like a baby now, you're going to be a pro hero, aren't you? All right, he said in annoyance and sat up. But when he saw 2 people waiting at his bedside, he blinked at them owlishly. What are you 2 doing here? Sitting on a stool next to his bed were a boy with curly green hair and a girl with short dark hair and something that looked like earphone jacks on the lobes of her ears. They were none other than Midoriya Izuku and Kyokajiro. Before Izuku could reply, the girl quickly stood up from her chair and bowed at an almost 90 degrees angle. I'm terribly sorry, I've never thought the attack would catch you too. I'm so sorry. Naruto quickly waved his hands in front of his face to dispel her worries when he heard her trembling voice. It looked as if the girl was on the verge of crying. Don't worry. I'm at fault too, I should have seen that coming. I should have built my suit with a countermeasure for it. But I forgot, haha, he said and rubbed the back of his head. Due to regaining the memories of his past life, Naruto could still vividly recall his first Chunin exams, specifically, his fight against Inuzuka Kiba. Back then, Kiba was a much better fighter than him. The genin Kiba was so fast and so strong that Naruto wasn't even allowed the 2 seconds needed to make the hand seals for casting a shadow clone technique. It looked like he was losing the fight and quite badly at that until he farted. And he farted just as Kiba came in his proximity. For the Inuzuka's enhanced sense of smell, it had been devastating. Kiba lost that fight because of a freaking fart. That said, Naruto had learned from that experience and designed his suit to prevent such a scenario from happening to him as well. His fox-like ANBU mask was equipped with a respiratory system that would protect him from harmful gases. But, in typical Naruto-ish fashion, he did not think everything through. He had forgotten about his enhanced sense of hearing. And he had paid for it. No, this is unacceptable, Kyoka said, shaking her head. I hurt my teammates. When we go out in the field, this could be fatal. He tried to pacify her but she was inconsolable. After apologizing for half a dozen times more, the girl bowed one more time and left. I heard you fought against Kaken again. Tell me more. Izuku asked while he and Naruto were going home together. Bakugo's quirk is really strong but he's so easy to rile up. I made him chase after me and lured him into a corridor where I had prepared a trap. Nothing amazing, just 2 kunai with a thread tied to the loops of their handles. When he flew in, I pulled on the thread and made him stumble. He didn't even have the chance to react before I knocked him out with a lariat, he said smugly. I can't wait to rub it in his face tomorrow. He's going to. What are you doing? Naruto suddenly stopped and asked. At some point during his tale, Isuku had taken out a notebook and started writing down his words. Well, you know. I often write down information about all the amazing heroes and strong quirks I see. Looking at what was written on the notebook's cover, Naruto did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're noting down the story of me beating Bakugo in your notebook for becoming a pro-hero? He cleared his throat and fanned his face with his right hand. He did love showing off in front of others, but Isuku fanboying over his fight against Bakugo embarrassed him. Sheesh, you're making me blush, man. And never mind my fight with Bakugo, tell me, how is the general education course treating you? Isuku shrugged his shoulders. I guess it's not bad. It's not any different than junior high. We only have normal classes. They became silent after that, walking shoulder to shoulder on the sidewalk, with Isuku looking at his feet and Naruto gawking aimlessly at the sky, his hands behind his head. I won't give up, Isuku said eventually. I understand now. After failing the practice exam, I see how big is the difference between me and those who have quirks. But I still won't give up. Not all villains have super powerful quirks. And I don't necessarily need to have a quirk to save someone's life. Before quirks appeared in the world, firemen and policemen were still saving people, without any superhuman powers. I can do it too. Then why not just apply for that? Why not become a policeman or a fireman? Naruto asked. It would be much easier. Policemen and firemen aren't as important as they used to be. Nowadays, heroes are the ones who usually get to the scene first. They're the ones who solve the situation. Policemen and firemen work mostly as the cleaning up crew after heroes, Isuku explained. When they were about to part ways, Naruto stopped and looked into Izuku's eyes. In spite of the boy's timid and shy disposition, he could see the fierce determination in his gaze, the stubbornness to never give up. It reminded him of himself when he was younger, in his previous life. There might be a way for you to shorten the gap between you and those with quirks, Naruto said. Izuku's eyes widened, but he kept silent, drinking every single word that came out of his mouth. Have you heard of hysterical strength? He asked. And no, what is that? It sounds bad, the green-haired boy said and gulped. Instead of continuing to walk, Naruto led Isuku to the side and they sat on the short garden fence in front of a nearby building. He frowned and thought for a few moments, trying to find the right words to explain to Isuku what he meant. You know that our body usually can't use 100% of its strength. We have some sort of limiters, we limit our strength to protect and preserve our bodies. But there are times when even regular people can do superhuman things. Have you ever heard of the woman who lifted a car weighing a few hundred kilos in her desperation to save her child? It's a classic example. At Izuku's wordless nod of affirmation, Naruto continued. You've probably heard many stories like that. Woman lifting a car to save her father that was trapped underneath, someone breaking through a concrete wall to save people from a collapsed building and so on. These aren't just stories, they are real. There are moments when even regular people can do incredible things. Naruto made a pause on purpose before saying, I could help you with that, train you until you can squeeze out every single bit of your power. But he said loudly when Izuku started to show signs of excitement, you gotta understand that our bodies have these limiters for a reason. If you make use of the hysterical strength too often, you will suffer. If you do it rarely, you'll only feel exhausted and probably tear your muscles. But if you abuse your hysterical strength you could end up disabled for life or, worse, dead. Midoriya gulped at Naruto's words, understanding the severity of the consequences. Now that you know the danger, do you wish to learn? Despite the risks, Izuku's answer was instantaneous. Yes. I can't say for sure that you'll be able to turn on your hysterical strength anytime you wanted. It's something that even I can't do easily despite that I've trained for months. But if I get you to experience it a few times, you will become more used to it. You'll have a bigger chance to surpass your limits in a crisis, Naruto explained. But you to promise me, Izuku. Promise me you won't use this skill easily. You are my friend. I don't want you to end up becoming a vegetable. This is only to be used in a matter of life and death, it's going to be your ace in the sleeve to turn a hopeless situation around. In spite of Izuku's promises, Naruto still felt uneasy about his decision to fully support him like that. On one hand, he wanted to trust in his friend and help him achieve his dream of becoming a pro-hero, that's what friends were for, to help and support each other. But, on the other hand, Naruto was no longer as naive as he had once been in his past life. Having the memories of 2 lives and witnessing the death of his old world had matured him beyond his physical age. He knew that there were limits to what one could achieve through hard work alone. What if he gets himself killed? Mercy is not in a villain's character. What if he meets a bloodthirsty villain with a powerful quirk? He cared about Isuku and he was worried about his future as a quirkless person. That's why Naruto decided to even go as far as to teach him something as dangerous as tapping into the potential of his body and surpassing his limits by activating his hysterical strength. The next day at school, Eraserhead discussed everyone's performance in the combat training class from the day before. Giving praise where it was deserved and admonishing someone when it was needed, Shota Aizawa was a strict but fair teacher. Eventually, he also addressed the elephant in the room, namely the team kill incident from the very first fight between Bakugo plus Mineta team versus Naruto plus Kyoka team. He started off with Kyoka. Using your quirk to locate the enemy was smart. But what you did later on, not so much. The girl looked down, unable to meet anyone's eyes at that moment. In spite of her looks and the seemingly flippant attitude that she had in her daily life, Kyoka was a conscientious and kind person. The fact that she had injured her own teammate, nobody was more upset about it than her. In the first place, the two of you were a bad matchup. It was unlucky for someone with your quirk to be paired up together with Uzumaki who has an enhanced sense of hearing. But that is a scenario that is quite likely to happen down the line if you become a pro hero. There will be times when you will have to team up with all kinds of heroes. You need to learn how to use your quirk responsibly in order to not become a liability for your team. Yes, sensei, Kyoka said. Bakugo, Aizawa suddenly said, making the boy in question look at him intently. Frankly speaking, in such a confined space, your quirk gave you the complete advantage against Uzumaki. Not only that you could engulf the entire corridor in an explosion to keep him at bay but, with his sensitive hearing, Uzumaki wouldn't be able to get close to you if you kept causing explosions due to their loud sounds. You should have just gone directly for the objective and let him come at you. But instead of taking the time to formulate a plan, you let your emotions cloud your judgment. I don't know what happened between the two of you before you came to UA, but I don't care either. Learn how to control your emotions. You're very talented, so don't act like a kid. I know, Bakugo replied grumpily, but his serious-looking face let Aizawa know that he took his words to the heart. As for you, Uzumaki, your planning and methods were flawless. You made use of your strengths and created a scenario where you could take advantage of them. But as smart as you were in that battle, what were you thinking when you designed your suit? If you knew your sense of hearing was so sensitive, why didn't you prepare a countermeasure for it? If I'm not mistaken, your mask has a respiratory system to protect you against harmful gases. Why didn't you get something similar for your ears? Naruto chuckled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head. Haha, I kinda forgot about it. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes at him. Make sure you go to the support department after classes and see what they can do for you. Yes, sensei, Naruto said and nodded obediently. He acknowledged his mistake. Also, the teacher began to say rather hesitantly, I suggest you stopped using those knives of yours. Before the fox boy had the chance to ask why, Aizawa continued. I could see from the videos that you are very skilled with your weapons. But accidents can happen. Imagine if those 6 knives that you threw did not meet their mark and instead wounded Bakugo fatally. As pro heroes, our job is not to kill the villains. We don't have the right to take anyone's lives. We are heroes, not vigilantes. Villains are to be arrested and handed over to the police. They will receive a fair trial and pay for their crimes according to the law. Do you understand? Naruto did not reply right away. I'm already at a disadvantage against guys like Bakugo and especially against someone like All Might or that giant Mount Lady. Even my hysterical strength won't do much against powerhouses like them. Not using blades puts me in an even worse position, he thought, bummed out. Naruto was not a bloodthirsty person. Even in his past life as a shinobi, he could count on the fingers of one hand the number of people that he had killed. He avoided killing if he could. But that did not mean that he was pulling his punches when the situation called for him to go all out. Besides, growing up in this world had made him understand that the values of the society he lived in currently were different from those of the Hidden Leaf Village. Eraserhead said, if you want to keep on using weapons, blunt weapons are preferred. They can pack a serious punch while keeping the injuries at a minimum. But you should avoid lethal weapons that could easily kill someone. Okay. I understand, Naruto said eventually. A few days later, hey, Naruto, we're going to karaoke after school. You want to come with us? A girl with pink hair, pink skin, and 2 horns on her head asked while motioning with her hand at her a group of teens waiting for her in the hallway. Sorry, Mina, I have to take care of something. The pink-haired girl pouted at his answer. Oh, come on. You're always busy after classes, let's go have some fun. Look, even someone like Bakugo is coming along. What's that supposed to mean, huh? The edgy blonde screamed. Do you want me to kick your ass? But the girl ignored his shouts. Bakugo's classmates had gotten used to his personality by now and tended to tune him out whenever his anger management issues flared up. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned apologetically. Sorry, maybe next time. It's really important, I can't put it off. Saying that, he grabbed his backpack and waved his hand in goodbye at the rest of his classmates. See you later, guys, have a nice weekend. As he went down the stairs, Naruto had a distracted look on his face. She likes me. He was not experienced when it came to interacting with the opposite sex, but due to his enhanced sense of smell, Naruto could roughly identify other people's emotions. He could smell people's fear, anger, sadness, happiness, hatred, or feelings of attraction. It was an underrated but very useful aspect of his quirk, one that he had not told anyone else about except for his parents. He let out a wry smile while thinking that, unlike how unpopular he had been at school in his previous life, in his current life, he had always been one of the more popular boys in his class, throughout all of his school years. I guess that not annoying the heck out of everyone made all the difference. These cute fox ears must have helped too. He absent-mindedly ran a hand through his hair and scratched his fox ears. They seemed even fluffier than usual due to a pair of fluffy white mufflers that had been stuffed inside. He was still not used to wearing them because he had gotten them only 2 days ago. They hindered his sense of balance sometimes, especially when he stood up quickly from a chair, but they did help a great deal in protecting him from loud sounds. He knew that it was only a matter of time before he became accustomed to them. Eventually, he reached the gates of UA. A rather well-built but still timid-looking boy was waiting for him, his face haggard from exhaustion. It was none other than Midoriya Isuku. "Yo," Naruto said and bumped fists with the boy. "Hey," Isuku greeted him, not even having the energy to smile. "What happened to you, man? You look like you got run over by a truck," Naruto said with a chuckle, looking at all the bruises on Izuku's face and the bandages wrapped around his neck and hands. "Fuck off," the boy said with a growl, looking as if he was barely stopping himself from attacking him. Naruto was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever heard Izuku swear. But then, he grinned ferally. A wooden bow staff made whooshing sounds as a green-haired boy used his entire strength to smash downwards. His opponent, also wielding a similar bow staff, easily parried the hit by holding his weapon horizontally above his head. In the next moment, a powerful kick in the gut sent the green-haired boy flying. "You telegraphed your attack and left yourself wide open," Naruto said, his voice serious. Lifting his staff above his head, Naruto slammed it at the boy that was coughing his stomach out, showing no mercy. Izuku barely managed to roll away, escaping by a breath. Seeing how the ground cracked from the hit, however, made the boy's heart start beating as if to jump out of his chest. Despite that he was out of breath and still coughing from the vicious kick in the stomach, Izuku forced himself to stand up on his feet and clenched his hands around his weapon. "I'm not done yet," Izuku shouted with as much conviction as he could and charged at Naruto with a scream. The blonde swatted his strike to the side with one end of his staff and immediately hit Izuku in the face with the staff's other end. He did not get up again this time around. Instead, his body started shaking and sobbing sounds came from him. "Are you serious?" "Crying," Naruto said in disbelief. He came at the boy and lifted him to stand on his feet, his hands clenched on the collar of his t-shirt. "Is that what you're going to do when a villain tries to kill you? You'll cry like a little girl? Do you think they'll feel pity for you and let you go?" He threw Izuku away and grabbed his bow staff from the place where he had discarded it before turning away to leave. "Useless, gutless, and lazy. You'll never amount to anything if you keep going like that. Pro-hero my ass. You'll always be a reject." "No, even below the rejects," Naruto said over his shoulder. It was completely out of character for the kind and cheerful fox boy to speak like that. Until then, he had always been supportive and helpful toward Izuku. The words he was saying right now sounded more like the words that Bakugo often spat at the green-haired boy. However, in his current state of mind, Izuku could not see the strangeness of the situation. Instead, those words, so similar to how Bakugo often bullied him, triggered his anger. "Shut up!" Izuku screamed. "Shut up! Shut up!" Naruto did not appear to be surprised in the least by his outburst. He scoffed at him. "I wasted nearly a year of my life training you. And for what? You failed the entrance exam. All you do is cry. Now you asked me to train you again. Once again you're crying." The more calm and derisive Naruto appeared to be, the more enraged Izuku was becoming. "You train me? Beating the crap out of me every day, you call this training? Fuck you and your training." For over a week now, ever since Izuku decided to go through Naruto's training to learn how to tap into the latent strength of his body, his hysterical strength, the blonde pushed him to the limits mercilessly. After making him run out of stamina and energy completely by running, they would fight. But calling that a fight was a stretch, it was a one-sided beatdown. After nearly 1 week of bitter suffering, he could no longer bear the exhaustion. He could not endure the pain coming from his bruised and battered body. He could no longer endure the verbal and physical abuse anymore. He was at his limit. Maybe if you actually learned what I taught you wouldn't get mauled like that every day. Is it my fault you can do anything? Naruto said indifferently. You know nothing. You know nothing about my struggles. You don't know how it feels to be quirkless. Shut up. Shut up, asshole. Izuku screamed and charged at Naruto madly. But Naruto easily parried his wild swing and countered with a right cross that made Izuku stumble back on wobbly feet. If Izuku had been in his right mind, he would have noticed that the Fox boy's punches were far less powerful than usual, that he was going easy on him. But he wasn't thinking straight. Emboldened by the fact that Naruto's punch did much less damage than he had expected, Izuku charged back at him again with a tackle, shooting down for a double leg. But Naruto met his tackle head-on, and before Izuku could wrap his arms around the back of his legs and take him down, the blonde's right knee smashed into his face. It was a method often used by strikers to defend against wrestlers. Izuku fell face-first on the ground, unable to muster even the slightest strength to get up anymore. I tried to help you, you know? He heard Naruto's voice coming from above. It sounded a bit muffled, but he could still understand the words perfectly. Quirkless as you are, I didn't want to let you jump headfirst into danger and get yourself killed. But you are helpless. You can't do anything. Just a pathetic crybaby. You'll die on your first patrol mission against some cannon fodder villain, bringing a bad name and shame to all heroes. If that's the case, I might as well do it myself. I'll send you away quickly and painlessly. Izuku felt the end of a wooden staff rolling his body until he was on his back, with eyes on the sky. What? You don't think I will kill you? Naruto asked. You think I don't have the guts? Saying that, the blonde pressed the end of his bow staff into the notch of Izuku's neck, that dip in someone's neck between the Adam's apple and the sternum. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief and he grabbed the end of the staff with both of his hands. Despair flooded him when he felt the stick going deeper into his throat, suffocating him. You wouldn't be the first I killed. How do you think that sludge villain that had attacked me died? Do you think some random vigilante just happened to pass by and saved me? Naruto let out a mocking laugh and started pressing the staff harder into the green-haired boy's neck. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Izuku screamed in his mind, tears falling from his bloodshot eyes uncontrollably. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Cracking noises suddenly came from the part of the stick where Izuku's hands were clenched around. As if I'd let you kill me? Izuku screamed and half of Naruto's staff was suddenly shattered into splinters. He rolled away from the end of the blonde staff and jumped up to his feet in an impressive display of agility and flexibility. Then, still screaming, he lunged at Naruto and punched him with his entire strength. But the blonde did not evade his punch and let Izuku hit him. Possessing a strength abnormal for a body like his, Izuku's punch sent a 70 kilograms heavy boy flying through the air nearly 2 meters before he collapsed. However, upon connecting with that powerful punch, it was as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes and Izuku finally regained his clarity of mind. He looked at the collapsed Naruto on the ground and then at his still clenched fist. His entire body started shaking and he started crying anew. This is dash. But these were no longer tears of despair or pain. They were tears of relief. I did it, he said through his sobs. His entire body was one big bruise and he had almost died only a few moments ago. At least he had truly believed that he was going to die. But in that moment, Izuku felt joy like no other time in his life. I did it, he said again, and let out a cry that sounded like a mixture between a sob and a cheer. Naruto stood up from the place where he crashed and knelt in front of Izuku. He wrapped Izuku in his arms in a brotherly hug and said, his voice filled with remorse. I'm sorry for what I did to you, Izuku. I'm so sorry. I tried for almost 1 week to push you beyond your limits, but it wasn't working. Making you believe you are in a life and death situation was the only method left. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any of the things I told you. Naruto's words made the floodgates open and Izuku started bawling his eyes out, hugging the blonde back for all he was worth. I know, don't apologize. It's my fault too, I'm sorry. Izuku cried. Having regained his wits, he understood what Naruto had done to him. There was no way that someone as kind and helpful as Naruto would suddenly change his character and speak such words to him, much less try to kill him. But he had needed to push Izuku to his limits, physically and mentally. He had brought him to the edge of despair and even made him think that he was going to die. As the shadow of death encroached on his soul, his exhausted body was suddenly energized. His fear of death and his desire to live made his survival instincts kick into overdrive. Having long since reached his limits, that burst of strength made him overcome them. Hysterical strength. A power beyond the limits of the human body. He had achieved it. All the beatings that he had taken until then had not been for naught. All his tears, sweat, blood, and effort had not been in vain. He had done it. As that feeling of relief washed over him, adrenaline quickly left his system and Izuku felt his eyes grow heavy. His body lost its strength completely and he closed his eyes, falling unconscious into Naruto's arms. Chapter 7, A New Target. I'm beat, he thought and let out a sigh as he slowly made his way out of the woods outside of Mizurufu City. Driving Isuku to the very limit had been taxing on himself as well. Rather than being physically exhausted, he was mentally exhausted. Treating his friend so badly and putting him through such punishment had made his stress level increase greatly. On his back, the bruised and battered Isuku was sleeping soundly, snoring and drooling on his shoulder. As for their backpacks, Naruto had tied them to his fluffy fox tail. But at least he did it. He was proud of Isuku. He was also amazed at the boy's tenacity and stubbornness. For someone who had grown up in a peaceful environment to have that kind of willpower, it was amazing, to say the least. That's because the average people in this world were different. Living in a time of peace, in a country where villains were mostly suppressed by the strength of the heroes and the existence of All Might, the average people were weak-willed, physically weak and mentally weak as well. They expected someone else to save them. His thoughts going back to Konoha, Naruto inadvertently started comparing his previous life with his current life on Earth. Back in the elemental nations, children were indoctrinated from a very frail age to believe that there was no greater honor than to protect their village. The so-called Will of Fire. For the sake of the village, even sacrificing one's family was noble and just. In times of war, it was normal to even send children as young as 10 on the front lines, serving as little more than cannon fodder against the enemy forces. That's how Uchiha Itachi ended up massacring his entire family for the sake of Konoha. That's also how my father had committed suicide for the sake of sealing Kurama into my body. That's how he had made me into a human sacrifice. It was all for the sake of the village. A shinobi endures. A shinobi sacrifices everything for the village. His train of thought stopped as he finally exited the woods and the night lights of the city appeared in the distance. You're sleeping without a care, aren't you? Naruto asked Izuku despite knowing that he couldn't hear him. It's okay. You deserve it. But, man, you sure gained a lot of weight over the past year. You got heavier than I am, did you bulk up that much? He knelt on the ground, on the side of the road and put the sleeping Izuku down for a moment to catch his breath. Shit, why am I so tired today? Raising his hands above his head, he stretched his back and let out a loud yawn, his sharper than average teeth glinting in the moonlight. Wiping his yawn tears away, he absent-mindedly scratched at his lower back for a while. But after that, he put the sleeping Isuku again on his back and started walking again towards the city. As weeks passed, the students of 1A class at UA had become increasingly familiar with each other. In everyone's minds, several labels were created about their classmates and, as Mineta Minoru would put it, a sort of social hierarchy appeared. There were the popular kids, the average ones, the perverts, the bully and so on. A label had been slapped on Naruto in his classmates' minds too. To put it simply, if students were given the freedom to choose their partner during All Might's combat training classes, most of them would be clamoring to get either Todoroki Shoto or Uzumaki Naruto on their team. Always cheerful and helpful, having a decent quirk, an incredible combat strength, and a mind that came up with all sorts of devious plans, it was not difficult to see why he had become so popular. However, all that was only during the class. Once classes ended, the fox boy never hung out with them. It was now the third week into their first high school year and Naruto had yet to form any close friendships with anyone in his class. Every time someone asked him to join them after class, he would say that he was busy and make himself scarce in a matter of seconds. I wonder what's Uzumaki's secret? Why is he avoiding us? Kirishima said as he watched the fox boy grab his backpack and wave his hand in goodbye at everyone before leaving. He's always turning down people asking him out and I've never seen him eat together with us in the cafeteria either. I mean, I wouldn't eat at the cafeteria either if I were in his place, Kaminari said. Have you seen the kind of lunchboxes he brings to school every day? Ever since Naruto had turned a new leaf, his mother had started pampering and spoiling him much more than before. Naruto wasn't avoiding anyone on purpose. There was just no point in him going to the cafeteria when his mom cooked for him and after class, he was busy with his training. He didn't have time to fool around with children. I bet he's seeing a girl, the tiny boy, Mineta Minoru said, his face green with envy. Ike men bastards like him always have the girls flock around them. He's probably seeing 3 girls at the same time and making them cook for him. He's surely dash. The boy's dark ramblings were suddenly stopped when Tenya Ida smacked him upside the head. Mineta-san. That was a very rude way to talk about your classmate. Regardless of the class rep's scolding, Mineta's words had already inflicted the maximum damage if the looks on the faces of the other students were anything to go by. Hey, who wants to see what Naruto is up to after class? Mina Ashido asked. I kinda want to know too, Kaminari said. Count me in. Mineta said. Mineta, Mina, and Kaminari weren't the only ones curious about Naruto's secret. 3 others decided to tag along: Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, and Kyoka. Coming out in the courtyard of the school, they saw Naruto waiting for someone at the gates. 2 minutes later, a green-haired 15-year-old boy with a strong-looking body but an innocent face came out of the school building and bumped fists with the Fox boy as a greeting. "Who's that guy? Do any of you know him?" Kaminari asked. "Keep it down, you idiot, or he's gonna hear us. Did you forget about his sense of hearing?" Kyoka jeered at him in a harsh whisper. "Figures you didn't forget about it," the blonde countered snidely, only to let out a yowl of pain when one of her earphone jacks stabbed him in the neck. Naruto turned his head towards the noise, only to see Kaminari rolling on the ground in pain comically and another 5 or 6 of his classmates glaring at him murderously. "See you tomorrow, guys," Naruto said out loud and waved his hand in goodbye before turning around and leaving with his friend. "What's with that?" Mina burst after Naruto left with Isuku through the gates. "Whenever we ask him to hang out with us after class, he always says he's busy." "That's what he's busy with? Who's that guy anyway?" "Arg. This is so annoying. I know everyone in Class 1B by name and appearance, but I haven't seen his friend until now." "He's not from the hero course," Yaoyorozu said. 30 minutes later, following Naruto and Isuku from a distance, the 6 UA students found themselves staring at a dingy-looking gym from across the street. "Now what? We can't just barge in, we'll blow our cover," Kyoka said. Hukaris. I say we just go home now," Mineta said and clicked his tongue. The tiny boy had been hoping that their little spying would uncover some dirty secret about Naruto and make his place in the social hierarchy of the class collapse. Seeing him doing something as mundane as going to the gym greatly disappointed him. But a boy next to him had a completely different opinion. Uzumaki was a gym rat? Awesome! Kirishima yelled and, before the other 5 could stop him, he broke into a run and barged into the gym. "Kirishima, wait!" Mina yelled in annoyance and ran after him too. The rest could only sigh helplessly and run after them inside. What kind of place is this?" Yaoyorozu said with a stutter. For a young lady that had lived in a select environment, the atmosphere in the gym left her momentarily intimidated. She wasn't the only one though. The 2 other girls, Mina and Jiro, and Mineta Minoru were scared too. The 4 teens unconsciously huddled together, no different than how herd animals reacted when surrounded by predators. Nearly 20 men of all ages and appearances were standing around an open space where they would take turns doing deadlifts. The whole gym reverberated with their screams of encouragement and their manly grunts of exertion as they gave it their all to surpass their limits. The group of teens arrived there just in time to see Naruto shoving his green-haired friend in the middle of the circle, in the open area. Wearing proper deadlifting equipment, special shoes, a weightlifting belt, and shin protectors, Midoriya Izuku rubbed his palms with some chalk powder while the rest of the guys in the circle around him were yelling at the top of their lungs. "Kill it, Midoriya. You can do it, boy. Fight. UAA." The bass-boosted music blasting in the background, the roars of the men filled with testosterone and the loud sounds of weights slamming on the floor made even Kaminari huddle up together with Mineta and the 3 girls. Out of the 6 students that followed Naruto after school, only Kirishima was having a good time. Scratch that, the red-haired boy looked positively electrified. He had joined the crowd of burly men around the ring and had started screaming together with them too. Finishing his preparations, Izuku stepped in front of the heavy barbell. Bending down, he stood still for a few moments to find a good position with his hands. Then, with a grunt of exertion, the muscles of his arms, back, and thighs bulged as he stood up. "Hold it! Hold it! 2 more seconds. Done. Good job, boy." Izuku threw his barbell to the ground and let out a scream of victory. At that moment, his usually timid and nerdy personality was nowhere to be seen. Adrenaline coursing through his veins, Izuku yelled. "One more time." When they saw him adding 2 more plates, 2.5 kilograms each, the men erupted into beast-like screams again. Many in the crowd could lift 5 or even 10 times heavier weights than what the quirkless boy could. However, over the past year, they noticed the nerdy boy's transformation, his consistency, and his hard work. Although quirkless and much weaker than the majority of them, Izuku had earned their respect with his hard work. Moreover, despite their intimidating looks, gym rats were some of the nicest people one could meet. Seeing a boy as honest and as diligent as Izuku, they wanted to cheer him on. "Good job, man, you broke your record, 155 kilograms?" Naruto congratulated Izuku once he came out from the deadlifting ring. "Haha, thanks. Izuku said and laughed with a foolish expression on his face. It was almost as if he was high. "Aight, my turn now," Naruto said with a grin. They high-fived each other before he stepped into the open area. Wearing black shorts, a bright orange wife-beater, a pair of orange sneakers on his feet, a special fitness mask that covered his nose and mouth, and having 2 fluffy fox ears on his head and a bushy golden fox tail at his back, Naruto's appearance was rather goofy. "Oi, is he serious?" Kirishima mumbled to himself when he saw that the fox boy continued to put plates on the barbell until it became 5 times heavier than his body weight. Standing at a height of 165 centimeters, Naruto weighed only 70 kilograms, bushy fox tail included. Compared to Isuku, who had bulked up and looked rather muscular after 1 year of intense training, Naruto looked the same as usual, fit and toned but not muscular, rather similar to how he used to look at that age in his previous life. Due to his Fox Quirk, his body was predisposed towards agility rather than brute strength. Still, the blonde had never given up on increasing his physical strength. After years of training his body, although his quirk gave him an overwhelming agility perk, his strength had increased steadily thanks to his hard work as well. Izuku watched in slight envy how the blonde deadlifted 350 kg without any evident signs of strain on his face. It was impossible for quirkless people to lift such weights at the age of 15. Putting the barbell down, Naruto momentarily let go of it and scratched at his lower back. "Did you get flies in your tail, Blondie?" someone asked, making everyone bark with laughter at his expense. "Shut up. You're just jelly, you don't get any girls with that bald head of yours," Naruto retorted, eliciting another round of laughter. Bantering like that was the norm among them. As a hardcore gym, it had a rather small number of members, so pretty much everyone knew everyone. Sharing a common interest and frequenting the same place for a long time would naturally lead to people becoming friends after a while. Putting 2 more plates of 20 kg each, this time Naruto cried out in exertion when he pulled the barbell up. However, he could not hold the deadlift for more than 2 seconds and dropped it on the floor with a loud bang. "What happened? Did you not eat today, boy?" one of the older men laughed teasingly. Tisk, you've been slacking off as of late, haven't you?" A mountain of a man with 4 arms as thick as Naruto's waist said. "Only 400 kilograms and you're grunting like you're about to die. I can do biceps curls with that weight." The first time that Izuku had witnessed a scene like that a year ago, he had thought in his mind, no way Naruto would fall for a cheap provocation like that. But the reality couldn't be any more different than his thoughts. The blonde's artery started pulsing in his neck and he growled at the 4-armed man that laughed at him. "Huh? I'm 70 freaking kilos and my tail is half of my weight, but I can lift 5 times my weight. 6 times my weight when I'm in shape. How much can you lift, 2 or 3 tons? But you're heavier than a hippo, you 4-armed fat ass. You can barely lift your own body weight." Izuku burst into laughter alongside everyone else. It was always a delight to watch Naruto getting riled up and arguing with his mates at the gym. The fox boy seemed to have a gift for making people open up, and his cheerful and fun personality always made for a good time. It also had to be said that Naruto was even more rambunctious than usual whenever he went to the gym. It was as if his brain turned off whenever he stepped into a room filled with weights. But then again, it wasn't that unusual. Men and boys, in general, were like that. Whenever they gathered in large groups, their collective IQ dropped by half. Leaving the deadlift ring for someone else to have their turn, Naruto came back to Izuku and plopped himself on the floor without a care. "Ah, today is not my day," he said with a groan and scratched his lower back furiously. "I've also had this itch on my spine for like a week, every time I strain myself." "Maybe you should get it checked out," Izuku said. "You can't mess around with back injuries." "But it doesn't hurt, there's no pain, just an itchy sensation," Naruto said and frowned at the mental struggle against giving in to the urge to rub his lower back again. "But I guess it wouldn't hurt to see Recovery Girl tomorrow at school. Anyway, you've been on a roll lately." Izuku clenched his fist, the muscles of his forearm bulging slightly. "Yeah. Even since you made me unlock my hysterical strength, I feel I'm getting stronger at a faster rate than before. I haven't managed to get into that state again, but I've gotten stronger overall. Still, it's nothing compared to you. When will I get strong enough to lift 350 to 400 kilos? He said and trailed off a bit bummed out. "You knew what you were getting into when you decided to become a pro hero without having a quirk," Naruto said. "If you have time to think about useless stuff and start doubting yourself, you might as well pick up some weights and get back at it. No pain no gain," he said and suddenly shouted at the end, startling Izuku. "You're such a dork," Izuku said with a laugh. Working out, getting stronger, and being always encouraged by Naruto had done wonders for his self-confidence. He still had a rather shy personality when interacting with strangers, but with Naruto, he had become comfortable enough to even exchange insults and banter. Still, in spite of his words, Izuku stood up, intent on actually listening to what Naruto told him. "He's right. I don't have the leisure to be lazying around and moaning about being weak and quirkless. I'll just have to work harder. He picked up some dumbbells and started his workout routine while Naruto went to the squat rack. Today was a leg day for the blonde. It was a few minutes later that the guys crowded around the deadlifting ring broke into a commotion. Holy shit. She's gotta have a strength-based quirk or something. Damn, that's one strong woman. Their remarks piqued Naruto's interest. Regular women disliked gyms and even fewer were interested in weightlifting. He had not seen a woman or a girl come to that gym in months. Furthermore, this wasn't exactly the kind of gym that even athletic girls would feel comfortable in. It was filled with burly and muscular men, it stank terribly of sweat, hence why he was always wearing a special gym mask, and the gym apparatus was rather old and rough-looking, but Naruto liked it better like that, a messy and stinky gym rather than some luxurious place where the average members would be teens and young people that come to flirt and take selfies to post on social media instead of working out. Standing up from the floor, he went to the deadlifting ring to see what was going on too. By the time he finally managed to shove his way until he got a first-row view, the woman in question was preparing to lift the barbell for a second time. Very little could be seen of her upper body due to the large and loose blue hoodie that covered her torso and her head and most of her face as well. But her yoga pants did little to hide her long but strong and muscular legs. "Goddamn," was the only thing he could say when he saw the dark-skinned woman lift the huge-looking barbell from the ground. It was heavier than a ton and it looked ridiculous compared to her size because she was even shorter than Naruto by a few centimeters. But when the woman finished her deadlift and went back to her workout, Naruto did not continue to ogle at her. He went back to his leg exercises as well, intent on killing his quads with the leg press machine. It was then that a red-haired boy came to him, his face flushed with excitement. "Kirishima? What are you doing here?" Naruto paused his exercise and asked in surprise, noticing him for the first time. "Dude, I didn't know you went to the gym. Why didn't you tell us? We could have worked out together every day. Also, this place is fucking awesome, man. I can't believe there are still gyms like this in the city." Moments later, the 5 other students came after Kirishima too. "Let me guess, y'all have been following me after classes ended." Bruh. His deadpan was so expressive that his classmates could not stop their embarrassment from showing on their faces. "You guys have that much free time on your hands? Don't you train your quirks in your free time? Your bodies? Or, I don't know, at least study or do your homework," he said. "You're not one to talk about us not doing our homework." Kyoka mumbled, her arms crossed in front of her chest. In all fairness, Naruto's grades were on the lower end in the class ranking when it came to regular classes like maths. He simply couldn't bring himself to care about stuff like that. He only put in enough effort to get passing grades and not make his parents worry about his schoolwork. Nothing beyond that. All his free time was dedicated to training. Half an hour later, Naruto, Isuku, and the 6 stalkers left the gym. After promising Kirishima that he would take him with them whenever they went to the gym from then on, everyone went their separate ways home, leaving Naruto and Isuku alone. But after a few minutes, the 2 boys had to separate as well. "I think we'll have to meet less often from now on," Naruto said. "Eh? Why?" Isuku asked, immediately becoming agitated. "There isn't much I can teach you anymore, to be honest. Now that you unlocked your hysterical strength, what you should focus on is getting stronger. Remember, hysterical strength isn't some miraculous power that comes out of nowhere. It's just the maximum strength of your body, so the stronger you get, the higher your hysterical strength will be too when you break your limits. But what about martial arts? Our bow staff training and our hand-to-hand combat? You can continue to do that at the dojo. Many people at the dojo are stronger than you, so it's not like you won't have sparring partners." Seeing Izuku's downcast expression, Naruto said, "Look man, don't think I'm giving up on you. But I believe that you need less martial arts training right now and more strength training. If I were you, I'd hit the gym for a while instead of going to the dojo. Besides, you don't need me to babysit you anymore. We can still spar once a week if you want, but from now on you will need to depend on yourself more." He made a small pause before he added, "I have to step up my own training too. There are some guys in class with really amazing quirks. Like Bakugo, like Endeavor's son, or like that girl you couldn't keep your eyes off her chest when we were at the gym. I have to get stronger much faster or I'll be left behind." Izuku's face instantly became beet red. What are you talking about?" Naruto snickered like a hyena. "Oh, you know, that girl with big breasts. A real set of badonkers. Packing some serious dash?" Shut up," he yelled amidst Naruto's laughter. He was mortified with embarrassment. "I'm going home." Wait, sheesh. I was joking. It wasn't funny," Izuku mumbled, his face still red. "I wasn't even looking at her, she wasn't the prettiest one." Realizing that he had thought out loud, he suddenly became as silent as a grave. "Ho ho," Naruto chuckled. I'm surprised you think she wasn't the prettiest. Yaoyorozu is the most popular girl among all freshmen, you know? Let me guess, you like the pink-haired girl more? It doesn't look like it. Oh wow, now you really took me by surprise. You think Kyoko was the prettiest? The girl with the long ears? Isuku shrugged his shoulders, trying to appear nonchalant, but his burning face and red ears did not help his case. Relax, man, I'm not making fun of you. Kyoko is pretty cute, I agree. Do you want me to introduce you to her? Isuku suddenly waved his hands in front of his face in alarm. No, he yelled, blushing anew. Why not? If you like a girl, why not let her know how you feel? Naruto had never been shy about telling someone what he felt about them. Quite the opposite, especially in his past life, he had been outspoken about his feelings to the point where he had been obnoxious. I just met her today, and I just thought she was pretty, that's all, he mumbled. That doesn't mean I want to start anything. Besides, I don't have time for girls and relationships. I have to train to catch up with everyone because I am quirkless. I need to study as well because if I want to transfer to the hero course, I need not only strength but good grades as well. I have to get a teacher's recommendation too, and I need to make a good impression at the upcoming fight competition. Besides that I get it. Naruto yelled to stop him from his crazed muttering. Even after all this time, Izuku had not changed that habit of his. Stopping fooling around, Naruto said seriously. Don't slack off, man. You need to remember that you're not the only one that works hard. People with decent quirks are working hard too, or even harder. You have to give 100% of yourself. No, 120% of yourself if you want to bridge the gap between you and the likes of Bakugo. He has always been your goal, hasn't he? Izuku nodded with conviction. I used to admire him, yes. But for a while now, my target has changed. It's not Kaken that I want to surpass anymore. My target is you, Naruto. Naruto did not laugh, nor did he scoff at the boy's words. Instead, he grinned at him confidently and raised his fist in front of him. I trust you. But don't think I'll be waiting for you to catch up. I will keep on moving ahead. Whether you catch up to me and surpass me or not, it all depends on your effort. Work hard, Izuku. The boys bumped their fists together and grinned at each other for a moment. Then, they went their separate ways. Chapter 8, Florida Smash. All 18 students of 1A class from UA's hero course were riding a bus, on their way to an off-campus training facility. For the first time since starting high school, the aspiring heroes would be taught how to rescue people from natural or man-made disasters. Filled with energy and oozing with pride about their quirks, they were in very high spirits. No one can beat me in the water, Tsuyu said and let out a frog croak at the end. My zero gravity is perfect for rescuing people trapped inside collapsed buildings. Achiko also said confidently and clenched her fists in expectation. One by one, they started bragging about the advantages that their quirks would give them in a rescue operation. But not all of them had advantageous quirks for rescue operations. Man, it must be nice having such useful quirks for rescue. This is the real duty of a hero, to rescue people. Kirishima said wistfully. But your quirk isn't that bad either, Mina tried to cheer him up. My hardening is better for fighting against others rather than rescuing. And even then, it's not that flashy. You have to think about your popularity as a hero too, you know? If we're talking about both strong and flashy, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo. Uzumaki's quirk is simple but he looks like he's going to be super popular as a pro hero too, Mina Ashido said and looked at a blonde boy that was sleeping in the back of the bus. Bakugo's always mad, so he doesn't look like he'll be popular, though, Tsuyu said and the blonde in question took less than a second to start screaming himself hoarse and threatened to kill everyone. The commotion caused by his bickering classmates also woke Naruto up. Maybe because of his ever-growing feeling of tiredness over the past week, or maybe because he was bored at the prospect of training for rescue operations, the fox boy had fallen asleep on the bus. Rubbing his eyes and letting out a yawn, he asked the classmate next to him. We there yet? The one in question, a plain-looking boy with short blonde hair and a strong-looking tail at his back answered. You woke up just in time. Sensei said we should arrive shortly. Naruto let out a yawn and raised his hands above his head to stretch. But, as his entire body tensed, he suddenly became aware of the fact that his tail was trapped in place, unable to move. Looking to his right, an invisible girl was hugging his fluffy fox tail with both arms and rubbing her face against it while letting out quiet mafu coos. What the heck are you doing? Naruto yelped and suddenly jumped up all the way to the front of the bus, defying the laws of gravity with his inhuman movement. Hagakure's face could not be seen but everyone could tell how distraught she was from the tragic cry she let out. No! My mafu. The hair on his forearms standing on ends and his fox tail looking like a chainsaw spoke volumes of what he was feeling at that moment. But that only endeared him even more with the girls. Mina Ashido and Achiko Uraraka, in particular, had hearts in their eyes. His panicked expression and his porcupine-like fox tail made him look adorable beyond belief. The combination of his father's handsome genes, his fox ears, his fox tail, and his reasonably fit body had created the heartthrob of most teenage girls. Luckily, their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, came to his rescue before he could be assaulted by the cuteness overload-affected girls. They had arrived at their destination. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, and so on. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters that heroes are likely to encounter in their line of work. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. As the astronaut-costumed hero excitedly presented the immense indoor training facility, Naruto involuntarily yawned. It was not that he disrespected the Hero 13 or those that aspired to become like her. It was only that it was not related to what he was going to specialize in once he graduated and became a pro hero. The current position of heroes in today's society was as such: whether they were just one person or 100 of them, every single hero had to belong to a hero agency, no exceptions. It could even be a one-man agency. All hero agencies were subordinated to the Hero Public Safety Commission, HPSC, which worked in a close relationship with the police force in order to coordinate their combined strength and fight against crime. Basically, pro-heroes was just another name for mercenaries. Heroes were paid by the HPSC based on the jobs that they took and their degree of involvement in accomplishing the task. Therefore, it was entirely up to pro-heroes what kind of jobs/contracts they took from the HPSC, depending on what they specialized in. For example, someone like Bakugo would rarely take rescue jobs. Those like him would favor arrests, raids, escort missions, etc. Naturally, pro-heroes could also earn money by doing other activities on the side, and that is where heroes' popularity came into play. The more popular a hero was, the more sought after would they be by companies to shoot commercials and promote various goods for them. But that was not the only thing. Pro-heroes could also sell merchandise with their names on them, figurines molded after themselves, posters, and so on. Some particularly good-looking and popular heroes were even given offers to become actors or fashion models. A successful pro-hero was the perfect combination between a showbiz celebrity and a special forces agent. That said, with his quirk, Naruto was not exactly suited for saving people from burning houses, shipwrecks, flooded cities, and so on. His quirk was more predisposed to combat, tracking down villains and capturing them. Today's practical training was not very useful or interesting for him. 13. Where is All Might? He was supposed to meet us here, Eraserhead asked, his visage as grumpy as always. Something urgent had intervened. He said he would not be able to attend the class any longer. Aizawa felt the corner of his right eye start twitching. He would have liked to say that he was surprised, but he couldn't. He had totally expected the All Might to ditch his teaching responsibilities on himself at one point or another. Oh well. Nothing we can do about it. Let's get things started, he said, trying to keep the annoyance in his voice to a minimum. While 13 started to advise the students about the dangers of using their quirks irresponsibly and their duty as heroes to protect the citizens, suddenly, the power in the entire dome-shaped building was cut. Then, a vortex of dark purple light appeared. 1 hour ago. Almost 1 month had passed since All Might had taken a teaching position at UA High and things were going relatively well for the number 1 hero. The key point being on relatively. He was still in the process of getting used to teaching students, but he did not dislike imparting his experience and knowledge to the next generation. Furthermore, it gave him a pretext, a way to hide the reason why he was unable to do as much hero work as before. In the present, due to his continuously deteriorating body and health, All Might could only do hero work for 3 hours a day. The main thing not going well in his life at the moment was the problem of finding a successor. I can't believe young Togata turned down one for all. He was starting to become antsy because his power was only growing weaker with every passing day and he had yet to find anyone in the hero course that fit his criteria even after several weeks. Many of them have what it takes to become a successful pro-hero. Strong quirks and marketable personalities. He thought absent-mindedly while his body moved on autopilot to stop a hit-and-run criminal from getting away with his stolen goods, but who among them has the selfless heart of a hero? The will to fight for the innocent and protect them even at the cost of their lives. But All Might also understood that he would probably need a long time to get to know personally all the students in the hero course at UA. There were nearly 100 of them. He had only been a teacher for 3 weeks. I've got to be more patient, All Might told himself. Nonetheless, even as he thought that, he could feel anxiety welling up inside him. It's my fault, really. I have waited for too long to search for a successor. I shouldn't have let it get to this point. But then, his mind went back to the third-year student, Mirko Togata. Despite his broken relationship with Sir Night-Eye, his former sidekick, he had never held any ill will towards him, and he had also known about his efforts of grooming Mirko into becoming his successor. What neither All Might nor Sir Night-Eye had predicted, however, was the degree of Mirko's selflessness and his desire to save people. "I am honored for you to offer me your quirk, All Might. I have always admired and respected you and your efforts. You are my role model," Mirko said, and smiled widely, a smile oh so similar to that of All Might himself. "But I'm afraid I can't accept your gift." "Why?" All Might asked, his disbelief making him stutter. Just what teenage boy in their right mind would turn down what was considered one of the if not the most powerful quirk in the world? If All Might was surprised by his earlier response, it was nothing compared to his feelings after hearing what Mirko said next. "Many thought of my quirk as useless at first. Even my father could not do anything with it. But I persevered, and I've become strong. Your quirk is already strong, giving it to me will make me become even stronger than now, that is certain." "Then why do you not want it?" All Might asked. Mirko smiled in return as he said, "Instead of having one very powerful hero, would it not be better to have two of them? Instead of making me stronger, would it not be better for there to be one more person, just as strong as I am? With two heroes as powerful as you are, would it not be easier to save everyone?" His conversation with Togata Mirko had been short but very impactful on All Might. The boy's resolve to help people and even his unshakable confidence that he would one day become just as strong as the #1 hero were inspiring. It looked like Mirko's hero name, Lemillion, speaking of his wish to save 1 million people, was not just empty talk. His desire to save people was so high that he even went as far as to turn down One for All, in hopes that that quirk will be used by another person so more people would be saved. I can't deny his words. Young Mirko is already formidable, and I have no doubt that, in time, he could become the #1 hero even without One for All. If I could find another vessel, it would be much better, indeed. In his rush to save as many people as possible and stop as many villains as he could, All Might happened to see the large clock tower of a church. "It's almost time, I should head to work now," he thought. With one powerful jump, he launched himself across an entire district, as if shot from the barrel of a cannon. But as he was flying over the city, a dangerous encounter caught his eye. "Listen up, heroes. Don't come after me any longer. If you do, I'm going to kill this family here," a pink-skinned hulking man, over 6 meters tall, said. He was so huge and muscular that he could hold 3 people hostage with one arm, using only the other one to fight against the heroes. The heroes in question, Kamui Woods and Mount Lady, were standing powerlessly in front of the villain, not knowing what to do. Kamui was all battered and barely standing on his feet, the villain's physical strength being too high for him to contend with. As for Mount Lady, she could not use gigantification out of fear that she would squash the innocent hostages to death too. It was this scene that Isuku had stumbled upon on his way to school. He was not the only bystander that had crowded in that place, many other people were gawking at the confrontation between the heroes and the villain, and many more were coming. They were all worrying their eyebrows and gnawing at their lips, stressed out for the family's safety, but none of them was thinking about trying to help. For a moment, Isuku was rooted in shock at the sight of the huge villain and the 3 hostages in its arm, 2 parents and a young girl. But then, his body moving on autopilot, he started running towards the villain headfirst, without thinking. He was just about to step out of the crowd and lunged at the villain into the open street when his best friend's words suddenly came to the front of his mind. "You've gotten buff, Jim has been doing good to you. You're much stronger now. But don't let it get to your head. No matter how strong you are and how much you train, you will never be stronger than someone born with a power-type quirk. Don't forget your limits. If you want to save people, you have to stay alive first. You can't save anyone if you get yourself killed. Don't die, Isuku." As he recalled those words, it was as if someone had poured a bucket of ice-cold water on his head. He stopped in his tracks as if he had been petrified. What can I do against this guy? What can I do when someone as strong as Mount Lady and Kamui Woods can't deal with him? When he asked himself that question, it became clear to him why everyone was just watching from the sidelines powerlessly instead of trying to help the heroes in some way. "Think, Isuku, think. Think, what can you do in this moment?" The boy spoke to himself, his palms starting to become sweaty from the stress and urgency of the situation. While he was racking his brains for a solution, yet another memory from his long training sessions with Naruto sprung at the front of his mind. "You'll probably meet many villains that are much stronger than you. But you can still turn the situation around sometimes if you play dirty. Don't hold back from anything, no matter how dirty or dishonest it looks. Throw pepper bombs at them, poke their eyes, kick them in the nuts dash." Back then, Isuku had laughed it off, not taking his words seriously. He had thought that the fox boy was joking around. But at this moment, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Suddenly, the situation didn't seem as hopeless as before. He stepped back from the first row of the bystanders and went into the back of the crowd. Then, he circled around the group of people until he got to the back of the huge villain. Nobody was paying attention to him because they were all preoccupied with the fate of the 3 hostages in the villain's grasp. Nobody batted an eye when Isuku put down his school backpack and untied the telescopic metal rod that had been strapped to the side of the bag. After he fully extended his metallic bow staff and made his way through the crowd spectating the incident, his arms, his legs, his entire body started to shake. Was it fear? Was it nervousness? Was it excitement? Isuku himself could not define his feelings at that moment. I can do it, he told himself, and his hands clenched harder on his staff. For the sake of making sure Isuku did not get himself killed, Naruto had beaten into him the mentality of always being aware of the difference between his strength and that of the enemy. Isuku knew that he was weaker, that even 10 of him would not be enough to defeat that mountain of a man in a fair fight. But his purpose was not to win a fight. His purpose was to save the lives of those 3 hostages. I don't need to defeat the villain. I don't need to play fair. If I can distract the villain for even one moment, it will be enough. The heroes will definitely take advantage of that opening. I will do it. I will save them. I can be a hero too. As he took the first step out of the crowd of bystanders, a rush of adrenaline flooded his system. Thoughts of his safety disappeared from his mind. Thoughts of the difference between his and the villain's strength were snuffed out too, as one simple desire burned brightly in his heart: to save the hostages' lives. With a burst of speed abnormal for a regular human, Isuku launched himself forth. Holding his staff from one end like a very big baseball bat, the green-haired boy swung his weapon with every bit of strength he possessed. Florida Smayas! Isuku roared as he smashed his staff right into the huge villain's nuts. In the next moment, all males present at the scene showed a terrible wince as the sound of eggs getting squashed had somehow been heard over all the background noises of the city. For a second there, Isuku thought that the villain had muscles even in his balls because he had not reacted in the least to the hit. But the heroes and the bystanders in front of the villain could see what happened. The villain's eyes rolled in the back of his head and, a second later, that mountain of a man fell forward, unconscious. Kamui Woods quickly used his quirk to wrestle the hostages free from the unconscious giant's arms lest they were crushed by the enormous weight of his body. A cloud of dust rose in the air as the villain collapsed face-first into the street, stiff, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Being hit in the balls by someone using their hysterical strength, the villain had never stood a chance. Chapter 9, Hysteria. Gather together and don't move. Aizawa suddenly shouted when a large portal was opened in the middle of the training facility and numerous quirk users started pouring out. 13. Protect the students. Is this like the entrance exam where the lesson has already started? Kirishima asked. The students were thinking that it was all part of the scenario that the teachers had prepared for the class. But Aizawa's shouts in the next moment made them understand what was the reality. Don't move. Those are villains. 13. I'm leaving them in your hands. Yes. As the astronaut-costumed hero gave her verbal acknowledgement, Aizawa put on his yellow goggles and started running down the flight of stairs. However, a human-shaped missile zoomed past him with such speed that Aizawa could not even see its shape properly. But it all became clear in the next moment when 2 of the villains were kicked in the face seemingly at the same time. It was a butterfly kick, a wushu technique. As people gained superhuman physical abilities, martial arts techniques that had previously been used just in movies and in exhibitions due to their lack of practicality in real fights have become much more viable nowadays. With his superhuman dexterity and physical strength, Naruto could pull it off effectively with no effort. The 2 villains had been knocked out cold. Uzumaki! Aizawa yelled. I told you to run away. What the hell are you doing here? But Naruto did not stop to listen to his lecture. There's no way you can beat them all alone. I'm here to help you. You can nag at me tomorrow, during the class, sensei, Naruto said leisurely as he sidestepped a hail of bullets coming from the turrets for Hare of a woman. We have more important things to do now. Then, a small indentation was left in the ground as the fox boy abruptly jumped. His burst of speed was so great that, to his opponents, it appeared as if he had teleported. A brutal lariat smashed into a 4-armed man's neck, almost taking his head off. He was not dead, but he was bound to be in a hospital for a long time. When another hail of bullets came from the group of attackers, Aizawa got the fright of his life because Naruto was in midair, and it looked like there was no way for him to dodge that. But the blonde's large fox tail twitched and his body unexpectedly changed its position in the air, successfully avoiding any damage. Uzumaki! Stay close. I'll support you from the back by erasing their quirks. Since he could not stop the boy from putting himself in danger, he would make the most out of it. "Hi!" Naruto replied in joy as he punched someone in the gut with so much strength that the guy collapsed on his knees, unable to breathe and foaming at the mouth. "But don't think you're off the hook," Aizawa said in annoyance as he erased a villain fire quirk and then used his scarf to pull one of the flying types down and kick him unconscious. "When everything is over, you're going to be in a world of hurt, you hear that?" "Hi, hi," Naruto sing-sang as he swept someone's legs from underneath with his fox tail and, before they could even fall to the floor, he also kicked them in the face, knocking them out. To say that Eraserhead was surprised by his efficient fighting style would be an understatement. While Uzumaki had always shown incredible battle awareness and combat strength at school, training and real battle were completely different. In a real battle, most people could not bring out even 80% of their strength. The way that the other students all tensed up and froze when he told them that villains were attacking had not escaped his notice. But the boy in front of him. It's almost as if he was born on the battlefield. Nevertheless, he did not think too hard about it at that moment. Instead, he focused on supporting him properly and keeping him as safe as possible. He erased the quirks of everyone who tried to attack Naruto from his blind spots and incapacitated those that got too close to him. The teacher and the student fell into a seamless pace, Naruto's excellent hand-to-hand combat prowess and Aizawa's support from the back synergizing perfectly. Nearly 24 villains were knocked unconscious, or worse, in less than 4 minutes. By the end of it, even Naruto was sweating from exertion, but he was grinning widely, filled with excitement. He had expected 3 or 4 very long hours of boring rescue training, but instead, he got to let loose and fight with his entire strength for the first time in his life on Earth. It was liberating. "Give me a break, is that really only a student?" They mowed down everyone in a matter of minutes, the white-haired man with his face and body covered by human hands said in irritation and scratched his neck with his nails. "A fine hero seedling, indeed, makes me want to nip it in the bud." As he said that, Shigaraki lunged at the fox boy with his arms outstretched in front of him and a malicious smile hidden behind the severed hand covering his face. "Whoa, the fuck is with that guy, creepy," Naruto said with a shiver as he took a look at the severed human hands all over Shigaraki's body. Moreover, he could sense a very dangerous smell coming off from him. Before Shigaraki's hands could touch him, a front kick slipped through his arms and nailed him right in the face. Naruto's leg was longer than Shigaraki's arms. The silver-haired young man was sent flying through the air, the severed hand covering his face being flung off together with a mouthful of spit and blood. "I noticed in the earlier fights too, oi, are you trying to kill someone? Hold back some of that stupidly high strength, or you'll really kill someone at this rate." Aizawa yelled at him from the side when he saw the way Naruto had nearly killed his opponent with one kick. But Naruto did not reply to him. The silver-haired man stood up from the ground as if he had not just been kicked in the face with the strength of a 2-ton heavy hit. Naruto had kicked him in the face with his full power on purpose, yet he was still not down for the count. With the severed hand flung off his face, Shigaraki started to panic and shriek as he covered his face with his own 2 hands. "Nomu! Kill them all!" he screamed. "Uzumaki! Dodge!" Aizawa yelled and used his quirk to erase the purple monstrosity's ability. However, it was not enough. Even with Naruto's superhuman reflexes and physical attributes, the muscular creature appeared as little more than a blur. A shockwave exploded forth as Nomu's massive punch slammed into the fox boy's chest. An entire man-made hillside was smashed into smithereens when the boy's body crashed into it, burying him underneath. "Uzumaki!" Aizawa yelled in panic and broke into a run towards the place of the crash. But only a second after turning around, a massive hand grabbed him from the back of his neck and face-slammed him into the ground. "How?" was the only thing he could think of at that moment. He had erased that creature's quirk, he was sure of it. Moreover, its quirks would remain unusable for as long as he did not blink. Eraserhead did not need to keep looking at him for that. How is it so strong? How is it so fast? After taking the severed hand from the place where it had been flung off and covering his face with it once again, Shigaraki regained his composure. He was even relaxed enough to let out a bout of hyena-like laughter. "You're probably wondering how is he so strong when you erased his quirk, aren't you?" Shigaraki spoke gloatingly. "I will tell you, Eraserhead. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu. He was created to be as strong and as fast as All Might. In front of overwhelming power as his, you might as well be quirkless." As if to further confirm his words, Nomu grabbed Aizawa's left arm and snapped it in half like a twig. The creature was about to grab his right arm as well when, unexpectedly, a powerful hit smashed into its brain and flung its over 200 kilograms heavy body back as if it had been hit by a truck. "I almost died, you fucking bastard." Naruto rasped as blood flowed from a cut to his temple and from the corner of his mouth. The top of his hero costume was torn to shreds, his ANBU fox-like mask had been smashed to bits as well, and a large blackened bruise could be seen on his chest. If it had not been for his innate fox-like flexibility and agility, that punch from Nomu would have killed him on the spot. But there was one more thing that was different at the boy, something that even the half-unconscious Aizawa took notice of. Next to his bushy golden fox tail, there was one more. Another tail. Pushed to the brink of death, with one leg in the grave, his body had broken past its limits and his Fox Quirk awakened. He appeared to have transformed into a ghost as he blurred out from sight, leaving afterimages behind him. A strong kick into the chin sent the huge creature flying, and a shockwave burst from the impact, lifting clouds of dust into the air. "I'm not done yet," Naruto screamed, and, just like Rock Lee from his previous life, with movements that defied the laws of gravity, he jumped after the still floating in midair Nomu and smashed his feet into its gut repeatedly, 4 times in a row. Faster than the spectators' eyes could follow, 6 shurikens with strings attached to them were thrown at the creature, tying it up completely. Then, swinging his 2 tails to give himself momentum while in midair, he grabbed onto the tied-up creature and plunged with it headfirst towards the ground. A loud crash reverberated across the entire training facility, and a deep crater appeared in the ground, with the muscular purple-skinned creature lying at the bottom of it. In his past life, Naruto had not been able to pull off such a move. However, with the specs of his 2-tailed Fox Quirk, his body had just reached the requirements for it, his strength and agility not any weaker than that of Rock Lee after opening the first out of the 8th inner gates. However, as if to reenact the fight between Rock Lee and Gaara's absolute defense from the memories of his previous life, Nomu stood up from the ground. It took Nomu a much longer time to regenerate this time around, but by the time its healing stopped, the creature appeared to be virtually unharmed. "Oi, oi!" Naruto muttered in disbelief while trying to get his breathing under control. "Not even a scratch? Seriously? It's no use. It's no use." Shigaraki laughed maniacally. "His shock absorption is far beyond anything any of you could deal with. Nomu is the ultimate counter to physical damage. He was made to be as strong as All Might. You're better off gouging his flesh out, if he lets you do that at all. Ha ha ha." As Shigaraki said that, Nomu let out a bestial scream and launched itself at Naruto. "Stupid jackass. Thanks for telling me how to kill it." Naruto thought and evaded one of Nomu's punches as if he was the Matrix. Before the awakening of his Fox Quirk, his bursts of speed for short distances had already been greater than those of Tenya Ida. But after gaining his second tail, his agility was on a completely different level. Even so, as a being that was created to counter the number 1 hero, Nomu was not just as strong and durable as All Might, but its speed was incredible as well. It was only Naruto's martial experience and his animal-like instincts for sensing danger that allowed him to barely weave through the wind-stirring punches of the creature. "This isn't good. If it hits me one time, I'm done. I can't keep on like this." He threw 2 smoke grenades on the ground, and a super dense curtain of dark gray smoke burst out, cloaking the entire area into darkness. Sounds of sharp objects splitting the air were heard in the next moment, followed by sounds of metal colliding against hard surfaces. But after a while of dumbly looking around for its enemies, Nomu roared and suddenly clapped its hands. The shockwave generated by that hand clap blew away all the smoke as if it had never existed in the first place. Regardless, Naruto had already accomplished his objective. The entire area was now filled with metallic wires tied from the loops of kunai that had been stabbed into the ground, surrounding hills, walls of ruined buildings, and even into the extremely tall ceiling of the dome-shaped training facility. It looked as if Nomu had been surrounded by a spiderweb or metallic wires. With agility and dexterity far beyond anything a regular human would be capable of, Naruto stood with his feet on one of the extremely thin wires above Nomu. The wire tensed when he suddenly crouched and launched himself at the creature below like an arrow shot from a bow. A scream came out from Nomu as Naruto flashed past him and opened a large gash into its neck, its blood bursting out like out of a showerhead. Although his homeroom teacher had suggested him to give up on his kunai, Naruto had never had any intentions of handicapping himself against his enemies. He would hold back when the situation allowed it because he would rather avoid unnecessary killing. But when shit hit the fan, he would not hold back from using his full strength and all the means available to him in order to win. That horrible cut to the throat that would have killed anyone else took Nomu only a few seconds to heal. In a few moments, the creature was back to its pristine state as if it had never been wounded in the first place. Even so, Naruto was not done. Just as he landed on another wire, he once again used himself as an arrow against a bowstring and launched himself at Nomu once more. For the next 2 minutes and a half, making use of his numerous wires, Naruto slashed and stabbed the creature with his blades over 200 times, its putrid blood covering him from head to toes and transforming the entire area into a pool of blood. Bouncing like a pinball from one wire to another, Naruto had become so incredibly fast and unpredictable that Nomu's underdeveloped mental faculties could not find a way to stop him or counter him. Watching his supposedly ultimate weapon getting massacred like that, Shigaraki screamed. "What are you doing, Nomu? Destroy everything. Smash everything to dust." Reacting to its master's orders, Nomu let out a savage shriek and, raising its arms above its head, it smashed its fists against the ground with its entire strength. A terrible explosion followed and an immense crater appeared in the ground, the shockwave it generated snapping all of Naruto's metallic wires like paper before flinging him into one of the ruined buildings nearby. This time around, the fox boy could not get up anymore. He's too strong. He's too durable. His regeneration is beyond belief. If it had been him from his past life, one simple Udama Rasengan would have ground that monster to shreds. I miss having chakra. I miss my sage mode. In my sage mode, I could smash this guy into a bloody paste with one punch. For the first time since he was born into this world, Naruto felt acutely the limits of his Fox Quirk. Although he had awakened his quirk and gotten a second tail, and despite that his strength and agility had skyrocketed compared to before, it was still not enough. Even his ingenious tactics and his mastery over his weaponry proved to be fruitless. In front of Nomu's overwhelming power, healing factor and defense, all his efforts fell short. Sensing the monster slowly getting closer to him, he clenched his teeth in frustration and anger. Do I really have no other choice than to use it? Even as Nomu's enormous hand grabbed him from his head and he started screaming from the pain of having his skull squeezed by the creature's vice-like grip, he still hesitated to use his adamantine sealing chains. I won't use them. I won't put my mother in danger. He was not blind to the situation. He knew that, at that rate, he was going to get killed. But he could not bear the thought of potentially causing his parents' death by exposing his secret quirk. To him, Kushina and Minato, his mom and dad, were the most important people in the world. For him, the importance of their safety was far beyond that of his own life. But even as Nomu was attempting to crush his skull like a watermelon, Naruto did not give up on resisting. Amidst his screams of pain and agony, his nails transformed into fierce-looking claws and he started to stab and shred at the muscular arm holding him with reckless abandon. In that life-and-death moment, his survival instincts kicked in and his body no longer held back any of its strength. With adrenaline coursing through his veins, his claws viciously stabbed into Nomu's forearm and directly severed his arm in half. Naruto's normal, human-like blue eyes transformed into the red and slit eyes of a fox and a third tail burst from his lower back through the already tattered fabric of his top. An animalistic growl came from his throat as he threw himself at the nightmarish creature in front of him. It was the hysterical assault of a cornered beast. As previously stated, all heroes needed to belong to a hero agency in order to receive missions from the Hero Public Safety Commission, HPSC. Usually, HPSC or the police department would contact the hero agencies directly for any missions. That was how HPSC prevented hero agencies from having conflicts over intruding on others' turf and how they remained organized. It was an unwritten law that unless it was an emergency situation, heroes would not regularly act in different cities and regions where their hero agencies did not have jurisdiction. However, there were exceptions to those rules too. For example, rarely would anyone dare to tell the number one hero off for working on their turf. Another exception also happened to be Mirko, the rabbit hero. Although her residence was in Hiroshima Prefecture, Mirko was a solitary hero, part of a one-woman hero agency. She had no sidekicks, no teammates, not even a secretary. Naturally, she did not have a proper headquarters either. This vagabond-like hero could be found operating over the entirety of Japan. Wild, rambunctious, and always looking for a fistfight, Mirko had become rather notorious among heroes and villains alike for her belligerent attitude and her free spirit. She never stayed in one place for too long, always rushing towards the place where she smelled an exciting fight. For solo heroes like Mirko and Eraserhead, but also for a better and faster way of mobilizing heroes from multiple agencies in case of natural disasters and other particularly grave emergencies, the HPSC had created a special portal, the Hero Network. It was also the fastest way for pro heroes to ask for assistance from other heroes. Mirko was just in the middle of eating a late breakfast when her smartphone vibrated with a notification. Momentarily putting down the carrot she had been munching on, she unlocked her phone and tapped on the notification. Unsurprisingly, it was from the Hero Network app. Urgent! Numerous members of the League of Villains attacked USJ in Shizuoka Prefecture. UA high school students in mortal peril. requesting immediate assistance from all pro-heroes close by. Her eyes widened in surprise for a moment, but then, she grinned in excitement. Without even changing from her pajamas into her hero costume, the rabbit girl jumped through the window of her hotel like a hurricane and threw herself into a mad sprint toward the address indicated on the GPS. She was a few tens of kilometers away from the address. Thinking of how far away she was, she increased her running speed even more, stirring powerful gales of wind in her wake like a racing car. She dearly hoped that the villains weren't all finished by the time she got there. Her legs were itching to give some people a good beating. Chapter 10, Mirko, the Rabbit Hero. His survival instincts kicked in that life and death moment, and his body no longer held back any of its strength. With adrenaline coursing through his veins, his claws stabbed into Nomu's forearm, directly severing his arm in half. Naruto's normal, human-like blue eyes transformed into the red and slit eyes of a fox, and a third tail burst from his lower back through the already tattered fabric of his top. An animalistic growl came from his throat as he threw himself at the nightmarish creature in front of him. It was the hysterical assault of a cornered beast. Obscene amounts of blood splattered everywhere as whole chunks of flesh and muscle were gouged out and ripped off by his deadly claws. It was as if he had become a beast too. Guided by his killing instincts, Naruto stabbed his clawed right hand straight into Nomu's chest, piercing its heart and even ripping through its spinal cord, piercing out through the back. That vicious attack would have killed any other being, except for Nomu. The creature's chest muscles suddenly contracted and Naruto's arm was trapped within its body. Although he was not fully conscious, instinctually, sensing his impending doom, he started stabbing the creature with his other hand desperately. But it was too late to salvage the situation. When the bioengineered creature grabbed him by his immobilized arm, even through his hysteria-induced haze, Naruto understood at that moment, it was game over for him. With a savage roar, Nomu pulled out Naruto's arm from its chest and then, holding him by the forearm, the creature smashed him brutally into the ground. Again. And again. And again. Even with the increased durability of his second awakening, by the time Nomu finally let go of him, the blonde felt as though every single bone in his body had been broken. His muscles weren't listening to him, it was as if he had been paralyzed. He could only slightly move his head and look up at the creature that was slowly walking towards him with heavy steps. Before going berserk, Naruto had put Nomu on the back foot in their fight only because of his exceptional martial arts prowess and mastery of weapons. In particular, the ingenious way in which he had used his metallic wires and kunai like a spiderweb to bounce around unpredictably, like a pinball, had allowed him to even almost kill the creature. However, letting himself be led by his feral instincts had been his downfall. Even with his second awakening, between the two of them, Nomu was still physically superior and far more durable. Nomu had been created specifically to counter All Might, the #1 hero. Taking Naruto's martial arts, weapon skills, and fight IQ out of the equation had reduced him to a frenzied beast not much different than Nomu, a mindless beast. In a battle between two mindless beasts, when no skill and technique were involved, it was only natural for the stronger and more durable beast to win, in this case, Nomu. As adrenaline left his system and agonizing pain flooded his senses, Naruto regained his lucidity. Awakening one's quirk was already an extremely rare occurrence. Awakening twice and in quick succession no less? That was unheard of, it was a miracle. But even miracles had their limits. His body's reserves of energy and stamina had been completely depleted. A third awakening was impossible, Naruto was innately aware of that. He was no longer a Jinchuriki like in his past life when he could pull a win out of his ass by letting the demon inside him fight for him either. There was nothing else that he could do anymore. Mom. Dad. As his eyesight started to get blurry, his mind went to his family. I wish I could see them one more time. In his past life, he had been an orphan. For the majority of his admittedly short life, most people hated and shunned him. He had not known the warmth of a mother's hug, the bliss that came with being loved, the joy of having a loving and caring father, or the happiness of belonging to a family. In his current life, he had not appreciated his blessings, not until he had regained the memories. But after his eyes were opened, he had done everything in his power to show his mother and father how much he loved them. Nonetheless, only 1 year had passed since his memories had been awakened. I wish I had had more time with them. 1 year was far from enough. I don't want to die. The thought of never seeing his parents again made him tear up. But even in that tragic moment, Naruto did not think twice about using his chains. He would rather die than cause his parents to become fugitives or to be killed. Finally arriving at his prone form, Nomu grabbed him by the collar of his ruined shirt and lifted him up. One of his arms and more than half of his ribs were broken and he was in so much pain that he could not even stand on his feet. But he could still move his head. With the last of his strength, Naruto sank his fox-like fangs into Nomu's fingers. The creature shrieked as the boy's strong jaws tore half of its hand apart, forcing it to drop him to the ground. Until the very last moment, Naruto refused to give up. Until he drew his last breath, he would struggle. His entire body was broken, battered, bruised, and he was covered in blood from head to toes. He looked miserable, at death's door. Even so, he would fight to survive with everything he had, like a cockroach. When she smashed open the large doors of the immense training facility, Mirko had not known what to expect, but she had definitely not expected to see over 24 villains lying on the ground unconscious or moaning in pain from their injuries. Her attention quickly shifted towards the only standing people she could see. A silver-haired young man with severed human hands grabbing onto his body and a huge and muscular purple-skinned humanoid that was soaked with blood. I won't make it in time, she thought urgently when she saw the huge creature grabbing a boy from the ground and lifting him up in the air. The boy was also covered in blood from head to toes and a bone was sticking out of his right arm. He appeared unresponsive, almost as if he was dead. But, suddenly, the creature let out a shriek as the seemingly dead boy sank his teeth into its hand, crushing and ripping apart the fingers clenched around his shirt. Mirko's eye widened when she saw the way the creature regenerated its torn fingers out of nothing. It only took Nomu 2 seconds to regrow its fingers. But those 2 seconds of delay were all that she needed to close in the distance and come to the boy's rescue. Shigaraki screamed in irritation. Pro heroes are already here, and one of the top 10 too. Arg, this pisses me off. Where is All Might? He was supposed to be here. After all the preparations we've made. Scratching his neck with his nails until he almost got bloodied, Shigaraki let out another deranged scream. But then, his mood abruptly changed, becoming calm. It's over for us. If one hero has arrived, more are bound to arrive soon. We can't win against a dozen pro heroes. Oh well. It doesn't matter anymore. We'll get another chance. Kurogyri, let's leave. A vortex of dark purple light appeared next to him as the villain in question manifested at his side. Wait. Before we leave, Nomu, kill that boy. We couldn't get All Might today, but it wasn't all for naught. A boy like him, we ought to eliminate him before it's too dash. Shigaraki couldn't finish his words before someone's shin smashed into his face. A human-shaped indentation appeared into the outer wall of the training facility as Mirko's kick sent Shigaraki flying for over a dozen meters until he crashed painfully into the wall. Shigaraki Tamura? Kurogyri yelled in panic as he teleported himself to the location where Shigaraki had been blasted off. You've got some guts talking about killing people while I am here, she said. But she could not pursue the two of them because the hulking monstrosity rushed at the prone form of the boy on the ground, faithfully following its master's orders, to finish him off. Nomu cocked back its fist, about to smash the boy into a bloody paste when Mirko's kick landed on the side of its face, from the back, and made it stumble. The rabbit hero narrowed her eyes when she saw that Nomu was largely unaffected by her kick. The strength of her legs was great enough to easily shatter even reinforced concrete. Fast, she thought, startled when Nomu changed its target and suddenly lunged at her. She successfully dodged the beast's wild swing by ducking down, but its punch had been carrying so much power that the wind pressure accompanying it had still taken Mirko off her feet and flung her into the distance. The rabbit hero was still in midair when Nomu appeared above her, and bringing its 2 fists together, it smashed them down into its enemy like a hammer. Blood and spittle burst from Mirko's mouth as Nomu's hammer fist smashed into her stomach, and a deafening explosion boomed as her body crashed painfully into the ground, smashing the concrete floor into a crater. As such power. The dark-skinned woman let out a groan and threw up another mouthful of blood as she crawled out of the crater and tried to stand up on her feet. Thanks to her quirk, she could tolerate the insane amount of pain, but that didn't change the fact that her body was in a terrible condition. It was just one hit? She threw up blood again. None of her bones had been broken, but the impact had caused her grievous internal damage. The sleeve of her sweatshirt became stained with red as she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. I'm not done yet, she said and laughed. I'm only getting warmed up, she yelled. The strong muscles of her thighs bulged and the ground beneath her feet cracked as she threw herself at Nomu. The creature met her charge with a shriek and punched explosively, the wind pressure carried by its punch raising clouds of dust and debris in the air. But when Nomu's fist crashed against Rumi's body, it lost its equilibrium and stumbled. Its punch went right through her body. Or, better said, what Nomu had hit was an afterimage. Luna Ring, she yelled as her roundhouse kick smashed into Nomu's head and actually lifted the creature off its feet, sending it tumbling through the air like a ragdoll. Mirko did not even wait for Nomu to crash into the ground before she launched herself at it once more. Luna Spear, she yelled, and the creature had yet to land when her foot smashed into its spine, sending it flying once more. As Nomu was kicked upwards, with a mighty jump, the rabbit hero appeared above the creature and, lifting her foot above her head, she yelled as she smashed her heel into Nomu's brain like an axe. Luna Arc. Nomu's body made another massive crater into the ground from the vicious axe kick that had smashed it down. The crater became even deeper and a powerful shockwave blasted outwards when Mirko let herself fall from the air and panted both of her feet into the Nomu's head, just as it was about to get up. It was one of her most powerful finishing moves, Luna Fall. By now, the floor of the training facility looked as if it had been carpet-bombed from above, that's how devastated it was. Bastard, the rabbit girl involuntarily let out a cruise when she saw Nomu walking out of the crater. She could not believe that the creature was still standing. That succession of kicks was one of her most powerful combos, one that she rarely ever got to use on villains. It was so strong that it would have killed anyone else. She had given her all. What Rumi did not know, however, was that Nomu was, in fact, greatly weakened. Naruto had gouged out and slashed at his flesh more than 200 times using his kunai and metallic wires, and he had even obliterated the creature's heart after his second awakening had made him go berserk. Nomu had lost so much blood that the ground all around was painted red. The creature had regenerated so many times from its deadly wounds that it had run out of stamina. If Nomu had been at its 100%, Mirko would have had an even more terrible time against it. Rabbit-san, she heard a weak and raspy voice calling to her. Turning her head towards the voice, Mirko was surprised to see that the one who was calling her was the same fox boy that had torn apart Nomu's hand by biting on it. He has a shock absorption quirk, Naruto spoke with difficulty. His lungs must have been injured by his broken ribs because he was gasping for air as if he was suffocating. There is one kunai. In my pouch, left thigh. Take it. Cut him down. Kill . He coughed and gasped loudly. Kill the bastard, he said with the last of his strength. Finally, devoid of all energy, he lost consciousness. Due to the large amount of trauma it had suffered and because of how much stamina it had lost, Nomu took a longer time to regenerate its wounds this time around. Mirko had used her entire strength when she had axe-kicked it in the brain. That heel kick to the brain had almost finished off the creature. And Mirko took advantage of that brief respite to rush at the boy and do as he had asked her. How did he even fight against this creature and damage it so terribly before I arrived? She absent-mindedly asked herself when she finally took notice of the huge amount of blood staining the ground in all the places devoid of craters. But she did not waste her time thinking about that. Moving one of the boy's 3 fox tails away, Mirko opened the pouch strapped to his left thigh and grabbed the last kunai remaining. She was about to get up when she noticed that he also had a smoke grenade hanging from his belt. It looked dented and its pin was bent from when Nomu had smashed Naruto into the ground, but, miraculously, it had not gone off. This could be useful, she thought as she grabbed the smoke grenade from his belt too. Turning around, she noticed that Nomu had just about finished regenerating all of its wounds. She hurriedly pulled out the bent pin of the smoke grenade and tossed it at the feet of the creature. A dense cloud of black smoke burst from the grenade, obscuring the creature's sight. Having dealt with Naruto using the same tactic only a few minutes before, Nomu reacted right away and smashed its palms together into a clap with such strength that the shockwave it generated blasted apart the smoke like a tornado. However, clapping its hands had left Nomu wide open to her attack. As an experienced hand-to-hand combat specialist, Mirko was not one to miss capitalizing on such an opportunity. In a burst of speed that made her invisible to the naked eye, Mirko appeared behind Nomu's back like a ghost and threw herself at its head. But, this time around, she did not smash the beast with her explosive kicks. Instead, she jumped with her knees on Nomu's shoulders and her exceptionally strong thighs suddenly gripped its head tightly. Letting a battle cry of exertion, Mirko suddenly twisted her body and snapped Nomu's head to the back. Suspecting that even having its neck twisted would not be enough to put down the beast for good, Mirko also grabbed the handle of the kunai with both hands and stabbed downwards with her entire strength, straight into the creature's exposed brain, to the hilt. The bestial screams of agony coming from the creature's throat had almost made Mirko go deaf, but she did not back down. She continued to bury the kunai's blade into Nomu's brain relentlessly, mercilessly. Blood burst out like a geyser and splattered her clothes, face, hair, and ears every time she stabbed the creature's brain. At that moment, she looked like a deranged psychopath. Eventually, Nomu's screams died down and its violently shaking and quivering body came to a stop. At last, the creature was dead. Right as Nomu's lifeless body collapsed, a large group of pro-heroes that responded to the emergency summons arrived. Mirko finally allowed herself to relax and blew out a sigh of relief. The rabbit hero was the kind of strong-willed woman that never backed down from a fight, especially when innocent people's lives were on the line. That had been the case in the present as well. She had put her own life at risk and fought with everything she had against the creature. But she could not deny how exhausted and wounded her body was. Nomu had been the strongest villain she had ever fought against. This had been the toughest fight of her entire life. She was relieved that other heroes have arrived at the scene to rescue the rest of the students. I'm beat, she said. However, before she could rest, she yelled to the heroes that had just arrived. Hey! You there! We need an ambulance ASAP. One of the students is grievously injured. Getting a verbal acknowledgement from them, she finally climbed down from the creature's corpse. As she walked away, she felt as though she had lead in her feet. Coming to the unconscious blonde boy on the ground, she plopped herself down next to him and leaned back on her hands, letting her long legs stretch. Although she knew that the fox boy could not hear her, Mirko said, "Thanks for the help, kid. I couldn't have done it without you." Then, that fierce and confident smile on her face, the wide grin that she had become known for softened when she looked at the grievous wounds he had suffered, particularly at the broken bone sticking out of his right arm. What a tough kid. Didn't give up until the very end, she murmured when she recalled how the boy had used his teeth to tear off Nomu's hand and how he had struggled to tell her to use his knife despite that he could not even breathe well, ultimately driving himself unconscious. "Don't you dare die on me, boy," Mirko said and patted him once on the head. "You have to live. You're gonna be one hell of a pro hero once you graduate. Don't give up." Live. Chapter 11, USJ Aftermath. Although he had never been hospitalized in his current life, Naruto was more than familiar with a hospital smell given how many times he had gotten injured in his past life. But the smell of antiseptic far was more powerful than he remembered it. It stung his nose so badly that it woke him up from his slumber. Opening his eyes, he tried to stretch his arms out of habit, only to find himself unable to move his upper body at all. It was then that it finally came back to him, the life and death battle against a seemingly unkillable bioengineered creature and his brutal defeat at its hands. I messed up. He had let the feral instincts of his quirk take control over his actions and now he was paying the price for it. His head and the rest of his upper body were all immobilized in casts and bandages. I survived. I'm lucky. So lucky. With how powerful Nomu had been, Naruto thanked God that he had not been hit directly by one of its punches. All of his wounds came mostly from indirect hits and from being smashed into the ground. He had never been afraid of death in his previous life. But it was different this time around. His desire to live burned brightly in his chest because he had a family, the very thing that he had always wanted. Because of that, feelings of gratefulness flooded his being when he thought of the person that had come to his rescue. He could not remember much about her due to the critical condition he had been in back then. But the appearance of the person in question was hardly forgettable. Long white hair, dark skin, and a pair of long rabbit ears. That was all that he could remember about her appearance. But now that he could think clearly, those few things were more than enough for him to realize just who had been the one to save him. The rabbit hero, Mirko? He was not a fanboy like his best friend, Midoriya Isuku, but he was still familiar with the popular heroes. There was virtually nobody in the entirety of Japan that did not know who were the top 10 heroes. Thinking about Nomu and the rabbit hero, tiredness caught up to him again. Due to his quirk awakening 2 times in a row and due to the grievous wounds that he had sustained, his energy levels were at an all-time low. He fell back asleep. 1 student killed. 1 professor and 2 students hospitalized in critical condition. Why did the villains target UA High? What was All Might doing? Where was the #1 hero when the villains attacked? Mass media and social media platforms had been taken by a storm. While heroes losing their lives against villains was not a daily occurrence, it did happen every now and then, so people weren't that shocked whenever a less-known hero was announced dead. Every few months, there would be news of some heroes dying in the line of duty. That risk was part of the job as a hero. However, students being targeted by a large group of villains and dying was not something that happened often. Whenever children were killed by villains, it made the population boil. 1 week after the League of Villains attack on UA High at the USJ training facility, Naruto was finally discharged from the hospital. Normally, Recovery Girl's quirk should have put him back on his feet much faster than that, but his body's reserves of stamina had been completely drained due to his quirk awakening 2 times in a row. Because of that, it had taken him much longer to regain his vitality and for Recovery Girl to be able to use her quirk on him. Now that he was healed, Naruto was glad to finally shed the gyps casts around his arms and remove the bandages that had made him look like a mummy. As his mother drove him home from the hospital, Naruto browsed the internet on a tablet. Until then, he had been using an old flip phone, not because his parents would not buy him something better. Kushina and Minato absolutely doted on their son ever since he had changed his behavior a year ago, but because he had not wanted a fancy phone. He knew he was very careless and prone to breaking fragile stuff. That said, Naruto had become a national celebrity, and not only, after the USJ incident. He was all that people ever talked about ever since that day. His fanbase had grown so crazily that dozens of people were sending him emails, physical letters, and gifts every day. The brand new tablet that he was using currently had been a gift from one of his fans too. The reason for Naruto's newfound stardom was that someone had leaked a video of the confrontation between the League of Villains and the UA High students at the unforeseen simulation joint facility. How had they managed to film it? Naruto had no clue. But because of that video, the USJ incident had gotten way more media coverage than normal. It was not only Naruto whose fame had exploded overnight. Eraserhead, a hero who the masses had never even heard about before, had become famous too due to his performance against the large groups of villains and due to his powerful quirk. Nevertheless, the Fox Boys' performance had been the most spectacular and eye-catching. Green Day stan, holy shit, did you guys see that? Garo 97, I've only ever heard rumors about Quirk's awakening, but to see it happening and twice in a row. Jiro, Poggers, Gliblip, Pogcham. Yukino-chan, he's so dreamy. Those cute fox ears and those fluffy fox tails. Kia. And he's so cool and strong too. What I wouldn't do to have a boyfriend like that. Chokolik Shiyar, STFU, woman. No one asked you anything. Who the fuck are you to butt in? Ain't an S-lover? The hell, who shat in your cereal? Yusha boy, what's wrong with that dude? Chedzilla, Chokolik Shiyar, and who the fuck are you, cunt? I tried to say your name out loud and my furniture started floating. Mino like vegans, holy shit you fucking killed him dude. LOL? Potato is life, Chadzilla, damn, man, don't rise to the bait. Don't mind that idiot, he's just a typical incel. Naruto snorted as he read the comments to the video posted on the largest social media platform in the country, CrossChat. The internet was as wild and unpredictable as always. Under the mask of anonymity, people often removed all kinds of filters from their mouths. Slime for dinner, I never thought a Fox Quirk could be so effing strong. Your senpai, I think it's less about his quirk and more about his actual skills. Look at 1437 how he stands on those thin wires perfectly straight and his accuracy when jumping from one wire onto another while also slashing that creature with his knives. It's incredible. His skills with his blades, the degree of control he has over his body, and his martial arts are unreal. This isn't just talent. Only God knows how much he must have trained to become that good. Kenichi Reiju, for real. Look at 1030. Dude is freaking defying gravity. Them kicks into that Nomu's gut were nasty. And how he smashed it into the ground after that headfirst, the hell was with that, it's like a move out of a manga. Any other villain would have probably been killed. Grandpa Bruce Lee, I'm 45 years old and I have a 3 times strength enhancing quirk. I've trained Sanda, Chinese mixed martial arts, pretty much my whole life but I can't even imagine pulling off the moves he did. That boy is a freak. Mafu Crush, hey, guys. I've actually been classmates with Kurama in junior high. Ask me anything. Indian cash cow, yeah sure. And I'm Queen Elizabeth's grandson. /F. Mafu Crush, you don't believe me? Here is proof, www. I filmed this video with my own phone a few months ago, at school. He knocked out someone with a strong explosion quirk using just a stone. Kamihami. Fake. No way that shit's real. Mafu Crush, it's not fake. Mark my words, if Kurama doesn't become a top 10 hero after he graduates I'll eat my shoes. Booty Connoisseur 69, LMAO Scrubs. What's with this hard-on y'all have for that Fox loser? He still got his ass handed to him. All that fancy martial arts and shit just to get wrecked in the end. Nomu smashed him like the Hulk smashed Loki in that Avengers movie. The real shit starts at 1800 hours. Mirakucha-on. HNNNG. My rabbit goddess. She's the real deal. So strong, and so fucking sexy. I'd suck a fart out of that big fat ass. Inushiba 2005, mommy, sit on my face. Suffocate me. Harem King Akira, I bet Mirko's the kind of girl to tie you to the bed and ride the fuck out of you until you're milk dry. Hanabi Reina, Ayo, the horde has awakened. Go to horny jail, all of you. Moderator message, user Booty Connoisseur 69 has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Moderator message, user Inushiba 2005 has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Moderator message, user Harem King Akira has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Your senpai, there is it, the purge. Ha 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 ha. Nina loves rain. Mods doing God's work. Thank you. Allahu Snack Bar, Raffle, Thirsty Pervs. Indian Cash Cow, Big Oof. Kenichi Reiju, LMAO. Got their ass. Lol ho, I'm dying. LOL. In just 1 week, the video of the League of Villains attack on USJ had reached nearly 80 million views. At this point, it was not just a national sensation, it had gone viral worldwide. With so many people from all over the world participating in the comment section, it was pandemonium. The moderators were having a hard time containing the thirst of the perverts hornying over the rabbit hero or the baiting comments of the haters. Naruto had always liked showing off, especially in his current life, and he had always craved people's acknowledgement. That had been the case in his past life as well. Logically, the current situation should have made him feel like he was on cloud 9. However, even as his name gained notoriety and he was hailed and praised for the heroic, self-sacrificing and relentless spirit that he had shown in his battle against Nomu, Naruto could not bring himself to feel happy. The first guy that got muted is right. I lost badly, he thought as turned off the tablet and started looking at the passing scenery through the window of the car. If it hadn't been for Mirko coming to my rescue, I would have been killed. His expression further darkened at the reminder of what else had happened at USJ. The fact that one of his classmates had been killed. I can't believe Mineta died. For the first time in his current life, one of his acquaintances had lost their life violently. He and Mineta had not been close, they had been classmates for less than a month and Naruto had not spent that much time bonding with his new classmates because he had been more focused on training Isuku into the ground to unlock his hysterical strength. However, to say that he did not feel anything about the tiny boy's death would be a big lie. Mineta Minoru had been just a 15-year-old boy. A young boy with many dreams and aspirations. Someone who had hoped to become a pro hero one day. A young boy's life had ended just like that. And for what? What was the purpose of what they've done? The more he thought about it, the angrier he was becoming. Reacting to his turbulent emotions, his blue eyes momentarily flashed with a crimson color and his fingernails started to sharpen, looking as though they were about to start growing into claws. But he calmed down instantly when he sensed his mother looking at him through the rearview mirror. Closing his eyes, he let out a long breath and rested his head against the backrest. The last thing he wanted at that moment was to make his mother worry for him. It had to be said that while Naruto's quirk awakening twice in a row had gone viral worldwide because it was unprecedented, the news regarding Mineta Minoru's death had not been swept under the rug either. On most social media platforms, tens of thousands of people had started to sign a petition through which they were requesting for the villains that had attacked USJ to be given the death penalty. People's outrage at the fact that a young and innocent boy had been killed mercilessly had also been the reason why hardly anyone was speaking against the violent way in which Naruto had fought against Nomu, by slashing and gouging its flesh out over 200 times, or against the brutal way in which the rabbit hero had killed the creature, by snapping its neck and repeatedly stabbing its brain with a kunai. In fact, with her amazing performance against Nomu, Mirko's popularity had gone off the charts. The rabbit hero had always been popular, she was a top 10 hero for a reason, but the formidable strength she had shown at USJ coupled with her exotic looks and her fit and sexy body had transformed her into a massive star, her fandom starting to spread even beyond the borders of Japan. Later that night, Naruto could not sleep. His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. The thing at the front of his mind was the discussion he had had with his mother once they arrived home after being discharged from the hospital. Why did you not use your other quirk, Naruto? Her cries still resounded in his ears. And when he told her that he would rather die than endanger his parents, a slap to the face had twisted his head to the side. Sitting on the porch outside of his house, Naruto rubbed his left cheek absent-mindedly while looking at the full moon shining brightly in the night sky. He could not remember when was the last time his mother had slapped him or if he had ever been slapped by his parents at all. Kushina and Minato had never been strict with him, that was part of the reason why, before awakening the memories of his past life, Naruto had been a disrespectful brat towards his parents. Therefore, when his mother hit him for the first time in his recent memory, he was momentarily shocked. He had barely felt any physical pain from the slap but the act itself had startled him. If you die, how do you think that your father and I will continue to live on without you? As she said those words, Kushina took him in her arms and started to cry into the crook of his neck. Don't throw away your life lightly, Naruto. You are my only child. My beloved child. I had almost lost you twice before. I can't bear it. I can't dash. Naruto's eyes became misty just at the memory of his mother's pained cries. Is being a hero worth it? He asked himself. Only my first month of school and I've already nearly died once. I made mom cry. As a pro hero, facing all sorts of violent criminals with superpowers, he was bound to get hurt regularly. Dying in the line of duty one day was not out of question either. Not all pro heroes got the chance to reach the age of retirement. Is it worth it to risk my life and make my parents suffer just for the sake of becoming famous and rich? The cool air of the night made his thought process especially clear at that moment. The villains attacked USJ because of All Might. They killed Mineta just so they could break All Might's pride as the symbol of peace. As he thought about that, another question appeared at the front of his mind. What if, one day, some villains would do the same to me as well? What if they decided to target my family just so they could get back at me? He scratched at his messy locks of hair with both hands and groaned in frustration. Giving up on his future career as a pro hero was not a pleasant thought because fighting was what he was the best at. He had never liked studying. He was not like his friend, Isuku, who could easily pursue a career in a regular field and get a well-paid office job. However, even as he was stressing about what to do next, one thing was clear in his mind: he could not keep letting things go on like until then. I will transfer away from the hero course at the end of the semester. Naruto had even refused to use his adamantine sealing chains against Nomu, despite knowing that he was going to die, solely because he did not want to put his parents in danger. Compared to that, giving up on becoming a pro hero was nothing. I'll find something else to do. I could join a martial arts club and go to karate or taekwondo competitions. Or, I could join an MMA promotion and fight against other mutant quirk users in the octagon. Once I become an MMA world champion, I'll get plenty of money and fame. It was just a thought, a rough idea for his future plans. Naturally, he would give it more thought in the following years. He had started high school only a month ago, so he still had plenty of time to figure out what to do in the future now that he had decided to not become a pro hero anymore. Besides, it won't come out as weird that I lost interest in being a hero. Their homeroom teacher had been hospitalized, Uzumaki Naruto had been in a coma, Azuitsuyu's torso had been disfigured by a shark villain's vicious bites, and Mineta Minoru had been killed. The tragic event had come out as a shock for many of the students of UA High. As a result of that, just in 1A class alone, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, and Hagakure Toru's parents had already requested the principal of UA to transfer their children to another school. Many other parents of children from other classes were also thinking about removing their children from UA High too. Chapter 12, Support. It's the Fox Quirk boy. Someone let out a loud shout and Naruto suddenly found himself surrounded by 24 of people, all pointing their cameras and microphones at him. It was the first day he was coming to school after being discharged from the hospital, and it looked like the mass media had somehow gotten wind of it. Dozens of reporters had been camping in front of UA High's gates since early morning, waiting for his arrival. Trying to squeeze through the crowd and enter the school unnoticed was impossible because his 3 fox tails stood out too much. In that morning alone, nearly 20 people had already stopped him while he was walking from home to school, on the streets, asking for an autograph or to shake his hand or take a selfie together with him. It was not the first time Naruto had become famous. In his past life, he had been recognized as a hero thanks to how many times he had saved and protected his village. But even at the peak of his popularity in his previous life, he had never experienced anything like in the present. He had never been accosted in the streets, and he had never seen people acting as if they were crazy about taking a photo with them. His current fame was surreal. "This is Nippon TV channel, tell us your thoughts about UA High," one of the reporters shouted out loud to make herself heard over the clamor of the crowd. Thoughts, Naruto began to say, but his mind had suddenly become blank. He had never been interviewed before, and he had never experienced interacting with the kind of maniacs that mass media people could become when they smelled a big scoop. But his stammering was quickly drowned by other reporters and journalists who also began screaming their questions at the top of their lungs. A student had been killed by the League of Villains, but UA High decided to still hold the sports festival as if nothing had happened. "What do you have to say about it?" "I just got out of the hospital, I don't know." Naruto answered, gradually starting to regain his wits. "You were fighting at USJ against that villain as if you were trying to kill him. You have also been involved with the Sludge Villain who ended up dying last year. What is the reason behind your violent actions?" "Now, listen here, they attacked me, not the other way around. I was fighting for my life." He began to say, but another reporter cut him off. "So it's okay to kill other people? It was self-defense. What would you have done in my place, jackass?" Naruto snapped back at him, getting angry at how those reporters were trying to make him look as if he was a deranged psychopath. "The rabbit hero expressed her admiration for you in a recent interview. What kind of relationship is there between the two of you?" a reporter from a tabloid magazine asked, her question momentarily throwing him off. "What?" Naruto himself had watched that interview too. But there was nothing in her words that could be interpreted as the two of them having a thing. The rabbit hero merely expressed her appreciation for how tough and brave he had been, saying that if it had not been for Naruto stalling Nomu until she arrived, Mineta Minoru would have not been the only casualty. 3 of your classmates have already quit the hero course. Are you thinking about doing the same? Someone else asked. Many pro heroes have their eyes on you. Who are you going to join for your internship? Scouts from hero agencies from USA, Russia, and China had come to Japan over the past few days to watch the UA High Sports Festival. It's safe to say they are here for you. Will you participate? Your Fox Quirk has awakened 2 times in a row. It's unprecedented. What is your secret? The reporters were yelling their questions so fast that he did not have time to answer any of them. 10 minutes later, an irate and exhausted Naruto stumbled into the 1A classroom after running away from the reporters. Thank God for the UA barrier. Fortunately, given that he was already late to class and that the professor was inside too, it was an English class, the scene where the people crowded around him did not repeat with his classmates as well. But he still spent the rest of the period with most of them sneaking glances or openly staring at him. When the bell signaling the end of the class rang, Naruto braced himself for the upcoming onslaught of questions. His expectations were spot on, seeing as more than half of his classmates flocked to him. Groaning, he let his head fall on the desk and covered his head with his hands and his tails in defeat. If it was under different circumstances, he would have gladly basked in the attention and awe of his classmates. However, the death of Mineta Minoru had cast a shadow over his heart, and his worry for his parents' safety made his anxiety level go off the charts. Playing around and showing off was the last thing on his mind at that moment. Holy shit, dude. I knew you could fight from our combat training classes, but, damn. You and Aizawa-sensei took out like 40 villains without even breaking a sweat. And then, the way you kicked that monster in the air and slammed it headfirst into the ground. Arg. So damn cool. Kirishima said in excitement. That thing you did with your knives and your wires was way too awesome. I've never seen anything like it. Kaminari also said. Uzumaki-san, I have a request. Please let me train together with you from now on. Ojiro also said. Unlike his regular behavior, the rather plain-looking boy had stars in his eyes. In his mind, he and Naruto were alike, they both had tails and they were skilled in martial arts as well. Naruto's strength and flashiness were a huge inspiration for him. It wasn't only the guys that were fanboying over him, his female classmates were similarly excited. Kyoka and Uraraka were gushing as they showed him various posts about him on social media, and Mina Ashido even went as far as to throw an arm around his neck and mash her cheek against his while taking a selfie with him. Posting that selfie right away on her cross-chat profile, she got several hundred likes in less than 2 minutes. To everyone's surprise, Todoroki Shoto also came to Naruto's desk and called out his name. Uzumaki? What is it? Naruto asked as he turned to look at him. The UA Sports Festival happens every year. It's a national event that all pro heroes are watching with attention. In some ways, our future career depends on how well we will perform at the festival. Raising his arm in front of him, he clenched his hand into a fist while saying, That's the stage where I am going to beat you. That is where I will show everyone that I am the best. His words shattered the good mood from before. That's my line, you half-and-half bastard. Bakugo suddenly screamed from the other end of the classroom and stomped his feet as he approached Naruto's desk, all the while his palms crackling with tiny explosions. Don't just go spouting your lame-ass declarations of war in front of me. Uzumaki is mine. Now turning to glare murderously at Naruto, he said, his eyes almost spewing flames. The humiliation from the junior high and the defeat during the combat training classes, I will wash them all away at the sports festival. You hear me? I'm gonna crush your face, you smug bastard. Naruto let out a sigh as he stood up from his seat. You're both gonna be disappointed. I'm not participating in this festival. Grabbing his backpack, he put his hands in the pockets of his pants and walked towards the door. Stop right there, you furry bastard. Bakugo screamed as he grabbed Naruto by his elbow and got into his face. Don't you dare run away from me. Yanking his arm free from his grasp, Naruto said. What I do is none of your business. I'm not just not participating in the festival, I'm also going to transfer to another school. Being a hero, I don't care about that anymore. So bugger off. At his words, the class sank into silence. But then, they all cried out. What? You've gotta be joking. The one who reacted the worst among everyone was none other than Bakugo. Are you fucking kidding me? He screamed and grabbed Naruto by the collar of his uniform with both of his hands. The hell is your problem, dude? What's with that overreaction anyway? What does it matter to you what I do? Naruto said and tried to pry Bakugo's hands off his shirt. Are you just gonna run away like a coward? You just gonna scurry away like a scared little bitch? Huh? Bakugo yelled. Naruto suddenly shoved Bakugo away and the boy went flying backwards and slammed into the wall as if he had been hit by a car. Naruto had not intended to push him that hard, but he was still not fully aware of how much his strength had increased after his Fox Quirk's 2 awakenings. I beat up dozens of villains into submission and then fought against that creature with my life on the line. You think I'm scared of some villains? Are you stupid? Then why are you running away? Why are you giving up? Bakugo screamed incensed. How was he supposed to defeat Naruto if he ran away? He wanted to surpass him fair and square. He wanted to avenge his losses and show everyone that he was the best. He wanted to become the undisputed number one. It's not about giving up, you idiot. Think. Why did the League of Villains attack us? I'll tell you why, it's because of All Might. Naruto shouted back at him. Hey, you're going too far. Zero said. How is it fair to blame it on All Might? It had nothing to do with him. Tenya Ida said, the wild gestures he was making with his hands showing how indignant he was. Oh, really now? What did the villains do when they couldn't find All Might? They took their anger and frustration on us. Turning towards Bakugo, he continued, say that I become strong in the future. Say I become the number one hero, an invincible fighter. But what about my parents? What if, just like it had happened with us at the USJ, knowing that they can't do anything to me, the villains attacked my family? When he said that, his murmuring classmates became silent. Even Bakugo did not know what to say at that. Mineta was killed only a week ago and Tsuyu was mauled by a shark villain. Even though she recuperated, her psychologist still hasn't cleared her to come to school yet. Now imagine if something like that happened to your family. Although a week had already passed since Mineta Minoru's death, when he brought it up, his classmates' faces became downcast at the mention of it. Maybe you don't care if your parents get killed or if your siblings end up handicapped after a villain attack. Maybe you're just a selfish shithead who only thinks about becoming the no one hero. Well, good for you. Godspeed. But don't expect me to be like you all. My family is everything to me. Most teenagers were seldom that open about their feelings and even more rarely admitted that they loved their parents. At that age, boys especially would be too embarrassed to say anything like that. But Naruto was not exactly a teenager mentally. Furthermore, after living in his past life as an orphan and knowing how much it hurt to be lonely and not have a family, his mother and father in his current life had become the most important thing in the world for him. Now that Bakugo no longer tried to stop him, he adjusted the straps of his backpack and walked out of the classroom. But an unexpected voice stopped him in his tracks. For how mature you seem to be, you are surprisingly naive, Uzumaki-san. It was Momo Yaoyorozu. Even if you want to give up on becoming a pro-hero, you can never go back to being a normal person. It's too late for you to do that. Seeing that Naruto did not retort with anything right away, she continued. Among the villains that attacked us at USJ, one of them had a quirk that allows him to create video cameras on any part of his body. He was brought along not to fight but to film the scene of All Might's death firsthand. The League of Villains wanted to show the world how they killed the symbol of peace. But, instead of that, that video ended up showing how powerful the rabbit hero was and how formidable a mere teenager with a simple Fox Quirk could be. The villain showed that video to the police as proof that he was innocent, that he had not attacked anyone at all. So he got away with only some charges of trespassing private property instead of being charged with attempted murder and battery. What's your point? Naruto said. It's unknown how it had gotten leaked to the public but, as of now, that video has already gotten over 100 million views and it's been only a little over a week. I'm sure it'll pass the 1 billion mark by the end of the year, easily. You've become incredibly famous. It's not just Japan, even the foreigners, the whole world knows about you. Whether you like it or not, in everyone's eyes, you're a hero. You risked your life against that bioengineered creature and kept it busy. As the rabbit hero said, if it hadn't been for you, that thing would have probably gone after the rest of us. Mineta wouldn't have been the only casualty, to say the least. As she was speaking, her voice became more and more confident. Even if you give up on becoming a pro, you will never stop being a target for the villains. Even if you want to live a normal life, it's impossible for you because you've become too well known, too famous. People won't stop talking about you, even 20 years later because when your quirk awakened 2 times in a row, you created history. A few years from now, children will even learn in school about you and your quirk, she said, triumph settling on her face when she saw the way Naruto's expression changed as realization dawned on him. So distracted he was by Momo Yaoyorozu's words that Naruto did not even remember how he had gotten home that day. He did not remember what he ate for dinner and he did not remember his mom's worried face when she saw how distraught he appeared to be. That night, he looked at the ceiling and the walls of his room for hours, unable to fall asleep due to the intense feelings of anxiety eating at him. That video from the USJ had blown up too much, it had become too big. His popularity had grown too much and it was only going to get even bigger. He could see the truth in Yaoyorozu's words, even if he wanted to go back to living a normal life, it was too late now. In the first place, his appearance was simply too eye-catching, a pair of fox ears on his head and 3 very large golden fox tails at his back. There was no real way for him to disguise himself. It was in the wee hours of the morning that he finally fell asleep. Still, even in his sleep, Naruto could not find peace. Bad dreams were haunting him. "Naruto-chan. Wake up. Wake up, you're running late," came Kushina's voice. Although he did not wake up right away, the way that his fox ears flinched and moved towards the noise betrayed the fact that he had heard her. Kushina involuntarily smiled at the sight. Her son was simply too adorable. She sat down on the edge of the bed and put her hand on his head, caressing his hair and gently scratching at the base of his fluffy ears. Seeing as he still refused to wake up, she started to get annoyed. "Wake up already, you lazy bum," she said as she stretched his cheeks with her fingers. "It's the day of the UA Sports Festival. You ought to get to school on time. Your friend, Izuku-kun, is waiting for you in the living room." Sitting up with difficulty, Naruto buried his face in his palms. His stress and anxiety had kept him awake all night, he had barely slept 3 hours. "Do I really have to go?" he whined like a little kid. "You're such a baby sometimes, I swear to God." Kushina complained but she did not really mean it. "But I'm serious, I don't want to go. I don't want to participate in this festival." Kushina took his hand in hers and asked. "Why? What happened?" He was her son, nobody else knew him better than her. His face was like an open book for her. She could see that something was weighing heavily on his mind. "I don't want to be a hero anymore. But I can't walk away from it either. I don't know what to do," Naruto began to say and, under his mother's gentle gaze, he started getting off everything from chest. His fear for her and his father's safety, his desire to keep them safe, Momo Yaoyorozu's words about him having become too famous to ever go back to being a regular person and so on and so forth. "That classmate of yours was right. For how mature you're trying to act, you're such a dummy sometimes," she said and ruffled his spiky hair with her hand. "Do you think we haven't thought about the risks when we decided to support you in becoming a pro hero?" Naruto's eyes widened at her words. "Sure, we haven't expected you to become so popular so quickly, but I've never had a shred of doubt in mind that you would become a pro hero after graduating from UA High. Your father and I have long since made peace with the idea that your profession will come along with risks." His fox ears sagged and he looked at his lap as he said. "But I don't want to put you in danger. I don't care about some stupid pro hero career if you get hurt. I don't care about being famous. None of that matters if you and Dad are not here." Taking off her slippers, Kushina climbed into bed and sat down next to him before wrapping her arms around him. Naruto was more than happy to reciprocate, hugging her back and burying his face into her long red hair. Under other circumstances, she would have teased him a little about being such a mama's boy, but she understood that all that he needed at that moment was his mother's support and affection. They spent a few moments in silence, with her gently caressing the back of his head as she embraced him. Eventually, Kushina broke the hug and said, "I'm happy you care about your family that much. But you don't need to worry about your parents, Naruto." As she said those words, four golden chains slithered out from underneath her sweater and wiggled slowly around them. "Unlike a certain dumbass in this room, I won't hesitate to use my quirk to defend myself should a villain attack me. Besides, did you forget who taught you how to fight? Young man, you're underestimating your parents a little too much. You must have forgotten, I'm a super mom," Kushina said half seriously half jokingly. "One. Mom, that was so corny." Shut up," Kushina said, a hint of red appearing in her cheeks. Retrieving her golden chains into her body, she fake coughed into her fist before saying, "But I'm serious. If push comes to shove, I'll show no mercy to any villain that tried to attack us. I am more than capable of protecting myself and your father too. But wasn't your quirk supposed to be secret? Aren't you afraid that your old enemy will find out about it?" "We will cross that bridge when we get to it," Kushina said simply. "Let me ask you a question. Are you afraid of villains?" "I'm not. But you and Dad dash." "Stop right there," Kushina cut him off. "So you aren't afraid of fighting against villains, right?" "Of course I'm not," he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Why would I be? Getting to beat up people and even getting paid for it? Hell yeah. Oi, what kind of hero says such words?" Mother and son burst into laughter. But Kushina soon became serious again and said, "You don't know how it was around 20 years ago, you weren't even born back then, but I do. Hero agencies existed at that time as well, but villains didn't seem to care. Store and highway robberies took place every day, beatings, killings, kidnappings, it was a dark period for our country. That was the case, until All Might came around." She had a faraway look in her eyes as she reminisced about the past. Think about how much he had sacrificed for this country, for us to live in a period of peace. And not only him but all the pro-heroes that risk their lives every day to fight crime and protect the innocent. Our comfortable lives are possible only thanks to their sacrifices. Most of them do it for the money though. Naruto mumbled. Does it matter what their motivation is? Why does it matter that someone is saving people from a burning house because they want money? I don't know about you, but whether it is for money or fame, I don't care what reasons they have. At the end of the day, what matters is that they are keeping people safe. She took his hand in hers again as she said, "If you truly don't want to become a hero, your dad and I will not force you. We have told you before, no matter what path you choose, we will support you. You are our only son. But if you still want to become a pro, don't give up just because of your fear for our safety. While you are away, I will keep myself and your dad safe." Becoming a pro hero is one of the noblest aspirations to have. Naruto did not reply to her right away, appearing to be lost in thought. Okay. But I want to think about it a little more. Still, I think it's better if I don't participate in the sports festival this year. Are you sure? From what I understand, all pro-hero agencies in the country are focused on this event. It's one of your only 3 chances to catch their eyes. It could influence your future career a lot. What more could I do to impress anyone after USJ? He said with a deadpan. She blinked at him for a moment before saying, "Oh." He chuckled at her reaction. "Besides, it's not safe for me to fight now. I haven't had the chance to test my limits, I don't know my own strength anymore," he said as he thought back to the incident from the previous day when he had accidentally sent Bakugo flying with just a light shove. "I'm not at my best right now. These 2 new tails have messed with my sense of balance and I'm still feeling tired after my quirk's double awakening." He added after making a small pause, "Anyway, it's all right. I've gotten enough recognition already as it is. Some reporters told me that there are even scouts from foreign hero agencies that have come to Japan to scout me. I don't think job opportunities will ever be a problem for me. I'll let other people have their chance at shining and impressing the pros in this festival. Look at you, acting all magnanimously and big-hearted, caring for your classmates like that," Kushina said sarcastically. They chuckled together at her words. As they were laughing, a knock was heard and Minato poked his head from behind the door. But when he saw Kushina and Naruto sitting comfortably in bed and laughing, he came inside and put his hands on his hips. "Naruto, your classmate has already left," saying he was running late. "Aren't you going to school today? It's the sports festival." But, before Naruto could reply, he continued, "More importantly, Kushina, what are you doing? What have I said about hogging Naruto all to yourself? We are going to have a big problem." Saying that, Minato jumped and dived into the bed on top of them. Naruto let out an oof sound, Kushina squealed, and the bed groaned as the weight of a full-grown man crashed into them. Soon, the family of 3 burst into yells and laughter as Minato initiated a tug-of-war with his wife, with Naruto being stuck in the middle. Chapter 13, Sports Festival. "I am sorry. I am truly sorry. I am so sorry." Bowing from the waist at an almost 90 degrees angle, All Might's face lacked its usual radiant smile. All Might did not raise from his bowing posture for 1 entire minute at the press conference that took place a day after the USJ incident. In truth, people could not hold him responsible for the disaster that happened at USJ. All Might had been dozens of miles away at that time. It was the villains' fault, they were the criminals. However, the fact that UA High had been targeted by the League of Villains because of him could not be ignored either. Nevertheless, Mineta Minoru's parents aside, nobody else was pained by the boy's death as much as All Might. He could not stop beating himself over his negligence. "If I had been more careful and monitored my muscle form's remaining time with more attention, it wouldn't have gotten to this. If I hadn't stopped to admonish that quirkless boy, maybe I could have gotten to USJ in time to stop the villains," he thought bitterly as he watched the first-year students of UA entering the stadium where the sports festival was going to take place. All Might's eyes were involuntarily drawn to a first-year student with wavy green hair and a rather innocent face that greatly contrasted with his well-built body. Midoriya Izuku was partly responsible for All Might running out of time and becoming unable to get to USJ when the League of Villains attacked. Back then, All Might had witnessed the scene where the boy smashed his metallic staff into the gigantic villain's nuts, incapacitating him. Although nearly 1 year had passed since their first encounter, All Might had not forgotten Izuku's face. After all, it was partly because of Izuku that the Sludge Villain had escaped that time too. So he knew that he was quirkless. Once the police took the unconscious villain into their custody, All Might scolded Midoriya Izuku for nearly 15 minutes straight for his recklessness, for getting involved in such a dangerous situation despite being quirkless. In the meantime, his muscle form ran out of time and the rest was history. This boy. Mixed feelings surged in his heart at that moment. On one hand, He could not bring himself to dislike how earnest and dedicated, or maybe obsessed was a better word. Midoriya Izuku seemed to be about becoming a pro-hero. All Might was not blind to the transformation his body had gone through over the past year. He understood that the boy must have shed plenty of blood and tears to get that physique in such a short time. His self-sacrificing disposition and disregard for danger were worthy of admiration too, and those were some of the most important characteristics of a hero. But on the other hand, somehow, Midoriya Izuku had distracted him from doing his duties properly twice already, and every time All Might got distracted, someone ended up dying. First, it had been the Sludge Villain. Now, it was Mineta Minoru. Thinking about the Sludge Villain, All Might's mind involuntarily went to the other boy that had been at the center of both incidents too, Uzumaki Naruto. I still don't see how young Uzumaki could have killed the Sludge Villain. But that is of no consequence anymore. In the light of the recent events, after seeing Naruto's relentless and unbending will despite being faced with a hopeless situation, All Might was compelled to reassess his opinion of him. Uzumaki Naruto had put his life on the line and fought until the bitter end for the sake of protecting his classmates. He was not a villain in the making. He was a hero through and through. Speaking of the Fox boy, All Might could not find him among the several hundred first-year students that had lined up orderly in front of the stage. Given Naruto's unusual appearance, after his Fox Quirk's second awakening he had 3 large fox tails at his back, he should have been very easy to spot. Is he perhaps not participating? Is he not interested in the sports festival? His musings stopped when the school principal, Nizu, began to speak. It was a short speech that condemned the deeds of the League of Villains and expressed support for Minoru Mineta's family. Nizu ended his speech by saying, "Let us all take a minute of silence for Minoru Mineta's unfortunate passing," while a picture of a smiling Mineta appeared on all the screens on the sports festival stadium. Being watched by several thousands of people, of which many were pro-heroes, should have been a harrowing experience for someone as timid and insecure as Izuku, that is if Izuku had been the same as a year ago. Nowadays, his disposition was a far cry from the past. Working out and gaining muscles had done wonders for his confidence, and his grueling combat training with Naruto had changed him too. Last, but not least, his encounter with the giant pink-skinned villain had lit a fire into his soul. Kamui Woods, a top 10 hero, and Mount Lady, a famous rookie hero with a very strong quirk, had been helpless to deal with the situation. They had had no way of defeating the villain while he was holding those 3 civilians hostage. However, Izuku's intervention had turned the tides completely. His Florida Smash attack had sent that villain to the Shadow Realm while also, most likely, eliminating his ability to reproduce. And if that villain still managed to get a kid in the future, the ghost of the trauma he had suffered from that Florida Smash was something that even the 3rd generation after him would be able to feel. I can do it. I can be a hero too. Izuku had not let his recent success go to his head. He knew that in a fair fight the pink-skinned giant could kill even 10 of him without breaking a sweat. But the fact that his intervention had saved the lives of 3 people was undisputed proof in his mind that he could become a pro-hero too in spite of being quirkless. All Might rebuked me for saving those people. He said I could have been killed or that I could have gotten the hostages killed if I had failed. He told me that without a quirk, it's only a matter of time before I get killed by a villain. Remembering the scene of All Might scolding him for being reckless made him scrunch his eyes close. It hurt that his idol did not believe in him. It hurt that his role model had rebuked him so harshly. It hurt badly. I will show him. At this sports festival, I will show him and everyone else just how far can a quirkless person go. The euphoria and the happiness that had flooded his being after saving those 3 people had made him surer than ever in regards to his dream. Even if his idol, All Might, told him that he had no chance, he was not going to give up. Becoming a hero was no longer something that he desired only because he admired All Might. Izuku did not want to become a pro-hero only because he thought it was cool. Not anymore. Saving the lives of that family of 3 had made him understand just how much even his meager strength could mean for a person in need. His hands clenching into fists and his eyes burning with determination, Izuku unknowingly entered a very special state. "Dang, we're late," Minato said in chagrin when he saw on the large screens of the stadium that the first event of the sports festival had already started. Then, shouting at the same time, Minato and Kushina pointed their fingers at each other. "It's your fault." "Ha? My fault? You're the one who jumped on us and Kushina began. "That's because you were hogging Naruto all to yourself. I'm usually at work and don't have as many chances as you to spend time with him. You should be more considerate?" Minato cut her off. "HMPF. First come, first served. Besides, we both know that I'm Naruto's favorite parent. He's a mama's boy through and through." "Huh?" Minato exclaimed scandalized. "You take that back?" His golden fox ears flat against his head, Naruto covered his face with both hands in embarrassment. His parents were arguing like an old married couple with no regard for their surroundings. The reason for their argument was just as embarrassing too. Mom. Dad. We're in public. The two adults had the decency to stop their bickering and at least look sheepish. Fortunately, the crowd's cheering was so loud that no one else heard them. Unfortunately, less than half a minute after they stepped into the stadium, the three of them were looking for some empty seats. Naruto's face suddenly appeared on one of the immense screens in the center of the stadium. A moment later, his startled face appeared on every single one of the remaining screens. Oh my! What is this? Ladies and gentlemen, there he is, Uzumaki Naruto, in the flesh. A very loud voice reverberated. Present Mix's voice was unmistakable. The hero's excited voice was so loud that Naruto felt some discomfort even despite the ear mufflers that he had stuffed inside his fox ears to protect himself from extreme sounds. That, however, was nothing compared to what followed next. Naruto! 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 It was when several thousand people started chanting Naruto's name that it finally dawned on Minato and Kushina just how popular their son had actually become. Naruto himself too was overwhelmed by their reception. People were cheering and screaming his name almost as if he was All Might. Someone unexpectedly patted Naruto's shoulder from behind and said close to his ears for him to hear them. Don't just stand there frozen. Wave your hand at the cameras or at least smile. The whole country is watching you right now. Turning around, Naruto was surprised to see who it was. Long white hair and rabbit ears, dark skin, very long and athletic legs, wide hips, a tiny waist, an impressive bust, and a large grin that was so infectious that Naruto involuntarily found himself smiling back at her in spite of his befuddled state. It was none other than Rumi Usajiyama, or, how most people knew her as, the rabbit hero, Mirko. When Rumi waved at the camera and Naruto followed suit, the crowd's roars exploded in volume. Even the students that were in the middle of crossing the canyon with ropes could not help being distracted and stopped, momentarily overwhelmed by the crowd's reaction. With Mirko making herself visible, Naruto's name was forgotten as the crowd started chanting the rabbit hero's name instead. The commotion lasted no less than half a minute. But once things went back to normal, the cameras returned to the students participating in the first event of the sports festival, the obstacle course race. With the rabbit hero leading them to the VIP booths reserved for UA High School staff and important guests, Naruto and his parents finally found some empty seats. But only a few seconds after they sat down, Kushina suddenly shoved a notebook and a pen into Miruko's face and bowed her head low while almost shouting, "Miruko-san, please give me your autograph. I'm a huge fan." The rabbit hero snickered, seemingly in very high spirits as she signed Kushina's notebook. In the meantime, Naruto flushed in embarrassment at his mother's fangirlish behavior, especially when he saw her taking a diadem with a pair of white rabbit ears seemingly out of thin air and putting it on her head. Naruto's embarrassment only increased when his father, albeit with a reluctant face, also put a pair of rabbit ears on his head. "Kaya. I was hoping to meet you today, but I've never thought I'd actually get to speak to you face to face. Miruko-san, you're the best. My favorite hero. Girl power," she shouted and pumped her fist into the air. "You're almost 40 years old, Mom, for the love of God." Naruto thought as he buried his face in his palms for the second time that day. Minato was not that different either. Imagine an intellectual-looking middle-aged man being forced to wear a pair of girlish rabbit ears. Minato wanted to just dig a hole somewhere and die. But he had no choice. If I ruin this moment for her, I'll be sleeping on the couch for a month. No, not even the couch, I'll end up sleeping on the front door carpet, Minato thought. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. He would make sure to get back at his wife soon though. Ahahaha. Mirko laughed out loud again and said to Naruto, "Your parents are amazing." In spite of her laughter, in Naruto's eyes, her face seemed to say please help. But Naruto had no way of helping her. As a fellow martial arts practitioner and enthusiast, Uzumaki Kushina had always been a big fan of the rabbit hero because not only that she was a woman that kicked major but even her name, Mirko, was a homage to one of the best and most exciting kickboxers during the golden era of kickboxing and one of the legendary pioneers of mixed martial arts too from a few centuries ago, Mirko Cro Cop. And, to top it all off, Mirko had also ended up saving her precious son's life less than 2 weeks ago. To make a long story short, in the present, Kushina's fangirlism towards Mirko bordered veneration. The rabbit hero was fearless and relentless, a force to be reckoned with in a fight, but even the fearless Mirko could only take a step back and engage in a strategic retreat, running the hell away, in the presence of the rabid monster that was Naruto's mother. Thanking the gods above and underground that her smartphone suddenly rang, Rumi took the chance to excuse herself without appearing to be rude and left the spectators stand. As she quickly slipped away, she also grabbed Naruto by his arm on her way out. Considering that Mirko could deadlift a ton without much difficulty, Naruto was as light as a feather to her. As for Minato and Kushina, they did not notice his absence right away as they were too absorbed in watching the last segment of the first event, the minefield. Now, the two of them were alone in a corridor, the cheers of the crowd watching the sports festival only a distant hum. Miruko's usually playful grin gradually disappeared as she fiddled with her phone. Looking over her shoulder, the rabbit hero was quite short, standing at only 160 cm. Naruto's eyebrows rose when he saw what she was reading. The layout of the app she was using was unfamiliar to him, but it seemed to be a forum app of sorts. The title of the thread was, Hero Killer, Stain, Spotted by a Restaurant's Back Alley Camera in Tokyo. He feared that the phone would become a crumpled ball of metal when he saw the way her forearms bulged as she clenched her fingers around it. Letting out a sigh, Rumi's rabbit ears sagged a bit as she said in an almost whiny voice. What should I do? I want to go after him. Then, answering his unasked question, she said, I'm supposed to stay here and crown the winners of the sports festival. But that's so boring. Normally, it was one of the teachers or alumni of the school that did the crowning. Specifically, All Might was the one who usually crowned the winners of the sports festival. That year, however, All Might had turned down said task. Although Mirko had not studied at UA High, the principal of the school contacted her and asked her to take All Might's place that year. The reason for that was not difficult to understand. It was a tactic he employed in order to diminish the backlash of the public at the fact that the sports festival was still being held in spite of the USJ disaster. After all, currently, the rabbit hero's popularity was off the charts. The public absolutely adored her. Rumi's conundrum, if it could even be called that, did not last for long. Barely a few seconds later, she showed a toothy grin and threw her hands in the air. Who cares about some sports festival? I won't miss out on this opportunity to catch that asshole. Looking at Naruto with her red eyes sparkling in excitement, she said, What do you say? Do you want to tag along? Me? Naruto asked, surprised at her unexpected offer. I don't think dash. Mirko just laughed and grabbed him by the arm again. It looked like her question had been mostly rhetorical. She did not seem to care what his answer was going to be. We're gonna have so much fun. And you'll get to see a pro hero in action with your own eyes too. Win-win if you ask me. Wait, I can't go. I've got to let my parents know if I'm going somewhere, and I'm also not sure yet if I want to. Jaya, he began to say, only to let out a startled cry when Mirko suddenly hoisted him in the air and put him on her shoulder as if he was a sack of potatoes. Wait a minute. Naruto cried out. It was the first time that he and Rabbit Hero had met after the USJ incident, and she was already taking him on some hero adventure to catch a metahuman serial killer. He had not even made a final decision on whether he wanted to still become a hero or not yet. Things were moving so fast he having trouble keeping up. But his mind became blank when only 2 seconds later he found himself outside of the stadium, still on Miruko's shoulder. Before he had the chance to protest again, something akin to a sonic boom exploded as the air was suddenly displaced and Naruto almost fainted from the abrupt acceleration. Despite carrying a boy weighing over 70 kilograms on her shoulder, the rabbit hero started running so fast that she broke the sound barrier. Chapter 14, Death. A powerful gust of wind blew away all the dust and dirt from the rooftop of an apartment building as 2 people landed on it with a thud. A few seconds later, sounds of someone throwing up were heard. Pussy, Mirko said and snickered at the sight of the fox boy looking as though he was half dead. You freaking psychopath. I thought I was going to die. Naruto shouted at her when he finally got a hold of his upset stomach. Oh, stop it with the drama queen act. Naruto felt his blood pressure shoot through the roof when he saw her laughing. Drama queen? If I was a normal kid, that sprint of yours would have killed me. It wasn't that fast, honest? You broke the sound barrier. Ahaha. I might have been a little too hyped because of dash. She began awkwardly, but her expression suddenly did a 180 turn as she said in excitement, oh right. The hero killer. Taking out her smartphone, Mirko appeared to forgot all about the incensed boy as she used the Hero Network app to check again the article about the hero killer. Unbelievable, he said exasperated. After dragging him against his will all the way to Tokyo, it was over 100 kilometers away from UA High. She was now acting as if he was air. He sat down and lied on his back on the building's rooftop, too drained to even feel angry anymore. A minute later, he stood up and dusted off his clothes. I'ma head out. Now that got the rabbit hero's attention. However, getting the feeling that he wouldn't be able to scurry away if he lingered, Naruto swiftly jumped off the rooftop with no hesitation. Mirko rushed towards the edge of the rooftop, instinctively trying to prevent him from jumping off, but when she saw how the fox boy was defying the laws of physics as he ran down and jumped from wall to wall, she relaxed, remembering just how good he was at using his quirk. "Hey! Where are you going?" she yelled and jumped right after him. Instead of replying, Naruto let out an "oh, crap" under his breath and broke into a sprint, his fluffy tail standing comically stiff in contrast with the rest of his body. "Oi! Why are you running away from me?" Mirko shouted as she broke into a dash too. "Why are you chasing me?" Naruto hollered back at her and suddenly made a turn, heading into a crowded and rather narrow side alley filled with all sorts of street vendors and hundreds of pedestrians. When Mirko entered the side alley and saw how many people were walking around, she let out a grin. "Cunning brat," she said in amusement. Knowing that in a race of pure speed Mirko was faster than him, Naruto had chosen a crowded place because, thanks to his Fox Quirk's innate agility and reaction time, he would be able to run faster than her here. Her thigh muscles tensed as she launched herself into the air, landing on a rooftop. Then, she started running on top of the buildings, chasing him from above. Unfortunately for Naruto, with his unique appearance, he couldn't blend in with the crowd easily. His 3 golden fox tails stood out so much that Mirko had no difficulty in keeping her eyes trained on him. Seeing that she was still hot on his trail in spite of his best attempts to shake her off, Naruto increased his speed even more and rushed into another side alley. Briefly looking over his shoulder to see if the rabbit hero was still following him, he slammed so hard into a wall so hard that he bounced back like a tennis ball and fell down on his ass dazed. While Naruto was running from the rabbit hero as if his tails were on fire, Isuku was riding one of the biggest highs of his life. His curly hair was singed, his elbows and knees were bruised and his clothes were tattered from all the mines that he had blown up, but the smile on his face could not be any more radiant. Against all odds, in spite of not having a quirk, he had won the first event of the sports festival. That turn of events blindsided all the spectators and the other participating students as well. The A-class students that had been baptized through fire by surviving the League of Villains' attack on the USJ had been the favorites by a long shot, especially Endeavor's son and the boy who appeared to be his closest rival, Katsuki Bakugo. Nobody had expected a general studies student to defeat the prodigies from the hero course. "Everyone is watching me now. Look at me. Watch me. I'll show you how far I can go even without a quirk." Brimming with anticipation, he could not wait for midnight to announce the second event of the sports festival. Back to Naruto and Mirko. "Did you really think you could outrun the rabbit hero? Haha. I got you now." Shaking off the cobwebs in his head, Naruto realized that the wall that he had slammed face first into was actually the very person he had been running away from. "But I'll give credit where it's due. You weren't half bad, for a dumb little brat." Naruto's face scrunched up in annoyance. Her smug grin was annoying him even more than her words. All right, you won," he threw his hands up and said. "Look, I just want to go home. You're telling me you're not in the least curious about seeing firsthand a pro hero in action?" Mirko said and put her hands on her waist, not buying it. Not really. I don't want to become dash," Naruto began to say, but Mirko suddenly raised her hand to stop him and said, "Wait a moment." She closed her eyes for a moment and inhaled deeply. "I smell blood. There are like 5 restaurants or more in this block alone. It's probably from the chickens they're cooking," Naruto said. He could not sense anything, but he figured that her sense of smell was most likely more developed than his. "No. This is human blood," Mirko said with a serious face this time. "If you want to follow me, you can, but don't interfere. Just watch from a distance and wait until things are under control," she told him and started running in the direction she could sense the smell coming from. But Naruto had no intention of actually following her. Now that she left, it was his chance to slip away. He started running in the opposite direction. "God damn it." Mirko cussed when she came to a stop and looked at the sight in front of her. Blood was pooling on the sidewalk and a carved-up and mutilated body lied in the middle of it. It was a man and, judging by his attire, he was a pro hero. Rushing at the bleeding person, she quickly checked his vitals before exhaling in relief. He's still breathing. A small battle took place in her mind. The precepts of a professional hero dictated that rescuing people took priority over capturing villains. On the other hand, catching the hero killer had been a goal of hers for weeks now. "But I'm not a medic. There's nothing I can do to save him," she debated with herself as she dialed 119, the hotline of the ambulance in Japan. Nevertheless, in the end, she could not bring herself to leave the dying hero alone. She could only clench her fist in frustration at the thought of the hero killer getting away once again as she waited for the ambulance and for the police to arrive at the scene. "Hello? Hey, Dad, it's me. Naruto? Where are you? The first event of the sports festival is over already." Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Haha, you won't believe it, but I'm in Tokyo. Funny. Come here, the second event is about to start. You don't want to miss it. They're going to have a bow tauscher game. All first years will be split into 2 teams and they'll have to topple each other's poles. I'm so excited. 1. No, Dad, I'm serious. I really am in Tokyo. The rabbit hero dragged me here with her. I swear to God she is crazy. A few moments of silence followed before Naruto heard a bunch of almost imperceptible words. Minato had covered the phone speakers with his hand for Naruto to not hear what he was about to say. Honey, I think Naruto just went with Mirko on a date dash. What date? Naruto sputtered. Didn't you hear what I said? She took me with her by force. From the shuffling and grunts he was hearing, Naruto guessed that Minato and Kushina were now wrestling for the possession of the phone. Living up to her credentials as a judo black belt, Kushina managed to defeat her husband in this little game and snatch his phone away. Naruto. What date is he talking about? Kushina's raised voice came from the other end of the line and he had to distance the phone from his head lest he went deaf. I don't know what he's talking about, Mom, I promise. Naruto said immediately. His quick denial, however, seemed to only further raise her suspicions. Don't do anything reckless, okay? You're still too young to be doing the deed. And I expect you to be home before 8 o'clock so we can have dinner. Better yet, bring her with you when MOM. Naruto said, now becoming exasperated, his face flushing too. This isn't a date, for God's sake. She took me here to show me how she's going to beat up a villain. Ah, how romantic is that? Came Minato's snicker from the background and Kushina burst into giggles too. We're just messing with you, Kushina said eventually, her voice filled with barely repressed laughter. I say you take this chance to get closer to her. Mirko is a bit controversial, but she's one of the top 5 heroes in Japan for a reason. She is very powerful and popular as well. Don't waste this chance. If you make a good impression, you could become her sidekick as soon as you graduate. Getting a first-hand look at her hero activities is a precious opportunity too. When a few seconds passed without Naruto replying, Kushina said, Naruto-chan, is everything alright over there? How should I say this? I kinda, ditched her. As his mother's annoyed sigh and the sound of someone slapping their forehead, he guessed it was his father based on the volume, came from the other end of the line. Naruto chuckled helplessly before mumbling. Sorry. It's okay, Kushina said. You told me this morning how you feel about becoming a hero, so I won't say anything else to pressure you. She made a small pause to choose her words carefully. Don't take too long before making a final decision. There are times in life when opportunities come your way and if you don't grab them with both hands, you might never get the chance again. Naruto talked with his parents for a few more minutes before they had to end the call. With the second event of the UA High Sports Festival kicking off, the noise made by the spectators in the stands became too loud for them to talk to each other on the phone. Putting his hands in the pockets of his pants, Naruto started walking at a leisurely pace as he gawked at the crowded streets of Japan's capital. It was not the first time he had visited Tokyo. He had been on 2 trips with his class in middle school. But he had never gotten the chance to wander around by himself in non-touristic places. As he passed by a shotengai, a local food market, his mouth started to water at the delicious smells coming from it. It had to be said Tokyo was ranked as one of the cities with the most restaurants per capita in the world, and Japanese cuisine was recognized worldwide as one of the best too. With his sharper-than-average sense of smell, Naruto never stood a chance. But when he went in line to one of the food stalls, he was startled to realize that a bunch of girls wearing high school uniforms ahead of him suddenly made way for him and took out their smartphones to film him. 3 golden fox tails. It's him, isn't it? Whoa! It really is him. What is he doing in Tokyo? Oh! He's so much cuter in person. The commotion that the high school girls caused attracted other people's attention, and Naruto suddenly found himself in the middle of a mob of several dozen people, all snapping pictures at him and trying to talk to him. Excuse my rudeness, are you, by chance, Uzumaki Naruto? I saw you on TV the other day. It's an honor to meet you. I'm rooting for you. You're going to be an excellent hero in the future. With so many people all of a sudden clamoring around him and all of them talking at the same time, Naruto was stumped, not knowing how to react. 1 hour later, Naruto found himself on a remote bench in a public park, his arms full of snacks and souvenirs. Once they discovered him, the crowd and the food stall owners in the vicinity showered him with gifts. It was only after shaking hands with and signing autographs for nearly 100 people that Naruto finally managed to get away. Ah, there's so much food. What am I going to do with all of it? Food from street stalls was not the kind that could be preserved for long. Most of it would end up becoming spoiled by the time evening came. Regardless, he couldn't throw it away. His conscience wouldn't let him tarnish people's goodwill and feelings for him like that. Picking up a paper bag with ikayaki, He bit into it with gusto and closed his eyes as he savored the rich flavor of the grilled squid meat. Time passed and eventually, Naruto let out a long breath as he rested his back against the bench. I can't eat anymore. He was so full, his stomach bulged out as if he was pregnant, but the pile of food on the bench was only halfway done. Even someone with an appetite as healthy as his couldn't finish it all. Muttering a small prayer of thanks to the people who had gifted him the food, Naruto gathered all that was left and stood up. Though he could not finish everything by himself, it didn't mean he was going to throw all the food away. As any other big metropolis in the world, Tokyo had its share of unfortunate people without a home that would appreciate a small gesture of kindness. As Naruto gave his last snack to a homeless old man, he noticed a little girl watching them wistfully with her big red eyes. Following his line of sight, the old man saw the little girl watching them too. She seems to be hungry too. Here, young little miss, you can have it, the old man said with a gentle smile and stretched out his hands to give her the snack that Naruto had just given him. The old man's unexpected kindness moved Naruto deeply. It's easy to give things away and make good deeds when you have more than you need. But this Aji-san has nothing. Naruto put his hand gently on his forearm to stop him and said, Don't worry, uncle. Keep your food. I'll go get something for the little girl. Are you sure that's all right? You don't have to. No, it's not a problem, I insist. He went to the little girl and, crouching to be on the same eye level with her, he asked. Hi. Would you like me to buy you some dango? The little girl looked down in embarrassment as she mumbled. Yes. Naruto gave her a sunny smile and patted her head softly before standing up and rushing to a nearby convenience store. A few minutes later, he returned with a bag carrying a pack of dango and 2 cartons of apple juice, one for the little girl and one for the old man. After giving the old man a carton of juice and receiving his heartfelt thanks, Naruto went to the little girl and handed her the juice and the food too. Thank you, the girl said shyly. Not minding his image, Naruto sat down on the sidewalk next to the little girl and watched her. It was highly unusual for children to live on the streets in Japan. It was the first time he was seeing a homeless child. The Children Protection Agency normally took all orphan children or those without a stable home and put them into foster families. Thinking that a girl as young as her was living on the streets, Naruto could not simply leave her and be on his way. My name is Naruto, by the way. What's your name? The girl took a few moments to swallow a big mouthful of food before replying. Eri. My name is Eri. I see. Eri-chan, are you alone? Where are your parents? The little girl put down the stick of dango momentarily and looked at the ground as she said, They're dead. He felt a node forming in his neck. I'm sorry to hear that. He truly was. Looking at the deplorable appearance of the little girl and knowing that she was an orphan, Naruto felt his heart breaking. If anything, there were not many people that understood as well as he did what it was like to be an orphan. In his past life, he had been an orphan too. Even so, he had never been in the little girl's situation. Although the third Hokage had not been the most attentive caretaker, at least Naruto had always had a place to sleep and food to eat. In contrast, the little girl was homeless, her clothes were rags, she had no shoes on her feet and her arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. He took a few moments to calm his emotions before he spoke. Is there nobody else related to you? No one else that can take care of you? Finished wolfing down her food, Eri started wringing her hands nervously at his words. I have relatives. But they are bad people that hurt me, the little girl said and whispered inaudibly the last part before looking around terrified. Naruto's sensitive hearing, however, picked up what she said. Furthermore, he could smell it. He could smell the feelings of fear coming off her. Too. No, it's not just fear. She's terrified. So she's a runaway? Anger started bubbling in his veins as he looked at the dirty bandages covering her arms and legs. What kind of bastards would hurt a little girl like that? When Mirko had kidnapped him from UA High and dragged him to Tokyo, Naruto had never thought he would stumble upon such a situation, but now that he did, he could not ignore the little girl and pretend he had not heard anything. Standing up, he stretched his hand out for her to grab it as he said, Will you come with me? Come where? Eri asked cautiously. To find you a new home. The police will dash. And oh, the little girl suddenly yelled and backed away. No, she said again, this time in a weak voice. They'll send me back again. I don't want to go back to that place. As though her words had been a bad omen, for tough-looking men wearing black suits appeared in the plaza and started looking around as if they were searching for something. They're here, Eri said, her voice choked from fear as she quickly ran behind Naruto's legs and buried herself into his 3 fox tails in a desperate attempt to hide herself. Please, don't let them take me. Please, Eri begged desperately. Startled by her actions, Naruto turned to look at what had elicited such a reaction from the little girl. Seeing the 4 men heading towards him, anger suddenly washed over him. You've caused us a lot of problems this time, Hare, one of the 4 men said in anger as he and his pals walked closer to them. Did you know? Yosuke died. Overhaul killed him because you ran away. It's your fault someone was killed once again. Naruto heard Hare's breath hitch at that man's words. There's no use in hiding her, boy. Step aside. This doesn't concern you, one of the men said and tried to push his shoulder roughly to shove him away. But Naruto caught his wrist and twisted it, making him fall to his knees and cry out in pain. Thinking that they had tormented a little girl to the point where she was shivering in terror, he proceeded to further twist the man's wrist, making him start screaming. Arg! Wait! It's going to break! Arg! Letting go of the man's wrist, Naruto push-kicked him in the chest, sending him skidding backwards. The other 3 tough-looking men suddenly took out knives from their pockets and pointed them at him. Every fucking kid thinks they're a hero these days. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with, you stupid bag of shit? If it was 2 or 3 generations ago, even the police would hesitate about getting entangled with them. But in a society of superpowered people, the Yakuza was a shell of its former self. The 3 men were burning with rage. I don't care who you are. All I see is that 4 men with knives are trying to take a little girl against her will. You little shit. You're so dead when I get my hand on you. I'll fucking dash. Bang. The man who was in the middle of swearing and cursing was suddenly blasted away as if he had been hit by a truck. His legs still extended from the vicious kick he had slammed into that man's gut. Naruto looked at the other 3 who had unconsciously stepped away from him in trepidation. But the time to talk things peacefully passed the moment they threatened him with their knives. With a speed that made it look as though he had teleported in front him, Naruto grabbed one of the Yakuza goons by the head and smashed a knee into his face, knocking him out cold. The other 2 had no time to react whatsoever because, a split of second later, he appeared between them like a blur. A Konoha Senpu kick smashed into their jaws at the same time, sending them flying in opposite directions. Their knives laying scattered on the ground, the 4 men did not get up. They were unconscious. The entire fight took less than 5 seconds, but the sight of a young boy beating the crap out of 4 buff men attracted people's attention right away. We better get away before the police or a hero comes. Come, get on my back. I'll carry you so we can flee faster, Naruto said and crouched. He was a stranger that she had met only half an hour ago, but the kindness that he had shown her by buying her food and the way that he protected her from Overhaul's men made any doubts that Hare might have had about him vanish. Getting on his back, the little girl wrapped her hands tightly around his neck as Naruto broke into a run. A while later, Naruto and Hare were sitting on a bench in a more remote children's playground, catching their breath. While the little girl was wringing her hands anxiously, Naruto was no less worried either. He was resting his face in his palms as he tried to find a way to deal with the situation. To think I'd pick a little girl that was a runaway from a family that's part of a gang of some sort. He wanted to help Hare with every fiber of his being, but he didn't know what he could do for her. He was just an underage boy in the eye of the law, he couldn't become her guardian. And the worst part was that he did not know how to deal with the gang either. He could beat them up. Not all problems in the world could be solved by beating people up. Unfortunately, things weren't that simple. Since Eri-chan doesn't want to go to the police, does that mean that her relatives have someone on the inside? What the hell are they, Yakuza? He thought with a snort. Do Yakuza even exist anymore? Mom told me most criminal organizations disbanded after All Might's rise to power. While Naruto was deeply buried in his thoughts, a series of relaxed footsteps make him look up at the newcomer. This day just keeps getting better, Naruto said sardonically. First, the rabbit hero had carried him on her shoulder like a bag of potatoes from UA High all the way to Tokyo. Then he encountered a little girl that had run away from a family of criminals, and now he was being approached by a man who was wearing a pair of white latex gloves and a stuffy plague mask in the middle of May. Is he a cosplayer of sorts? He thought, but when the young man opened his mouth, Naruto's amusement disappeared. You've been a naughty girl again, Hare, the young man said, and Naruto saw the little girl stiffen in panic. Thank you for looking after my daughter. I was so worried when she disappeared, he said as he turned towards Naruto and raised his hand for a handshake. Oh, where are my manners? Excuse me, the young man said before taking off the latex glove on his right hand and raising it again for a handshake. 3. Naruto looked at him warily, inwardly expecting the weirdo in front of him to pull out a knife or a gun with his other hand. Though he raised his hand to meet the man's handshake, Naruto kept his eyes on him like a hawk, watching his every move intently, ready to react in an instant if the man decided to attack him. "No!" Eri cried out loud and jumped between the two of them in a desperate attempt to protect the kind fox boy that had taken care of her until then. However, she did not make it in time. It only took one touch. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Chapter 15, Protector. Previous chapter. Naruto looked at him warily, inwardly expecting the weirdo in front of him to pull out a knife or a gun with his other hand. Though he raised his hand to meet the man's handshake, Naruto kept his eyes on him like a hawk, watching his every move intently, ready to react in an instant if the man decided to attack him. "No!" Eri cried out loud and jumped between the two of them in a desperate attempt to protect the kind fox boy that had taken care of her until then. However, she did not make it in time. It only took one touch. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Overhaul spat a mouthful of blood as he looked in disbelief at the 4 spear-tipped golden chains sticking out of his chest. What is this?" Overhaul asked, so stupefied that he didn't even feel pain momentarily, his brain seemingly lagging behind in comprehending what had just happened. He proceeded to touch himself several times over in an attempt to restore his body to pristine condition, however, his quirk wasn't working. Naruto was no less shocked than him either. Just as he had been about to shake hands with the plague mask-wearing young man, a feeling of mortal danger washed over him like never before. Outside of his conscious control, reacting to his Fox Quirk's animalistic survival instinct, 4 golden chains burst through from his back and skewered the young man in front of him like a beehive. I dash. Naruto stammered and stepped back in a stupor as he retrieved the adamantine sealing chains from Overhaul's body. He had not wanted to kill the young man in front of him. Even in his past life, as a shinobi, Naruto could count on the fingers of one hand the number of people that he had killed. The quirk that he had inherited from his mother had acted out on its own yet again, just like when the Sludge Villain had attacked him. He had yet to snap out of his shock when the little girl let out a cry and yelled, "No! No!" A bright yellow flash akin to lightning exploded forth from the little horn poking out of the right side of her forehead, and Eri cried out again. "No! Run! Get away from here! Please! Run!" While the crackling yellow light spilt out in all directions from her horn, Eri's eyes filled with desperate tears. "Each and every action you take kills people." "No," she cried out as Overhaul's filled with malice words rang in her mind. "Did you know? Yosuke died. Overhaul killed him because you ran away. It's your fault someone was killed once again." Naruto stepped back in trepidation as his adamantine sealing chains once again came out from his back of their own volition, outside of his control. His senses screamed danger at him in the same way they did when he had been about to shake hands with Overhaul, and his chains were activated in an instinctual act to ensure his survival. As his golden chains flailed slowly around him, the light coming off from Eri's horn avoided him like the plague. "Why did you do that? Monster! I wish you were never born." A woman's screams resounded in Eri's mind and tears started rolling down her cheeks like a river. That's because those were her mother's words. It was her own mother, cursing at her after her quirk went out of control and erased her father from existence. Naruto watched with wide eyes and bated breath as the bloodied and lifeless body of the young man collapsed on the street, suddenly regenerated back like a miracle, and opened his eyes. As Overhaul came back to life with a gasp, he was extremely quick to take note of the situation and launched himself at the little girl. However, Overhaul only managed to take 2 steps before he stumbled and crashed down as his legs unexpectedly shrank in length. No, his entire body shrank, his appearance inexplicably becoming more than 10 years younger. For the first time in her entire life, Eri heard her tormentor's voice crack. "Eri! Stop! Please stop!" Overhaul cried out in panic as he made a last-ditch attempt to jump towards her. But in the next second, the now teenage Overhaul collapsed once again. He had been turned into a toddler. Then, to Naruto's shock, as the yellow light coming off from Eri's horn engulfed the toddler, it suddenly disappeared into thin air. As a nigh-godlike shinobi from a fantasy-like world and as a current resident in a society of superpowered heroes and villains, Naruto had seen many things in his 2 lives. He had seen demonic beasts as tall as mountains, he had seen people that could transform themselves into liquids or fire, he had seen beings capable of dishing out attacks no weaker than a nuclear bomb, he had seen the dead being brought back to life, he had seen people capable of crossing dimensions and teleporting, and he had even fought against a goddess. But he had never seen anything like what had just happened in front of his eyes. He had never even heard of a power capable of anything like that. Even the most broken ability of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi, paled in comparison to the little girl's quirk. To completely ignore the laws of physics and reverse time was a power beyond the realm of mortals. It was akin to the power of a god. A few moments later, the horn on Eri's forehead stopped emitting light and shrunk to a size 3 times smaller than before. Thoroughly exhausted, Eri lost consciousness and fell down bonelessly. Even as he rushed to catch the little girl before she fell onto the hard asphalt, Naruto did not retrieve his adamantine sealing chains into his body, still too freaked out by what he had just seen. If it hadn't been for my chains, would she have turned me into a toddler too? Or worse, would I have completely stopped existing? But as that thought came to his mind, his chain sank back into his spine and he embraced the girl's thin and scrawny body tightly. Having run away from the bloody scene, Naruto was once again sitting on a bench in a public park. He had chosen against going to a remote place this time to avoid being attacked by the gangsters coming from Are's family again. Seeing as it was well into the afternoon, in May, the weather was sunny, warm and less humid than any other time of the year. It was the perfect time for people to come out for a walk and enjoy the advent of summer. Children of all ages were walking hand in hand with their parents, vivacious high school students dressed in their respective uniforms could be seen everywhere and there were even couples and old people walking around. Every once in a while, some passers-by would throw curious glances at the blonde-haired boy with fox ears and the little girl sleeping in his arms but they didn't poke their noses where they weren't supposed to. "Eri-chan," muttered Naruto as he gently caressed the back of her head, trying to soothe her. Even in her dreams, the little girl did not seem to have peace. Her tiny hands were clutching tightly at his t-shirt and the wetness at the corners of her eyes betrayed that she was crying. She was having a nightmare. He could only imagine what she was going through at that moment. A child as young and fragile as her had inadvertently killed a person due to her quirk going berserk. Her extremely powerful quirk was no different than a curse for her, a curse that had caused her an untold amount of pain and suffering. "Don't you worry, Eri-chan. From now on, I'll protect you. I swear. I won't let anyone hurt you anymore," he whispered as he caressed her white-bluish hair. He spent the next few minutes in silence as he contemplated his next course of action. "I'm a minor so the law will never let me become her guardian in normal conditions. I have to convince Mom and Dad to take her in." A troubled look appeared on his face. Adopting a child was not something that people did in the spur of the moment. Normally, people would think about such matters for several long months and have multiple meetings with the child before finally deciding on whether they would adopt them or not. He wasn't very hopeful about his parents all of a sudden accepting to take Eri in. Also, someone has probably discovered the massive amount of blood and gore in that children's playground by now and those thugs would surely kick up a fuss when their pal doesn't turn up the next day at their meeting house. I will become their prime suspect in that plague mask dude's disappearance. The more he thought about the situation, the bigger his headache was becoming. But as he looked at how Eri was clutching at his shirt as she slept, thoughts of giving up never even sprouted in his mind. He knew what it felt like to be a cursed child and carry a great burden. The desire to protect the little girl was burning with such intensity in his heart that Naruto was surprised at himself. In the end, he steeled his resolve and made a decision. Dialing his father's number again, he brought his phone to his ear. "Hey, Dad. Do you see All Might anywhere in the stands close by?" Naruto said right away. "What happened? Did you get in trouble? Is everything okay? Are you alright?" Minato shot a series of questions one after another. "I did get in trouble. But everything is okay at the moment," Naruto said quickly. "I really need to speak with All Might. Please, Dad." Minato appeared to be hesitating. "Ugh, I don't know, Naruto. How can I just waltz in front of him and demand he spoke to my son on the phone? He is All Might, you know?" With All Might becoming his teacher at UA High, Naruto had gotten used to treating All Might almost like a normal person, like his teacher. He had forgotten just how much was All Might worshipped by the average people at large. "It's fine, you'll see. He's our teacher at UA. He told me directly before that if I ever need help or someone to talk to, he'll always be available for me," Naruto said. And it was not a lie. In the first place, All Might had enrolled Naruto at UA High through his recommendation because he wanted to guide Naruto into becoming a hero, to prevent the possibility of him going on the wrong path. Alright. Minato grumbled as he stood up and walked towards All Might's seat. Since the rabbit hero had brought the Uzumaki family to the VIP booth, they were together with other members of UA High's staff, therefore, All Might was there too. With All Might being a hulking man over 2 meters tall and packed with bulging muscles, it was hardly a challenge to spot him in the crowd. Naruto unexpectedly heard a robotic voice telling him that his call had been put on hold, but 20 seconds later, All Might's boisterous voice made him go temporarily deaf in one ear. "Uzumaki Shonen. I heard you wanted to talk to me." Just from hearing All Might's voice, Naruto felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. All Might's charisma and the good name he had built were so strong that just saying a few words was enough to fill people with hope and bring them a feeling of safety. "I found a homeless girl. She ran away from her relatives because they were hurting her. I think they are part of a gang of some sort because they attacked us with knives. They want to capture her back. She has dash." He began to speak quickly, trying to cram in as much information as he could in as few words as possible. Hold on a minute," All Might exclaimed, momentarily overwhelmed by Naruto's unexpected bombardment of words. "First of all, where are you?" "I'm in Tokyo. I'll send you the location through my dad's crosschat right away." All Might was startled yet again. Had he not seen the fox boy enter the stadium together with his parents a while ago? His face had been on all the screens of the stadium. How was he in Tokyo now? But he did not waste time asking unimportant questions. Why haven't you gone to the police first? They can help you much faster than me since they are much closer. The girl sounded desperate about not going to the police. Her relatives must be having someone on the inside because she was terrified of being sent back. All Might was silent for a few moments before saying, "Go into a public location that's likely to be patrolled by heroes, preferably around a traffic camera to discourage any attackers from ambushing you. I will come to get you in a few minutes. Don't hang up, keep the line open so I can hear you if anything unexpected happens." Half an hour later, Naruto and All Might were sitting in a private room at a police station in Tokyo, talking. What a terrifying ability, All Might muttered in disbelief when he heard from Naruto what Ares' quirk was capable of. But, in spite of that, the number one hero was not looking at the little girl as if she was a time-ticking bomb. Instead, his eyes were filled with compassion. She was not the only case that he had heard of where children lost control of their quirks and caused a disaster. In fact, although they weren't all that common, such unfortunate situations started occurring increasingly often in the past 2 decades. Society at large had not become aware of it yet, but medics and scientists all over the world had taken notice of it. What have they done to the poor girl to bring her in such a state? All Might thought as he saw how Hare, who was now awake, was clutching at Naruto's clothes, seemingly as if he was her lifeline. Furthermore, the girl appeared to be malnourished and her arms and legs were covered with bandages. "Eri-chan, it's all right," Naruto said in a soft voice and patted her on the head. "All Might is here to help. You won't send me back, will you?" the little girl asked fearfully. "Please, don't. I don't know what they'll do now that he's gone." Tears started stinging at Naruto's eyes when he heard her plead that, but he held them in. Letting out a shuddering breath to calm down his turbulent emotions, he said, "Nobody is going to take you away. I promise." "I'm not sure it's wise to make her promises that you might not be able to keep," All Might said hesitantly. "There isn't anyone else who can take care of Eri properly." "Nobody except for me, and Aizawa-sensei," Naruto said. Those words threw All Might off the loop. He sensed that whatever the fox boy was about to tell him next was going to be big. "What do you mean, young boy?" A complicated expression appeared on Naruto's face, but he had already made up his mind, so he didn't drag it on. "Sensei, I need you to promise that whatever I'm going to tell you will stay between the two of us. If anyone else finds out the secret I'm going to tell you now, my entire family will probably be murdered. This isn't a prank. I'm dead serious. Do I have your word?" All Might's face mirrored Naruto's complicated expression. "You're putting me in a very tough spot. But I promise you that as long as it's not something worthy of being prosecuted for, your secret is safe with me." That wasn't exactly the kind of answer Naruto had been hoping for. But that would have to suffice because there was nobody else he could turn to. He had to make a leap of faith and trust him. "Aside from my Fox Quirk, I have another quirk," Naruto began to say, only for All Might to interrupt him. "Impossible. People can't have more than one quirk." Unless he didn't finish what he was about to say. Though curious about the words that All Might had left unsaid, Naruto had more important things to think about at that moment. It's a strange quirk because it doesn't manifest like every other quirk in early childhood. It takes a moment of life and death to trigger it, and it can appear at any age or it might not appear at all. My grandmother manifested her quirk when she was middle-aged. My grandma didn't manifest it at all. My mother manifested it as a child, during a car crash, when she was about to die. Her parents, my grandparents, died in that crash. Mom was the only one who survived." Naruto gulped his saliva before continuing. "I manifested this quirk too when the Sludge Villain was about to kill me. I didn't know what happened at that time. I fell unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital and I heard that the villain that attacked me was dead." As he said that, 4 chains seemingly made out of golden light slowly peeked out from under his t-shirt and started flailing slowly around him. These chains have a similar effect to Aizawa-sensei's erasure. Anyone that gets entangled by the adamantine sealing chains can't use their quirks. If someone gets caught by these chains, it's game over for them. "It's a very powerful quirk," Naruto admitted. "And that's what caused my family to hide. My mother didn't tell me everything, probably because she wants to protect me, but she warned me that a very powerful person had tried to get their hands on our quirk for generations. Someone who would stop at nothing to acquire it, even if they had to kill us. Unless my life is at stake, I should never reveal it in front of other people. Mom had kept her quirk a secret even from me and Dad until I manifested the chains, and Dad still doesn't know about it even till this day." Momentarily, All Might was mute with surprise. Is he talking about All for One? Was the first thing that came to his mind when he heard Naruto's description. Sensei, Aries' quirk is too dangerous for her to be put in the care of an ordinary foster family. I want to take care of her. I don't want to let her suffer again. She doesn't deserve that. It's not her fault she was born with that power. Hearing the emotion in his voice, if All Might had not known any better, he would have been tempted to believe that Naruto was the one going through that turmoil himself, not just the young girl. Little did he know though that Naruto understood Aries' situation better than anyone else. I know I'm underage, but there are only two options for taking care of Eri, and Aizawa-sensei is probably the last person you could ask to babysit a girl. All Might found himself snorting at the mental image of Eraserhead giving him his patented dead-eye glare for even daring to suggest he became a foster father. But if push came to shove, I'm sure he'd eventually do it even if he didn't like it. I don't know anyone who takes their duty as a hero as seriously as Eraserhead, All Might conceded in his mind. Uzumaki Shonen, as much as I'd like to help you in this matter, this isn't the kind of decision that I can make alone. But seeing Naruto's crestfallen look, sagged fox ears, tails, and all, he added, but I promise I'll do everything I can to support your suggestion. Little Aries' case is truly a special one. But there is one thing you need to understand: if you want to convince the Hero Public Safety Commission and the Child Protection Agency that you can take care of Eri, that means that you will have to reveal your secret to them. A deathly silence instilled in the room as All Might hammered the figurative last nail in the coffin when he asked, "Are you willing to go as far as to risk endangering your family for the sake of a girl you had only met today?" It was a cold-blooded question, something that people wouldn't expect to come out of All Might. But All Might wanted the Fox boy to be completely aware of the consequences that his choice could have. Naruto didn't reply right away, and Eri too was so silent one couldn't even hear her breathing. Although she did not understand the complicated adult talk between Naruto and All Might, she had a feeling that her fate might be decided based on what Naruto said next. Eventually, Naruto spoke. "Sensei, did you know? Up until this morning, I had been seriously thinking about dropping out of UA High. I didn't want to become a hero anymore." The boy's words had been so unexpected that All Might choked on his spit and coughed several times before finally recollecting himself. It was not only the population at large that had been charmed and impressed by Naruto's self-sacrificing spirit and grit as he fought against Nomu in order to protect his classmates at USJ, All Might had been just as awed by the Fox boy too. Hearing him say he wanted to quit had completely blindsided him. "I was afraid for my parents' safety," Naruto confessed. "I still am. I'm thinking, what if some villains attacked my loved ones to get revenge on me? Is being a hero worth it if my family suffers?" All Might did not know what answer to give him. Inwardly, he was again surprised someone as young as Naruto was looking at things in such a mature and cynical manner. Most teenagers at his age were only thinking about how to get famous and amaze others with their quirks, how to rise to the top and become high-ranking heroes, famous and rich. Very few took the time to think seriously about the downsides of being a hero. There was a reason why All Might himself didn't have a lover or any children. He had thought about the same things as Naruto many times too. With how many enemies he had made over the years, All Might could not, in good conscience, let anyone get close to him because they would only end up as a casualty of their revenge against him. "But my mom slapped some sense into me after USJ," he said with a weak chuckle, "and encountering Eri today made me realize something. It's not like me to live in fear. It's not like me to cower from my enemies' threats. I wasn't like that. I've never been one to turn my head away from someone in need of help. Even when all odds were stacked against me, I've never retreated, I never ran away. Eri-chan reminded me of who I truly am." All Might felt goosebumps appear on his arms when Naruto locked eyes with him and said, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. I don't back down and I never go back on my word. Because I am a protector. This is my way. This is my will of fire." Chapter 16, Acknowledgement. Bo Tauscher was a capture-the-flag type of game in which two teams had to do their utmost to topple the other team's pole. Every team was split into attackers and defenders. The defenders would protect their pole and keep it standing while the attackers would try to topple the opponent team's pole. Additionally, one player on each team would take the role of a saru, monkey. They would stand on top of the pole and deter any would-be opponents from bringing it down. The traditional Bo Tauscher game had several rules. 1. A time limit of 2 minutes. 2. A team lost when their pole was toppled to a 30-degree angle or less. If neither team managed to topple the pole within that time frame, the game would be reset. 3. Punching, kicking, strangling, and pulling heads were prohibited. Those were the rules for the traditional game of Bo Tauscher, but UA High changed the rules for the second event of the sports festival as follows. 1. The time limit was 5 minutes. 2. A team lost when their pole was toppled to the ground. 3. Any forms of combat were allowed but the pole had to remain intact. Whichever team destroyed the wooden pole, whether it was theirs or the opponent's, would be disqualified. The winner of the first event of the sports festival had been granted the chance to select any 2 players for his team, and Isuku had jumped at the chance to choose Endeavor's son, Todoroki Shoto, and a student from General Studies, Hitoshi Shinso. The rest of the members of each team had been selected randomly by the computer. Bo Tauscher had always been one of the most exciting games in Japan's modern history. The spectators in the stands were brimming with anticipation to see how would such a rough and exciting game play out between individuals with superpowers. The moment that Hero Midnight lowered her whip to signal the start of the game, both teams exploded into action. On Izuku's team, Todoroki took the initiative to create a small mountain of ice around the wooden pole, leaving only its top uncovered. The opponents would have to destroy the ice first before having the chance to topple the pole. While Izuku and Todoroki took the roles of defender, Tokoyami and his partner, Dark Shadow, took the role of the monkey and perched themselves on top of the wooden pole, fully intent on knocking down anyone that tried to get close to them. On the other team, Momo Yaoyorozu quickly created several metallic pillars which were propped up against the main wooden pole, and Shiro proceeded to tape them all tightly together. Jirota Shishida, Beast Quirk, and Ibara Shiozaki, Vines Quirk, from Class 1B took the role of defender. As for the role of monkey, "Wahaha! Come at me, losers!" Bakugo hollered in excitement as he sat perched up on his team's wooden pole, his palms continuously crackling with small explosions. He could not wait to blow the opposite team's attackers into smithereens. But these students were the only ones that had taken any strategic measures to win the game. Everyone else just jumped at each other like a horde of savages, each one of them trying to catch the eyes of the pro heroes in attendance with their quirks. Izuku had made several strategies in his mind, and he had tried to discuss them with his teammates before the start of the game, but all planning went to waste only a few seconds in. What had originally been intended as a game of Bo Tauscher had immediately degenerated into a full-on battle royale. "This is the worst," Izuku said in frustration. Even with his guts and desire to prove himself, he knew better than to try to join in the brawl. "I wouldn't last even 10 seconds, he muttered to himself as he watched how the hero course student with a steel quirk from his team was suddenly engulfed by a huge mass of green vines and thrown out of bounds, slammed brutally into the wall at the edge of the arena. It was pandemonium. In no time, half a dozen students had been either thrown out of bounds or knocked unconscious. While everything seemed hopeless, Shinso, one of the 2 boys that Izuku had chosen in his team, suddenly shouted as loud as he could, "Attack the wooden pole now! With the Vines girl out of the picture, that ugly beast stands no chance." His shout was largely ignored by everyone. Almost everyone. The Beast Quirk user frowned at his words and said, "I may not be a pretty boy, but if you think I'm that easy to take down, you are in for a rude awakening." However, at his words of warning, Shinso smirked in triumph and allowed himself an evil-sounding cackle as he gave the B-class student his next order. "On the contrary, I don't underestimate you at all. Now, go wild on your team's wooden pole. Smash it with all your strength." Shinso's plan was doomed to fail, however, seeing as the opponent team's monkey proved to be too powerful. The moment that Jirota Shishida jumped to attack his own team's wooden pole, a huge explosion blasted him out of bounds like a burning cannonball. Uncaring of the fact that the Beast Quirk user was his own teammate, the moment he sensed his hostility, Bakugo swiftly attacked him with everything he had. Back to Naruto, All Might, and Eri, the 3 of them had just gotten into a taxi and were on their way back to Mizurufu City. "Would you, children, stop staring at me? It's unnerving," All Might said, his face breaking into a sweat. It was not only Naruto who could not take his eyes off him, even little Eri was gawking at him, and that was because All Might's muscle form had run out of time right before he called the taxi. His muscular physique, which looked as if it had been taken out of a comic book, was nowhere to be seen now. Instead, what could be described as a living skeleton stood in his place. In spite of still wearing his hero uniform, the taxi driver didn't spare All Might a second glance. In his eyes, he looked just like a lame fan doing a sorry cosplay of the real hero, All Might. If Naruto and Eri had not seen him turn into his current form with their own eyes, they would have not believed it either. 1 hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the main police station of Mizurufu City. With the little girl cradled in his arms, Naruto stepped out of the car gently so as to not wake her up. His face involuntarily broke into a smile when he saw how she was hugging one of his fluffy fox tails to her chest while sleeping. Nonetheless, despite Naruto wishing for her to continue sleeping, the city's noise in the afternoon woke her up. He chuckled when he saw her burying her face into the fur of his tail to hide from the light. "My full name is Eri," the girl insisted, even as the 2 adults in the room were looking at her questionably for not saying her surname. Next to All Might, a tall and well-built man in his late 30s had a pondering expression on his face as he turned to look at his computer. "You said you were 6 years old, yes?" The man asked her again for confirmation and Eri nodded, all the while trying to hide behind Naruto's tails. Don't worry, Eri-chan. Detective Tsukachi is one of my closest friends. You can trust him, All Might said, trying to reassure the little girl. A few moments later, the detective shook his head and said, It's no use, I can't find her in our database. I checked all the births from 5, 6, and 7 years ago and there are only around 60 girls with the name Eri. But our Eri-chan doesn't match their description at all since they all have parents and they are registered either in kindergarten or in the first year of elementary school. For all I know, she's a ghost. We have nothing on her. It wasn't only Eri that was anxious, Naruto was growing a little restless too. This might be for the best, All Might unexpectedly said after a while. What do you mean by that, sensei? Naruto asked quickly. If she's not registered, that means we don't necessarily need to go about it through the official channels. I'm still a police officer, you know, the detective said, his exasperation increasing when he saw All Might starting to laugh awkwardly. Turning towards Naruto, All Might said, There is a chance that Eri-chan could be allowed to stay with you without going public to the HPSC with your ability. But to make that happen your parents need to be on board with the idea too. His words reminded Naruto of the elephant in the room. Even if they could work around the law and prevent his adamantine sealing chains from being exposed to the public, the fact was that if his parents did not agree to take Eri in, it was all for naught. But if they agree to take Eri-chan in, that means that dad will find out about mom's quirk too. How would he feel knowing that his wife had been hiding such an important fact about her for so many years? Would his trust in her be shattered? Wouldn't their relationship be affected? Other couples have divorced for lesser reasons. Before we make further plans, you should talk it over with your parents first and get a concrete answer, All Might said. I will arrange a car to escort you home and I will assign 2 officers to keep a watch on your home until we get to the bottom of this. Normally, I would insist on Eri-chan staying here and I would call the Child Protection Agency, but I understand this is a sensitive case. They are not capable of taking care of Eri, the detective also said. While Naruto, All Might and Eri were riding the taxi on their way back to Mizurufu City, the freshmen participating in the UA High Sports Festival were beating the brakes off each other. Furthermore, due to the measures that each team had taken at the start to safeguard their wooden poles, it was not realistic to topple them without destroying them while there were so many other opponents attacking them at once. Unlike the traditional bow tauscher where fighting was prohibited, in this current game, they could be taken out in one shot. Eventually, the time limit of 5 minutes passed without any of the teams managing to achieve their goal, toppling off the opponent's pole. Watching the field that looked as if it had been carpet-bombed by drones, the UA principal, Nizu, and the rest of the organizers of the sports festival didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The second stage of the festival had been a big failure because they had failed to anticipate the students' thirst for battle and recognition. What had originally been intended to test out the students' strategic skills and ability to perform as a team had been reduced to a mere barbaric battle royale within seconds from the start of the game. At least the crowd appears to be in high spirits, was the only thing Nizu could tell himself as consolation. Originally, the plan was for the winning team of the bow tauscher game to proceed to the final stage where they would face each other in individual battles, tournament style. But with neither team winning and with so few students left uninjured on the field, they could not restart the game and make them go at it again to decide a winner. The organizers of the event decided to proceed with the final stage, the fighting tournament. I survived by the skin of my teeth, Izuku thought in dismay. If it wasn't for Todoroki-san, I wouldn't have made it out of the second event. He knew, he had always known that he was fighting an uphill battle, that he would always be at a disadvantage against people that had quirks. Todoroki Shoto's performance, in particular, left a deep impression on Izuku. Unfortunately, there were not enough survivors left to participate in the tournament, but there were quite a few students that were thrown out of bounds at the early stage of the bow tauscher game and were injured too seriously to continue, so they selected 3 of them to advance to the next stage. After drawing the lots, the tournament brackets appeared as such. 1. Todoroki Shoto vs Mizo Shoji. 2. Ibara Shiozaki vs Setsuna Tokage. 3. Tenya Ida vs Midoriya Izuku. 4. Katsuki Bakugo vs Hitoshi Shinso. 5. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Tetsutetsu. 6. Nito Monoma vs Kojiro Bando. 7. Eijiro Kirishima vs Mashiro Ojiro. 8. Shirhai Kurwaro vs Yui Kodai. Watching the battle between Todoroki Shoto and Mizo Shoji, Izuku was writing furiously in his notebook. The sight of a muscular teen nerding out and muttering to himself as if he was entranced drew out a few looks from the people around him. At the same time, he was trying to think of plans that would work if he ever had to fight them. Mizo Shoji's quirk doesn't look as flashy and may not seem as powerful as that of Todoroki Shoto, but it can be very versatile and unpredictable, Isuku muttered at the scene in front of him. Taking advantage of the crowd control ability of his quirk, Todoroki froze the entire floor of the tournament stage, trapping Mizo's legs in ice too. I suggest you give up. I don't want to hurt you unnecessarily. Todoroki began to say confidently, but an unexpected punch smashed into his face with such power that he went flying. Although Mizo Shoji's legs got trapped, his quirk, dupli arms, allowed him to multiply any part of his body through his arms, effectively giving him the ability to elongate his arms to impressive distances. And that was not all, any organ or body part that he duplicated through his quirk would become much stronger than the original. His punch felt to Todoroki as if he had been hit by a car. But Shoji was not done yet. Even though his legs were still trapped in ice, his tentacles sprouted even more arms and threw a powerful blow at Todoroki again. Although he had almost been knocked out cold by that punch, Todoroki's fighting spirit burned even brighter than before. A massive wall of ice grew out in front of him just in time to shield him from Shoji's heavy punch and, in the next moment, he stomped his foot powerfully against the ground. The spectators turned silent with awe as a massive tsunami of ice suddenly froze half the stadium to bits. With the first match coming to an end so quickly, the reality of the situation finally dawned on Isuku. There was only one match left until it was his turn. His anxiety kicked in and he started biting his nails as he read the pages of his notebook that were filled with information that he had managed to dig up on his opponent, Tenya Ida. So absorbed in his notebook he had been that he didn't even see when the second match between Ibara Shiozaki and Setsuna Tokage start or finish. It was only when he heard his name being called that he finally came back to his senses. From the hero course, Tenya Ida. Versus, from general studies, Midoriya Izuku. Coming down from the stands and walking onto the stage, Isuku felt shivers traveling down his spine. Man up, me. This is my opportunity. This is my only chance to show everyone that I belong in the hero course. He was scared shitless to be alone on the stage in front of so many people, with the whole country watching his every move. However, his inhuman training and the grueling beatings he had put his body through over the past year had not been in vain. Moreover, the incident where he had defeated the pink-skinned giant villain and saved the family that was being held hostage had improved his self-confidence. He was not the same timid, weak, and scrawny boy from 1 year ago. My name is Tenya Ida, please treat me fairly, Ida said and bowed stiffly. Present Mick's voice resounded in the background. With his engine quirk, Ida-kun showed he is one of the fastest participants in this tournament. As for his opponent from general studies, his quirk, wait, does he even have a quirk? I have not seen him use any special abilities, Aizawa replied to him. He has won the first event by outsmarting his competition and survived in the second by avoiding frontal one-on-one fights. But Izuku tuned out all their voices. His eyes looking at Tenya piercingly, he brought his hands up and his elbows close to his body, getting into a fighting stance. Start. The moment that Midnight shouted and flicked her whip, smoke came out of the tubes on Tenya Ida's calves as he broke into a sprint. Fast! Izuku inwardly exclaimed. But, Naruto was even faster than that. I can see it. I can see his move. Accurately predicting Ida's strike, Izuku leaned back, dodging Tenya's wind-stirring kick as if he was in the Matrix. But Ida was far from done. Accelerating even harder, he turned around and delivered a devastating whirlwind kick. Out of position and unable to react in time to Ida's superhuman speed, Izuku was unable to dodge. He could only brace himself and take the hit with his guard. Although Izuku blocked the hit, Tenya's powerful whirlwind kick sent him flying as if he had been hit by a truck. But instead of following up and delivering the final blow, Ida shouted. What are you doing? Why are you not using your quirk? Standing up with difficulty from the ground, Izuku grimaced as he touched his left arm with his right hand. Ida's kick had snapped his left forearm as if it had been a twig. Because I don't have a quirk. But I'll show everyone that I don't need a quirk to become a pro hero, Izuku said, his voice strained as he talked through the pain coming from his broken arm. Do you hear yourself? How are you going to do that? It's impossible. Ida yelled at him in disbelief. Turning toward Midnight, Tenya raised his hand up high and said out loud. Referee, I request this fight to be stopped. My opponent doesn't have a quirk. I don't want to hurt him any further. Shut up and fight? Izuku suddenly screamed, taking everyone by surprise. You talk as if you have this in the bag, but I'm still standing. I haven't given up. He shouted with so much strength that he was out of breath. As long as I'm still standing, I won't give up. Come. I'm still here. Come at me and fight. His outburst left Tenya speechless. After a few moments, Midnight said. It is not against the rules for quirkless students to participate but Professor Tenya Ida began to protest only for Midnight to cut him off. Unless you want to forfeit, the match will proceed until one of you is either incapacitated, thrown out of bounds, or admits defeat. This is final, she said and pointed her whip at him. Turning towards Isuku, Ida said seriously. Please remember that I tried to save you from unnecessary pain. You've brought this dash. Cut the crap already and fight. Isuku said, unknowingly taking a page out of Naruto's book and provoking him. Such foul language. It is unbecoming of a dash. But with a burst of speed that Ida had not expected from a quirkless person, Isuku charged at him. Ida barely managed to move his head out of the way, Izuku's fist almost grazing his nose. Izuku felt like kicking himself for his lapse in judgment. I shouldn't have tried headhunting someone as fast as Tenya Ida. It should have been obvious he'd dodge it easily. Realizing his mistake, Naruto's words from a few months ago rang in his mind at that moment. If your opponent doesn't have some physical enhancement quirk, always go for their body because most people generally expect their opponents to go for their head, so they're always on guard against that, and they're also more used to dodging hits going there. But they can't dodge body hits as easily. More importantly, even if people with regular bodies can train their muscles and learn martial arts, they can't train their internal organs. So no matter how strong they become, if you catch someone with a good body shot, they'll collapse as if they're paralyzed. Let me show you what getting punched in the liver area feels like. Oi! Where are you running? Oi! Get back here, you coward. You need to feel it on your own skin first to fully appreciate the effectiveness. A rush of anger washed over him at the memory of how Naruto taught him everything, by making him feel the effects of each hit on his own body. But that rush of anger only served to empower him at that moment. Nonetheless, Izuku was not allowed too much time to think because, after getting over his surprise at his quirkless opponent almost managing to score a hit on him, Ida started his attack again. With a burst of speed higher than the previous times, his kick found its mark again and Izuku only managed at the last moment to twist his body and receive the hit with his left shoulder instead of being hit in the head. Even as he was sent tumbling once again, Izuku quickly stood up to his feet. And it was not a moment too soon. A split of a second later, Tenya Ida's heel cracked the concrete stage. He followed with yet another high kick, but Izuku dodged it perfectly this time by crouching. Attacking only using his legs had made Ida predictable and Izuku jumped at the chance to finally counterattack. With Ida having left himself open, Izuku smashed a heavy punch into his guts. Spittle flew out of Tenya's mouth and, as he doubled over from pain, Izuku's knee rose to smash into his face. But just as Izuku was about to deal the finishing blow, Ida's calves were lit up with a blue fire and his body was propelled ahead, tackling Izuku with his head and making him lose his balance. Fighting through the pain from his stomach and his lack of air, Ida wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist and forced himself to continue running, intent on pushing his opponent all the way to the edge of the stage and throwing him out of bounds. But Izuku's forearm suddenly snaked under Ida's chin and his muscles bulged as he used his entire strength in a desperate attempt to choke him to sleep. But his effort was bound to fail because one hand was not enough to choke someone successfully. His martial arts instructor at the dojo had spent many hours teaching him the basics of grappling. With Ida activating his special move, Recipro Burst, even while lacking air and feeling dizzy and faint from the body shot he had eaten, he traversed the stage with Izuku in tow in the blink of an eye. However, right as he was about to push Izuku out, only half a meter was left. Ida unexpectedly felt his feet leave the ground. With a burst of strength uncharacteristic of a normal human, Izuku grabbed Ida by the hem of his gym uniform with his still-working hand and lifted him in the air before smashing him down over his shoulder with a judo throw that made Kushina stand up from her seat in amazement. Tenya-kun. Izuku distantly heard the boy's classmates crying out in distress when they saw him getting thrown out of bounds, but their shouts were quickly drowned by Present Mike, who screamed at the top of his lungs, his yells filling the stadium. Oh my! Would you look at that? Winner, General Studies, Midoriya Izuku. Midnight also said as she flailed her whip around. As Izuku let out a victory cry, much to his surprise, the entire stadium broke into loud cheers. It was in human nature to root for the underdog, and Izuku had been a very pitiful underdog. Quirkless and with one arm broken, literally nobody had expected him to turn around the situation like that. Seeing the thousands of people in the stands acknowledging him like that, Izuku involuntarily felt his eyes start swimming with tears. He may have grown up both in body and mind due to his grueling training over the past year, but at the core, he was still a sensitive and emotional teenage boy. After all the doubt and suffering he had endured, after his idol putting down his dreams 2 times already, Izuku was finally having his efforts acknowledged. Izuku's emotional reaction to their cheers spurred the crowd even further, and many of the spectators rose from their seats as they clapped their hands for him vigorously. As the medics carried Izuku out on a stretcher, he had no illusions about his position in the tournament. although he had won the match, with his broken arm and his energy completely depleted from having tapped into his hysterical strength for the last judo throw, Isuku understood that he would not be able to fight again. Nevertheless, he had achieved his objective at this sports festival. He had made everyone acknowledge him. He had left a lasting impression on the heroes and professors alike by winning the first event and by beating someone as good as Ida. His hard work and his relentlessness had paid off. He could have not hoped for a better outcome. Chapter 17, Coming Out. I wonder what kind of mess he's gotten himself into, Kushina said. When has our son ever gotten himself in serious trouble though? Minato's words were not baseless. Even before Naruto's behavior changed for the better and he stopped being disrespectful and rebellious, he had never gotten into real trouble. Some scuffles at school and being admonished for being too rowdy were normal for regular boys his age. But other than that, despite not putting effort into studying and often coming home late, he didn't skip school and he didn't partake in delinquent-like activities. Nonetheless, if the way he was stepping on the gas pedal was anything to go by, Minato seemed worried too. The reason for their current anxiety was the text message they had received only a few minutes after the end of the UA High Sports Festival. Dad, there's something important I need to talk to you and Mom about. It's really, really important. Please come home as soon as you can. The two of them tried calling Naruto after that, but he did not pick up any of their calls. As parents, while knowing that Naruto had asked them before to call All Might, how could they not be worried after receiving such a text message from their teenage son who had gone alone all the way to Tokyo? His fox ears picking up the screeching sound of tires made by a car abruptly braking, Naruto quickly stood up and went to the entrance door. Startled by his sudden action, Eri jumped up from the sofa and ran after him, grabbing him from his pants from behind. Don't worry, Eri-chan. I'm sure my parents will like you. Really? The little girl asked in a hopeful voice. Really, he said and patted her on the head. Besides, what's not to like about you? You're the cutest girl I've ever seen. Eri looked down shyly, her cheeks slightly pink with embarrassment at his praise. Although he reassured Eri that his parents were going to love her, deep down, Naruto was not any less anxious than her. Even though he was only 15 years old physically, due to having the experience of 2 lives, Naruto was more mature mentally than his age implied. He understood how difficult was the upcoming discussion with his parents going to be. It was unlike Minato to drive aggressively and go over the speed limit, and he was not the type to brake with a screeching sound either, but he could not help his desire to get home as fast as possible at that moment. Parking roughly in front of the gate of the garage, Minato and Kushina slammed the doors of the car as they got out and rushed towards the entrance door. Just as he was about to grab the doorknob, the entrance door opened and nearly hit him in the face. 1. Naruto. You're okay. Why didn't you pick up the phone? We were so worried. Kushina said and rushed at him, momentarily not knowing whether she wanted to take him in her arms and embrace him or strangle him. She ended up settling for grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him. But suddenly, she became as still as a statue. Hidden almost completely by Naruto's 3 fluffy fox tails, a little girl no older than 6 was clutching at the fabric of his pants with both hands as she looked up anxiously. Mom, Dad. This is Eri-chan. As Naruto related them the events he had gone through while he had been in Tokyo, Minato and Kushina's faces went through several different expressions. Hearing that a girl as young as her, she was only 6, had been abused to the point where she had decided to run away from home, the two of them could not help being filled with righteous anger. But their anger soon deflated at the sight of the dirty dress she was wearing and the soiled bandages wrapped around Eri's arms and legs. Overwhelmed with a feeling of pity, Kushina came to sit on the sofa next to Eri and Naruto and took the little girl in a motherly embrace that left the little girl lost for words. Although she stiffened at the unexpected physical contact with a person that she did not know anything about, a few moments later, Eri melted into Kushina's embrace. With Kushina's motherly instincts taking over like that, the duty of acting like a rational adult fell on Minato's shoulders. As much pity as he felt for the little girl's plight, this was not the kind of matter that could be brushed over with just feelings alone. But why bring her home, Naruto? Don't misunderstand, it's not that I have something against Eri-chan in particular, but there are several legal procedures that one has to go through before becoming the guardian of a child. The Child Protection Agency could even get someone to go to prison if they just grabbed a random child from the streets and took them home. Naruto made a difficult expression, not knowing exactly how to break it to him. He scratched the back of his head furiously for a moment and blew out a long sigh before addressing his mother. Mom. I think I have to come out with the secret. Kushina's and Minato's eyes became as wide as saucers, though for different reasons. But before Kushina could reply, Minato stood up and came to Naruto. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Minato said. That's what you were worried about? Listen to me, Naruto. No matter what, you are still my son. Being gay doesn't change that. I don't dash. Dad. I'm not gay. Naruto shouted in indignation at his misunderstanding. In spite of what was about to happen, Naruto divulging a secret that she had kept away from her husband for so many years, Kushina could not keep in her laughter at the unexpected hilarity of the situation. Maybe it was because of how nervous she was in regards to what was about to come, but Kushina could not stop laughing for a good while. But I thought Minato began to say in confusion. No, it's something entirely different. He trailed off, only for Kushina, who had calmed down in the meantime, to say. You made me a promise, Naruto. Why would you go back on your word now? It's the only way it would make sense for you why Eri-chan needs to stay with us. A momentary silence descended as Naruto looked down at his clasped hands and Kushina chewed on her lower lip with her eyes pinned on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Minato kept switching from looking from one to another as a feeling of irritation slowly seeped in at the thought that his wife and his son had been keeping a secret from him. But then, he palmed his face with a hand and let out a big groan before saying, Just tell me. I promise I won't be mad. Hearing his father's words, Naruto began to explain the situation in detail. Eri-chan has a powerful quirk. Probably the most powerful and most dangerous quirk I've ever seen. It's almost like the power of a god. This innocent and adorable little girl? Kushina and Minato unknowingly thought at the same time as they turned to look at Eri, who was now sticking as close as humanly possible to Naruto's side and hiding her face behind one of his fluffy fox tails. Her quirk is rewind. She can turn back time on someone's body. I've seen it with my own eyes. She made one of her captors grow younger until he became a toddler and then he disappeared. She made him stop existing. His parents became speechless. The Child Protection Agency can't take care of Eri-chan. They can't stop her if her quirk goes out of control. As far as I know, there are only 2 people, maybe 3 that can stop her. One of them is my homeroom teacher, Aizawa-sensei, he can cancel quirks. The other one is the modern hero art teacher, the R-rated hero, Midnight, she could probably put her to sleep. But you can tell neither is exactly the best parent material out there, the last person would be me. What could you do about it with your quirk? Although it looked like Naruto was going to only talk about himself instead of also revealing that she had a quirk too, Kushina decided that since the cat was out of the bag, she might as well come out in the open too. Minato's mouth fell open in what seemed to be disbelief at the sight in front of him, for golden chains glowing with a bright light unexpectedly tore out through the back of his wife's shirt and flailed slowly in the air around her. I'm sorry, Minato, Kushina said guiltily and looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. I've been lying to you for years, I'm not quirkless. A silence that one could hear a pin drop was instilled. Seeing that Minato was not interrupting her, she continued speaking all the while wrenching her fingers. I've never told anyone about this quirk before. The Hero Association doesn't know about it either. Originally, my plan was to take this secret to the grave with me. I don't understand, why all this secrecy? Minato eventually croaked out. Your chains don't look like a terrible quirk or something that would put someone's life in danger. These chains have the ability to cancel all quirks, they offer an absolute defense against any sort of attacks, they are indestructible and anyone caught by chains has no chance of escaping. I've also never found anything that the spear tips of these chains cannot pierce, Kushina explained. Alright, that sounds incredible, he agreed. But that only brings me back to the earlier question, why keep it a secret? With the potential of this quirk you could have become a top 10 hero effortlessly. My word, the police, the special forces, hell, the Prime Minister himself would directly ask for someone like you to become their personal bodyguard. How could you give up on all that? None of that matters if I ended up dead. Kushina replied a bit more harshly than she had intended. What dash? An evil man has been trying to hunt down my family for generations. I don't know his real name but he is known as All for One. He has a unique ability to steal other people's quirk. My grandmother was the first who manifested this chains and All for One had been obsessed with stealing this quirk for decades. But Granny was strong and she was intelligent too. Using her husband's connections in the police, she entered a witness protection program and All for One lost track of her eventually. After pausing for a second to clear her throat, Kushina said. My mother never awakened these chains. It takes a moment of great stress, a moment of life and death to awaken them and it's not guaranteed. But I awakened my chains when I was 10, in the car crash that killed my parents. I survived thanks to this quirk so I'll never resent it in spite of the dangers that it had brought upon me. But, before my grandma passed away she told me the secret and made me swear I'd never use my quirk or reveal it to anyone. All for One was too powerful and too dangerous. I couldn't tell you either. I didn't want to put you in danger. Finally lifting her head to look her husband in the eyes, she said. I had no intention of ever telling anyone if Naruto hadn't awakened the chains himself too. The Sludge Villain? Minato exclaimed as the pieces finally fell together in his mind. He was an intelligent man and he had always wondered how had Naruto managed to survive against someone like the Sludge Villain whose quirk was a counter for almost all physical damage types. And not just surviving, the Sludge Villains had even lost his life. His initial guess had been that a vigilante had happened to be nearby, but after finally finding out the truth, everything made sense. Looking down at her hands again, Kushina said, "I'm sorry I've kept such an important secret from you. But I don't regret it. If I could go back, I would make the same choice again. All I ever wanted was for my family to be happy and safe." "I'm sorry, Mom," Naruto mumbled, feeling like shit for what he was putting his mother through at that moment. Unable to bear with the pressing silence that was instilled, Naruto said after a while, "Will you allow me to take care of Eri-chan? It's only for 3 years. All Might told me that normally I'd have to be at least 25 years old to adopt a child, but he could pull some strings for the Child Protection Agency to let me adopt Eri when I become of age." Seeing that they were keeping silent, he added, his voice taking on a more pleading tone. "I know I'm asking for a lot. But you don't have to worry. I only need you to be her legal guardian. I will take care of her every day and take her with me to school. I'll also get a part-time job to help with the money, and I believe I can get a provisional hero license next semester. I won't burden you, I promise. Just let me take care of Eri. Please." Minato and Kushina were not silent because they were pondering on whether to accept Eri-chan or not. They were just mute with surprise because they had never heard Naruto beg them for something like that. "You want to adopt Eri when you become an adult?" Kushina muttered as he looked at the little girl that was huddled at his side and looking down anxiously. She could not understand what could have prompted Naruto to go as far as to force her into revealing her secret quirk for the sake of a girl he had only met a few hours ago. But that's because she did not know about Naruto's past life. Kushina did not know how much did Naruto resonate with Eri-chan being an orphan, growing up without feeling love and affection, or being born with a cursed power. "You probably think I'm just a kid, so I don't know what I want. But this isn't something I want in the heat of the moment. I'm willing to do anything to take care of Eri-chan. I promise," he said as he wrapped an arm around Eri and rubbed her shoulder gently. This could have gone better, but it could have also gone a lot of worse, Naruto thought. His parents had not given him an answer right away. Instead, they told him that they were going to town to discuss it between the two of them first. "I haven't thought about it that much before, but my sensitive hearing must have made their lives quite difficult sometimes." Now, a few hours later, he was sitting together with Eri at the table in the kitchen. They were having dinner. Putting down her spoon, Eri raised her head to look at Naruto with her big red eyes as she asked, "Are you in trouble because of me?" All worries momentarily vanished from Naruto's thoughts when he saw the little girl's mouth smudged with curry and her big innocent eyes looking at him tearfully. "Gah! Why the hell are you so cute?" he almost cooed. "You don't have to worry about that," Naruto said with a sunny smile and brought a napkin at her mouth to wipe the traces of sauce away. "Do you like the curry?" The little girl made a noise of confirmation and nodded her head energetically before grabbing the spoon and taking another big mouthful of curry and rice that smudged her face all over again. "I never had QE beefo. It's so good," she said through bites. "Finish swallowing before speaking, okay? It's not nice to speak with your mouth full," Naruto admonished her lightly and wiped her mouth and cheeks again with a new napkin. Eri-chan nodded obediently before diving back into her bowl. Naruto vowed to himself he would make Eri taste all kinds of delicious foods from then on. It was late, past midnight, when Naruto's fox ears flinched and he woke up at the sound of the entrance door being opened. Normally, he slept with custom-made earbuds for his fox ears to prevent any random noises from disturbing him, but that night he did not wear them on purpose in order to hear when his parents came back home. Getting up from his bed slowly so as to not disturb Eri, who was sleeping curled up next to him, he went to the living room right as his parents finished taking their shoes off. "Crap," Naruto heard his father mutter under his breath when he saw him enter the living room, and Kushina giggled at her husband's expense. The reason for Minato's cussing became clear to Naruto when he took in their appearance. Their faces were slightly flushed, Minato's neck was peppered with red marks, Kushina's long crimson hair was a disheveled mess, and the smell that wafted from them. "Ugh, sorry. Talk to you in the morning." "Good night," Naruto said quickly and did a 180 before making a beeline back to his bedroom, his cheeks red with embarrassment. Sometimes, Naruto hated how perceptive he could be because of his fox quirk.